Now we're seeing all the beauty in the broken glass. The scars are part of me, darkness and harmony. My voice without the lies, this is what it sounds like. Why did we cover up the color stuck inside our head? Get up and let the jagged edges meet the light instead. Show me what's underneath, I'll find your harmony. Been listening undefined, this is what it sounds like. Good morning, everybody. How are we doing? Let's get started, shall we? Thank you very much for bearing with us. Good morning to all of you on this fine Thursday. We'll switch to this mode where the camera's frozen. Bailey's not actually there, but you've been baited. Good morning, everyone. Back is better today than it was yesterday, better yesterday than it was the day before. So we're on the mend, which is what we like. Turn that light up a little bit. Good morning. Let me sort these cameras out because it looks like the cat cam broke overnight. Do that. And then... let's just play around and see what's going on. Okay, the cat cam reel broke. It was a setting that I had done wrong. Hello! The back is back. Good morning. How are we all doing? I've fixed that. It's Winky over there, just chilling. Relates to our D&D news that we've alluded to in the title, which will be talked about a little bit later on stream, so hold on to your britches, chat. The cat cam is working again, but there is actually there's no cat there right now. See, cat cam working, but no cat. Because the cat's just there outside the window. Good morning to all of you. How are you doing? Let me give you guys some shout outs. We'll do a good morning to Small Mite, De Orwisha, Gallius, Valencia, Gorazul, Orbital Rock, Lost Womprat, Indie Rat. Was it? Thank you very much for that reset, buddy. 4-month streak, 5 months in total, tier 1. Thank you very much for that support, buddy. I really appreciate that. Starting off the stream, the lovely little sub there. Thank you very much, was it? Gallius, Delchant, Senzon, Dream Diva, Eileen, Thorinus, Gerbil, Royal Icing. Good morning to all of you. Hope you're doing well. Meat Tree, greetings, Meat Machine, indeed. Cocaine Moon, Vinthal, hello. Damien's Wrath, good morning. Warner, hello, buddy. Lord Kev, thank you for the shout out. Thank you for reminding me to hydrate. I did manage to grab some more drinks. I appreciate you. Good shout. Shout out to Mr. Avistus. Yes, D&D news. Yeah. Maury Hunter, Baby Doll Bites. Good morning. How you doing, Avenda? Zidane, hello. Little Ham, good morning, nerd. No, you are correct. That was new yesterday. We uploaded that one. We've got one new one. The new one, the 100. When we hit the 100, that's the last of the new emotes for now, and it's the most cursed of the bunch. So I saved the best for last. I did good here. I'm pleased with myself for my own work. I'll be honest with you. 100%. I'm very happy with it. I wouldn't change that for anything. Very happy with releasing that new one. Hello, Feedmaster. My back is doing well. Thank you, buddy. Dunzia, good morning. Hello there. There is a package being delivered. You just reminded me, Dunzia. Today, it's been delivered. Yuck Squicks, good morning. Royal Icing, hello. Snowy Sparkles. Maul, hello. You made a weird fusion of Japanese ramen using half Italian ingredients. I mean, if it works, it works. If it's delicious, so be it. Bin Bastard, sorry, I'll do it in all capitals. Evening, boss, how's your week going? No, my week is going Very well, thank you, buddy. Yeah, the week's going pretty good. My back is on the mend. Cassio Beige, good morning. Gadnar, good morning. Hope you're doing well. Ashra, Tony Seaton, hope you're all doing well. You guys are all rock. Thank you very much for being here. We are indeed back to Arrakis today. We will be going to visit the true God Emperor of Dune himself. I like how if I go over that, I kind of go out of phase. How dare I overlay the God Emperor of Dune himself? You guys are awesome. Thank you very much for being here. Dragon Inside, good morning. How are you doing, all of you? Great to see you all. Thank you very much for being here in chat. Lego Orion, you found they're updating OG Guild Wars, and there's going to be a new Stargate show. What year is it? New Stargate? OG Guild Wars getting an up. I mean, like I said, Winky's got to make sure the God Emperor is, behaving. We can put the God Emperor with Bailey if we want. Let's do this. Not that one. That one. If I do that, then we turn Winky around, make him a little bit smaller. So he can keep an eye on the God Emperor, right? Isn't this better? Gallius, I'm not gonna lie to you. If you go back and watch Stargate Universe, if you forget about the previous Stargates and treat it as a standalone series, it's actually not that bad. You've acquired Dune, you want to lick the spicy sand. Well, good news for you. I've just pressed play, and I've forgotten that I'm going to need to tell OBS what game I'm playing. But apart from that, we're all good. Game is all the way down there, jeez. It should know to find it on the list, but we'll see. Much better, exactly. Treat Universe as a standalone, in my opinion. Dune Awakening. Let me just do this quickly. There we go. Then I can do this. Magic. Oh yeah, Universe is definitely generic sci-fi. It is away from the original joy of Stargate 1. But like, original OG Stargate was the progenitor of genres, like. There's a sweet spot for everyone. Everyone's gonna like something different here, which is fine. It makes sense. Let me just edit my... Let me just change my face cam filters. That's a bit better. I'm not fading out of reality as much. Small Mite, I'm not mad about that as well. You should definitely watch it. Big shout out to XA84 for the resub with Prime. What a legend. Thank you very much, buddy. A couple of minutes ago. Sorry, I was playing with OBS, so I didn't look at the feeds. Thank you very much, buddy. Your Prime subs mean the absolute world here. For those of you who have a Prime sub and haven't remembered to use it, remember, don't contribute to Jeff Bezos' moon project. For every one of those that you don't spend, he puts it into his special bank account marked Diamond Statue on the Moon. We don't need that. We just don't need that. So just remember to use your Prime subs, chat. Remember to use your Prime subs. Use them here, use them on Ferret Software, use them on Alvia Sanctuary, wherever you need to. Just make sure you don't leave them for Jeff. Don't leave them for Jeff. I have not seen the death races happening on Harmony, no. I can't remember the last time I logged into Dune. I use a Yarsified filter at all times, yes. Jeff's paying for your Critical Role sub. Based. Very based. Oh, okay, this is... He just wants to raise the roof, chat. It is a bit of a Yah-why moment. I will give you that as well. Now, why does this feel weird and different? Why does that feel so weird? I don't know if the game has changed or I've spent so much time playing Enshrouded that I'm used to a faster movement speed. I think it might be... What? Raiders are here, chat. Deploy your emotes. The Mahoodlers are here. The Mahoodlists. The Mooniverse. Base Invaders. Oh, that would make sense as well. Mahoodlists works well. I'm gonna call them Mahoodlists. Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? I hope that you are doing well and you've been enjoying your stream so far. Thank you, Moo, for the raid. You are awesome. Those of you who don't, I mean, I talk about Mahoodles all the time, so if you don't know who Mahoodles is, what have you even been doing this time? Welcome, Mahoodles and Raiders, to the chat. You guys are all awesome. Those of you who don't know, Moo does awesome science, kind of technology, space stuff on this platform, and is overall a very, very cool, awesome stream to lurk in as I'm getting ready for the stream each day, which, you know, is what I do. So if you don't already, let me do this. I can even spell. There you go. Press that little heart up there, over there. Follow the finger. That way. Little heart. Maybe. If you're on mobile, anyone's guess. Definitely go and give Moo a follow. Definitely worth it. You will not regret that. Moo is even up for an award at the Streamer Awards, which is long overdue and well deserved, in my opinion. I'm really excited for you, Moo. You very much deserve that, and I'm glad people, voted the way that they should. You know me. Like I say to chat, I will never shout someone out who I don't think deserves the shout out, because, you know, ultimately I'm putting my word behind yours. But like, I fully believe that everyone in my community will enjoy your content. So yeah, 100%. And you know, you more than deserve the nomination. You cannot even. Well, you'll definitely be able to comprehend it on the day when you're there. Definitely. It definitely gets easier to comprehend the closer that you get to the Streamer Awards nominations. For those of you who don't know what's going on, I'll do this. This is the Streamer Awards. Every year, Cutie Cinderella and a bunch of other very awesome people put together the Streamer Awards, which is where you'll go through and you'll vote for, you know, best music streamer, the best creative arts streamer, the best roleplay streamer. Mahoodles will be in here under... You should be under, was it Rising Star? It's the other category, 200 viewers. If I put 200 in, Hidden Gem, that's the one. Hidden Gem Award. Mahoodles, definitely the one that you should vote for. This is the most important vote that you'll do, chat. So I'm going to give you this link, and if you don't, you know, vote for Mahoodles, then you're just all of these people, very awesome, don't get me wrong, but I mean, look, they put Mahoodles at the top for a reason, right, on my screen. You know, that's how that works. The best of all the votes. Get in there early, get in there often, vote. also should be under Rising Star, but you know, we'll get to that one next year, Moo. You know, I've got you there. No, to be honest, I completely agree. There are lots of people on the platform who are like 100 to 200 viewers who absolutely deserve to be the very top tier on the platform, and the fact that they're not is a shame. So I think that the fact there is even an award for this, when it would be so easy just to do, you know, the people who are in the top thousands and, you know, in the thousands of viewers, I think this is a great thing to do. And the people I met last year for the Hidden Gem Award, the people who I met, you know, when Thor was up for nominations, they're some of the best people I know. So, yeah, like I say, make sure that you go and vote. I'll drop this for the YouTube stream as well, for those of you who are here. Do this. Oh, my YouTube's been in top chat this whole time. Thank you, YouTube, because everyone wants top chat and not live chat. So very, very much make sure you go and vote for Mahoodles. The stream rewards link is in chat. I'll do it again because I put it on my clipboard. Nice. Go and give Mahoodles a vote. And if you don't already watch Mahoodles, you definitely should. I'm not saying that I'm objectively right, but on this one I am. Vote for Mahoodles. There are lots of people who care very deeply about this platform and do a great job of creating awesome content that just, they'll go unseen every day. People like, that's why, you know, I'll read people like Mr. Gregors, who, you know, you probably wouldn't go and look at drumming on Twitch unless I rated him there, but some people have really, really enjoyed his content and have stuck around a long time. Appreciate that, you know. I'm very lucky to get to work with people like Moo. Moo is also is Mahoodles, if you're still here. I will today be receiving my flight sticks. So if you wanted to do Star Citizen sometime soon, I just need to install it, remember how to play the game, remember how to leave the station, remember how to get to my ship, remember how to use the flight sticks. Apart from all of those really simple steps, I'm pretty much ready to play at some point. If you'd like, we can arrange that for some point. I know you're probably very busy in the lead up to the Streamer Awards, but they arrive today. I'm very excited. And then my eye tracker arrives on Friday, because who doesn't want to be able to track their eyes? Have time in a month? I'm down for that. The flight sticks are indeed arriving today. Completionism. I worry about Luther sometimes. I think it genuinely is, because I'm so used to the speed that I move in Enshrouded. The movement speed in this is actually more realistic, and I'm just not used to it. I think that's actually genuinely what it is. You want the eye tracker. That I want to use it for all kinds of streams, so I can, like, if I'm playing like Battlefield, for example, people can see what I'm looking at. Air tags to track my eyes. I know where my eyes are, thank you. I'm keeping an eye on them. Can we get me a flight suit as well? We're not quite at the IRL flight suit for Star Citizen situation, but maybe one day. Maybe one day when the game comes out. Making my own Star Citizen promise when the game comes out. Look with your special eyes. My air tags. Because I know a few people said, oh, it'll be really cool to be able to, like, do Battlefield with eye tracking, so people can see what it is that I'm spotting at distances, because I have a habit of, like, spotting things that are weird and then not seeing things that are directly in front of my face. Why is the base almost completely empty? It's not. It's just most of those things are. I will start off by getting fuel cells, because I need those for my project. Just in shadows and lies. Isn't that streamer blindness? Yes. Oh my god. I mean, Moo, what do you want to do delivery quests in? Because we could do them in the least appropriate ships possible, like, you know, fully armed. I could do like, you know, in a like a heavy fighter, you know, like, you know, retaliator bomber delivery missions. How does that sound? That sounds like fun. We can deliver what we need to deliver and also size 9 torpedoes. Although if some of the newer ships are in, I might be able to get a hold of a larger, even more ridiculous ship for delivery missions. I feel like a Polaris frigate is slightly too large for delivery missions, but I think we'd find a way. And I reckon we'd all be up for it. And using my flight sticks for the first time in a ship that's that small and, you know, and agile will be fine, right? Dr. Kronberg, oh my god. Bigger ship, bigger deliveries. Exactly. A size 10 torpedo is probably the biggest delivery that I could arrange. Oh yeah, you can still rock it around like an idiot. H is obsessed with SC. You fully lost him to it. I thought he might. When I spoke to him about what he'd be playing while you were away, he did say SC, and I was like, oh, okay, there goes the rest of your time. Forever. You're disappointed not to see me and Bailey for best stream duo. That's because he does all the work. That's what it is, foolish Sasquatch. See, some of you would think, no, Kronos, what are you doing? You're foolish. You can't possibly carry a buggy across the gap into the deep desert. Well, fie to you, I say. Glory be. We could finally take vehicles across the gap into the deep desert. I know that it shows I'm still in a scout ornithopter on the overland map, but that's not remotely relevant. Lukewarm, I have a personal rule. If you are genuinely interested in Star Citizen, try and avoid the free weekends, because sometimes they're awful. The community can be really bastard. It's like really bastardish towards the new players sometimes. You see a lot of like ramming on pads and stuff. At least you used to, anyway. Now, how does this work? Oh, okay, you're there. I'm getting in my head, so there's nothing. No, you couldn't do that before. So beforehand, you had to dismantle the buggy and bring it across in an assault thopter and then assemble it on the far side. All we need now is the next grid up to storage containers and to carry them across with a carrier thopter. That is where we're getting, but I mean, I would remind you all that the largest storage container you can make using a vehicle is 11,250 using the Regis Spice container. So, 11,000 cargo is that's a lot of cargo. That's for Dune. What you could do with 11,000 cargo is insane. Let's do this. Drop that there. See if I can get a grip on this ledge on the sand. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry about it still moving. That's just ambience. But carrier turbo, nah, it's fine. We'll grab titanium while we're here as well. You'd love to be able to create a proper deep desert base, complete with 50+ bodies for water, load everything up in a cargo container. That's where we're going to get to. Oh, the ads are here. Just quickly while the ads are here, I'm just going to... Wait, what was I going to do? There was something I was going to do when the ads happened. Ah. I'll be right back. Hello, I have returned. I apologize for that. Right. There will indeed be, excuse me, there will indeed be some D&D news later on today. Yeah. I say later on, in a little while. Yeah, that's not going to be long enough. Hello. We are indeed playing in the sandbox. Iraq is called. We want to see the update, see how well things are working, get a bit of an idea on where the game's at. And then we're going to look through the patch notes and look at kind of what the upcoming progression of the game is, where they're going to take the game, what they're kind of thinking of with it. Because, of course, you know, as we know, the game is still being actively developed. The game needs a lot of work in several areas. And so I know that quite a few people are very interested in kind of seeing that and kind of hearing about it. So we're going to do that today. Hello, Shadow Wolf Lukey. How are you doing, bud? Hello, Kaibo. How are you doing? Rude. That was all on me, to be honest. I just kind of let it keep drifting. You just got home from the office. It's nice and early. I hope it's nice and early for you too. That seems like a pretty good Thursday if you can be home from the office around midday. I'm watching you, strange graphical glitch. It's 10:20 p.m. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought you were in the EU. My bad. 10:20 p.m. is not a good time to be getting back from the office. That's unreasonable. Why are you doing this to yourself? Has anyone seen any spice in the large spice fields this week? I believe they fixed it on yesterday's patch, but it was broken for 24 hours. Which is interesting, because I'm not sure what they changed that should have broken large spice fields. Nice. Num 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 num. So F1 is still broken. If it spawns there, it's gone for 8 hours. Okay, that's not ideal. Is it actually gone or just visually gone? Has anyone tried landing a sandclaw on it and harvesting it? Or firing a compactor onto it? Yeah, I do remember how Dune works. You tried, there's no spice there, it's fine. The spice must run on Cloudflare. You're not wrong, Tech Adept. Yeah, sure. Oh, headlights. That's helpful. Yes. Then up this. Oh, wait, you're not. That's what I thought you were. This is a nimble and agile all-terrain vehicle. What long mess? Sorry, what long mess are we talking about? Oh, you got hours reduction request approved. That's good. What are we talking about? They didn't fix what? Oh, wait, it's still broken yesterday. Okay, so is today's issue still fixed? Or rather, is it fixed with today's patch? Do we know? Or is it still broken? If it's still broken, then there's not that much. Like, I wanted to harvest spice today. I always want to harvest spice. I have to fight every morning my urges to harvest spice. But I don't have a problem. I want to be really clear about that before anyone accuses me. I haven't got a problem with spice, but I do have to think about it every day. Good morning, Balthazar, buddy. Good to see you, dude. How you doing? It wasn't mentioned in today's patch notes, so it wasn't fixed. Are they definitely aware of it? My eyes are, yeah, my eyes, these are just lenses. I like to, you know, wear tinted lenses cosmetically. They make me feel better about myself. What's the problem with that? You've not done any of the eyeline ones. Oh. A totally British urge for spices. Yeah, we have to go and conquer everywhere for them. Must be done. I'm just kidding. You can't make boats in this yet. It's all over the official Discord. Lots of us put in tickets, but they haven't got it in the known issues. Let me go and see. Funcom. Okay, there we go. Hello, Pan Meowgi. Welcome on in with a raiding party of 4 people. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Wait, Pan, did you come in with Mahoodles' raid and also raid yourself? That takes some multi-track drifting skill. I'm very impressed. Good job. You did? I thought so. See, you can't sneak it past me. I recognize it. I see how it works. Well, effective. Yes. That's mine. I'm not letting any of these go to waste. You'd like to be friends with me in game? That's fine. You can send me a friend invite in game. I don't mind that. I've probably got a bunch of them. I should probably accept some at some point. Like that one. Too far away, I think. You could add, but I don't mind if people don't add me. We don't have to be friends. You can be prey. I mean... Oops. If you'd like... There we go. Lost Swamp Rat. Accepted. Hello. Hi, baby cat. Oh. Yeah, you think you deserve chicken because you've just come in from outside? That's not how it works. You've had chicken this morning already. Meow. Yeah. Who's a big baby? It's so much hardship. You're gonna sit in the doorway so I can just about see your tail. And his back. Look, you could just about see his back. Hello. You're having a clean, are you? I probably should have emptied the plastone out before I arrived, but fine. Let's do this. Don't you know about second breakfast? He's had... First breakfast was when he came to wake me up at 7:30 in the morning, telling me it's time for food, which is fine. That's the time he normally gets fed, between 7:30 and 8:30, about around then. This is just, I've come in from outside, I expect food because I'm the king. Not, this is my normal meal time and I'm expecting food, which is when I would feed him. Buggy jumping is kind of fun. Is he wrong? I mean, look, if you had every single thing food-wise that you wanted as soon as you got it, As soon as you wanted it, you got it. Would you be a sphere? Yes. I would be happy. You'd be a happy sphere. Okay. A big happy sphere. Hypothetically, if somebody in chat had a problem with eating sherbet flying saucers, and it was so much of a problem that they had to beg you not to give them to them as a gift because it was too much of a problem. And that's either a specific call out, or I'm just using it hypothetically. Hello, baby boy. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, who's a good boy? You want a scritch? You want a good butt scritch? Yeah, you want to rub your face on the Elgato box, don't you? Bless him. He's such a baby boy. He doesn't look overweight. He's at the exact right weight that he should be, and that took a lot of work. At one point, he was 30% over the over his like recommended body weight for his size and shape. And so, given that he is 15 years old and he has, you know, a number of health issues like a heart murmur, for example, he doesn't need to be extra rotund, chat. How does Dune feel these days? You really want to know life of the game, but it didn't feel very good for you at launch. It's definitely in a better state than it was at launch. That goes without any shadow of a doubt. Whether I would say that it's in a perfect stage for me, I mean, look, you can play through all the way to endgame and have a really enjoyable experience within the game. Yes. Would I say it's an everyday game? No. It's not an everyday game. Have they fixed all the issues that stopped it from being a game that you want to play from time to time? Yes. The reason I feel fine to come back and play around in it is I don't feel like I'm risking more than I'm going to gain from it. Good morning, Thurston. Good morning, Nightfire. Dune Awakening isn't what you hoped it would be, but it's still worth it. Dune Awakening is getting to where I hoped it would be. You having a little clean, Mr. Orb? Yeah, you are. Yeah. How are you doing, Thurston? I'm doing good, thank you, bud. You're looking through your library to have a game to tide you over until the Ashes update on the 11th? Yep. There will certainly be an Ashes update on the 11th. I said this on stream yesterday that I'm a little concerned about their willingness to launch into early access on Steam, knowing the current reviews and state of the game and how public those reviews are going to be on the Steam platform. We already have issues where they don't necessarily feel like they're answering the feedback they're being given on their forums, let alone how that changes things when it's being uploaded directly onto, you know, directly onto Steam. That you thought they weren't doing Steam, but now they are. They basically didn't have enough people to playtest in the current phases of the alpha to get good results. So they've needed to open it up on Steam to get the numbers they need. And also the money, is my opinion. Like, ultimately, like, you need lots of people to keep the game running. You want more people in, the money of the game helps. So it is going to be for sale on Steam. You'll still need a key. But they obviously recognize that most gamers use Steam. So, you know, in order to not cut out a huge chunk of the market, that's kind of the approach that you need to take. It will be it'll be an F-fest. Look, I think it's the natural thing for them to do, but I do also agree to a certain level that I'm not certain it will go as well as we want it to. But that's the nature with lots of things. It's development. It's going to take a while. Where does raw plastone? It's not even raw plastone. Yeah, go in here. It can all go in here. Mostly negative rating incoming. Well, that's the problem. Once it's down at a mostly negative rating, how do they drag that back? How do they restore the confidence? Because Steam ratings take a lot longer to fix than sentiment takes to fix. So for me, I think it's a risk that they don't need to take at this point. And I think that spending more time focusing on the actual issues within the game would be better. So I'm not actually hugely excited for this update where it goes onto Steam, because I'd be clear, you're not getting a substantial update in December. You're just not. You're not, there's no, it's not like it's phase 3 of the wipes and you're getting something new. It's not changing the game for you fundamentally at all levels. It is simply a wipe and a resumption of testing. There will probably be some updates within that, but as far as I can see, it's not a huge sweeping 1.0 style launch or even a new phase. I would say wait, personally, Blade Punner. Speaking of Ashes Creation, having not played it before, is now a good time to try it out. Should I wait for 1.0? I would say at least wait for a future phase. I don't think this time when it's going to go live onto Steam is the right time to play. This is nice. I like the pyramid. Yeah, I quite like this. It's a nice little layout. If they change crafting, you'll see. I think that's a thing for a lot of people. Right, let me go and check on Greg's base, because that one was affected by the changes and now can't be dismantled. Yeah, we'll go and have a look at that one. Would rather do a free weekend and take feedback from Steve instead of a full release. People see free and spend some time checking stuff. Ultimately, that's not what's going to be happening. It is being released into a sale early access, I believe. I think it's... Didn't they say it was going to be something like £50 or something? $50? Releasing the alpha in early access and gross, they're running out of money or something. They're running out of testing numbers, but I also think that if money wasn't a factor, then I think they would do something else. $50 and on sale 10%. Yeah. Testers would come back if they felt they had a reason to. Well, that's exactly my point. I think they would have been better served by encouraging the existing players who have left the game to come back by making the changes they've asked for. The fact that they are having to increase the test numbers by not doing that tells me that the game that they are making actually might not be as popular, or the choices they're making might not be as popular as people want it to be. Or, alternatively, that people are going to... People are going to have to kind of suck up and deal with their view of development. Catch you later, Mahoodles. Thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope that you sleep well. And I will speak to you very soon. Hopefully, we'll be doing some D&D in December. I know that obviously you're not free for the first game, but one of the other one-shots. Hopefully, we'll be doing some D&Ding. Come on. D&D and SC? I mean, that just sounds like a great time, to be honest. Clem Fandango. Oh my gosh. What was I doing? Okay. We'll have to try it again then. It is likely that was just the GPU hitting 100% and freaking out. We'll have a play around with some settings. You had one of those 2 days ago, not had it since, but you don't really do Deep Desert now. See, that wasn't in the Deep Desert. That was in the main wall. We are indeed talking about AOC, Thurston. Yeah, we were talking about some of the choices they made. Yeah, I agree that it is a shame it's turning out this way. What GPU do I have? Don't really have an excuse for my GPU to not be able to deal with that. I'm on a 5090, so like, I'm very lucky to be... I was on a 4090, which I would have preferred, but when something went wrong with that, because it was all tied to the oxidization issue from Intel, they could only replace it with a 5090. It's all they had at the time, I think. Personally, I think someone there was like, oh, we've only got 5090s in, I'd like a 4090, and they were like, well, we can just replace this one. Whatever. Now, once upon a time, this would have caused me to completely lose my ornithopter, but not anymore. Thanks to No, wait, no. Brondo's something else. Never mind. I'm glad you guys are enjoying B on the little cam. Well, I sent my PC for updates. They just replaced the whole thing. The 50 and 5090 stands for 50% of the time. It works every time. Exactly. Oh, look. We're alive. Well, instead... Rondo, it's got electrolytes. Got what plants crave. Exactly. This is Greg's base that he made, and it's very much nestled into and made part of the rocks in this area. Oh look, a convenient little skylight for me to land my ornithopter in. I really like that he's made it as part of this rock formation and that like it's tied into the rocks. You can sit by the kitchen door all you want, B. Spice sand. Oh, wait, I put these all down for spice sand a while ago. We should fill this with spice sand for Greg. Bailey has some majestic socks. He grew them himself. He's very proud of them. Okay, well, I'm glad this is still here and didn't break from the patch. That way. There we go. Is it loading areas? Is that the problem that it's struggling with? I'm having a look at my GPU load. No, it seems to be okay. Not changes of speed or anything like that. Seems to be fine. What about doing, is it close flight potentially? It's not changes in vectors. It might have just been a one-off. You found flying past base with multiple vehicles with stutters in it for you? Okay, well, we'll do this. Oh, you're back, are you? Hello, baby boy. If I do this run, that's Winky's base, then we've got Calras's base, Thor's base, and Greg's base in a run. It looks like Thor is a proud superior of Winky, it does a bit. Although Thor's in front of B, which is, I guess, a crime in and of itself. That's Felix's base. Thor's base. Sabu's base, Kalras's base. Oh, there are some stutters here. Yeah, you're right. And then heading down towards Greg's base. It does appear to not be very happy. It might be, it genuinely could be something tied to vehicles, you're right, because there does appear to be performance issues around bases with lots of vehicles in them. Yeah. Gentle energy. Hello, Load Cake. How are you doing, buddy? We are in the ad, so we're not doing anything of any real value other than just flying around like lunatics. I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah, my back is on the mend. We're here chilling with Bailey, as you can see, and we're just, you know, doing a bit of Dune, checking out the update. We'll do a bit of a reading through the patch notes from the last couple of updates in a bit, and just kind of review them as a kind of a collective and see where they've roughly been going with the game and what the future trajectory of the game looks like into December and January, because they've announced a bunch of patches and updates that are quite interesting. There's a couple of tools coming which I think will be a very valuable addition to the game. That stuttered a lot. So kicking it with the cane will be hands-free now. I'm hands-free at the moment. Bias blow out that way. Okay. Fan of DCS. I can't remember what DCS even stands for. Oh, little blob. That's what you're doing. Lilithian, thank you very much for that resub. Massively appreciated. I hope that you're doing well. I don't think I saw it a second ago, so thank you very much. It was about 5 minutes ago. 5 whole months. Indeed, Whoop, thank you very much for the 5 months support. It's really appreciated. I'm glad you're enjoying the Bailey emotes. Okay, let's see how much spice we've got and see what we actually need to get done today, because that's going to be what it comes down to. It's how much spice do we have? Ooh, a mere... Yeah, that's not enough. Although, the fact that there's spice in there is strange. Why is Melange 1 empty? That one's full. We like that. Melange 2 is full. What about Melange 3? Melange 4 isn't full. Oh, how could we? What's DCS short for? That's my question. That's spice residue. That's spice residue. Okay, that's all going to be full. Digital combat simulator. Dum Dum cockpit soiree. Thank you, Blade Punter. I enjoyed that. Oh, that's good. Actually, that's something I wouldn't mind testing. Let's just do this. If I go to my ornithopter, which is very lovingly named, I take 2,500 of that, and I take... No, wait, that's not gonna work. Oh, you won't be able to hold much more. You have a co-worker friend who plays a bunch of DC. It's got 2,009. How much DLC? There's a line where DLC is reasonable, and then a line where it's not. And the fact that you just said that there's over $2,000 of DLC, nearly $3,000 of DLC, immediately makes me not want to play that game. Free to get into, costs a small fortune if you want to fly all the aircraft. Okay. So it's free to get into, but it's also not that free. We're actually really low on plastinium. The price of a cheap car, yeah, that's the price of like your rent for like 2 months. And that's not even, well, it depends where you are, I guess. Cheap rent. Reminds me of the Sims Steam store page. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. It's like looking at any of the EU games. Like EU4, you look at the DLC, it's like, oh, I need to go and get a small down. I need to go and get a small, like, you know, down payment for a house. Bend it. Take my time getting high for fly. This is all the DLC armors that we unlocked and the extra bits. This is our random storage of stuff that we think we might need. Okay, apparently I pressed the Z key. Whoops. So I've got a las gun, a young... Are these the things I was saving for Thor? That would make sense. It would make a lot of sense. I wonder if these are fixed yet. Ooh. Red Art, are you here? Thank you very much for that contribution over on Throne towards the nanolief shapes for the stream setup. It's very kind of you. I want to say thank you very much. You're awesome. Thank you. Shout out where shout outs are due. I never, you know, never want to not say thank you. That's really kind of you. I really appreciate it. That's awesome. You heard some of them nerfing the ancient way. They nerfed all missile launchers, and all missile launchers now shoot homing missiles, but they can't dummy fire, so you can't free fire it, or you can't, you know, work out where they're flying and fire it unguided. And you can only fire it from around the range of 150 meters, last time I checked. With the problem being that you can load in enemy ornithopters from a range of like 2,000 meters now, where you can start to see them. So, like, it just doesn't really have its niche anymore, you know, which I think is a shame. We're all overspiced, so we can gain that back by harvesting spice later. do we have in our Mark 6 vehicle storage? We should have a carrier in here. That's full. Can't take all the carrier parts with me. Okay, so we'll do that in a minute. So, I've got a bunch of stuff loaded into my ornithopter. Let's not litter. I've got a bunch of parts loaded into my ornithopter that I want to store into the bank. Now, for a long time, you couldn't utilize your inventory from your thopter for the bank, so we're going to find out. Nothing massive, Sabu. No, you're all good. We've taken a buggy across the gap to harvest some stuff. We know what we're short of in the game, so that's probably what my focus will be for the day in the game, so that we can harvest more plastinium and just keep things moving going forward when we come back to the game. Thank you, Stormcloak Soldier. If you know any true sons and daughters of Skyrim, tell them to head to Windhelm. Ulfric Stormcloak wants to see them. The Norwegian accent. It's bank around. Well, that's not what I'm going. What am I doing? Automatic brain was thinking about spice. We're actually gonna go to Arakeen. Not going to the deep desert. Let me just do this. Let's do... Still slow. This one. Come on. Just load into stuff. It's not that difficult. There we go. We've landed in Arakeen, which is very well lit and bright, but very inconvenient. How are you doing today, Sabu? What were you doing on mobile internet, by the way? That was my real question when I saw your message. At least the bank is nice and close here. No, we'll just do banking.
Welcome. Would you like to deposit or withdraw?
I just want to store some items. I can indeed go for my vehicle storage, and I can put in things that I need to. Look, just in case we ever get short of melange, okay? This is just good, you know, good practice for the future so we can be safe. You wouldn't want anyone on the server running out of melange, would you? Okay, so what I'm hearing is we need more melange, more plastinium, and a lot more spice plastinium dust. This stuff is all tier 5 and low 6. We need to replace this with actual good stuff. Although, good on me for actually putting a decent supply of stuff in here that I would like to use. It's actually a loadout that I could reasonably see myself using. Because that one's not bugged, that's why I've left that one in there, that makes sense. What have I actually got? No, it's not B in this one. It is actually I. That's what it is. That's why I'm feeling weird about running around. It's because I've gotten used to the movement speed in Enshrouded. That's what it is. That's why it felt weird when I loaded into the game. I was like, why does it feel like I'm moving through butter? It's because I was used to Enshrouded, where you seem to move around a little bit like that chipmunk from Hoodwinked that they gave too much caffeine to. And if you don't know what I'm referring to, then you haven't seen niche kids films with bits for adults in them. How many accounts do I have active with only spices? I just spice. I just really love spice. It's not an addiction. Definitely not a... Look, I'm not addicted to spice. Hoodwinked is one of those films that a lot of people didn't see. I'm gonna be real. Spice rules everything around me. Look, Red Arts, you have to believe me. I haven't got an issue with spice. When you got back into Enshrouded, you had to change the dodge key from control to alt so it matched Dune. Yeah, that's what I've had to do that before. I've done that as well. Part office home. Oh, that makes sense why you were on mobile internet then. I can understand that. I'm fairly sure they may have made the same joke in Over the Hedge, I will be clear, but I know for a fact that in Hoodwinked there is definitely a focus on the caffeine being provided to the over hyperactive chipmunk. I don't know. Now I'm a solid 30% sure. Which is obviously enough. You use mouse button 5 for your Dune dodge? Or... James, are your UFOs full of sherbet by any chance? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. I mean, they do say that when you start selling a product, making sure you've got a captive market is very good. And James Brown, you know what you're selling here. Definitely nobody who's got a problem with flying saucers in this chat. Definitely couldn't be us. Or UFOs, as you might call them in a different country. Come on. That's actually... Oh, that's because I'm landing the wrong way around. Yeah. That sounds like a them issue. Business. So, we need to grab the buggy and the carrier again. Good morning, Cthulhu Lord. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. You think Hammy drank a Red Bull? That makes sense. How are you doing, Cthulhu Lord? Both scenes had a scene with the squirrel drinking caffeine. Animators these days, no original ideas anywhere. Blade Partner, I don't think anyone needs that information. In the next ad break, I can send a quick email. But I'm getting a free monitor, which is nice. Be fast to do the grab. The carrier does feel a little bit ridiculous, but I'm fine with it. Mining more monitors. Well, it ties to another plan that at the start of December I'm likely going to be heading up north to a PC manufacturer here in the UK and having a conversation with them about doing a special pre-built so I can move to a 2 PC setup. Whoa. You looked up how to phonetically do the Dutch G? It's like Y got an idea from Pac-Man and decided to create a combined form. Actually, I think there was stuff off the edge, wasn't there? So we may be doing more computer at the start of next year, which will be cool. How's that pronounced? I think that's the one that, rather than Gouda, which is what people call it, it's actually pronounced Gouda. It's got a h in it. It's a Dutch sound. The Dutch put loads of K's and Y's in their language, so like the fact that they can't say Y's normally makes a lot of sense. Bit like Scandinavian languages. Why are there so many K's in it? Who needs that many K's in any language? They're overcompensating. It's getting howled in here, so take off all your spies. You're not even wrong. Grammatically and factually correct. Do this. Gonna get eaten by the ramp of my own ship. Haha. Like a golf. Actually, I will say that my time in the Netherlands has always been good. The Dutch people, as much as I might meme on them because Sabu is Dutch, the Dutch people, when you go somewhere like Amsterdam or Rotterdam, have always been really welcoming, really friendly, really helpful. I've got a lot of nice things to say about the Dutch when you go and visit there as a tourist. It's like they can sense that you're English and like, we're not even going to bother with our native tongue. At least Dutch doesn't have double negatives. I don't know. I don't know how the Dutch do their words and such, but like the French and Germans, do the Dutch have, like, genders for nouns? So if you have a chair, is it masculine or feminine? Because that's always confused me. Like, in France, for example, how do you know whether bread is masculine or feminine? Table, computer. How does this work? How do you know? If you've not encountered the object before and someone's not told you which one it is, how do you know if it's masculine or feminine? Is there like some kind of objective rule, or are you just making it up as you go along? If you're making it up as you go along, fully respect that. The English have been doing that for about 2,000 years. Go with what's right until corrected. There's quite a few jokes I can make from that one. You're serious? Fine. Bread, the shape. So the more phallic, the more masculine, or the more phallic the bread shape, the more feminine? In Dutch, there's no real implication for words being masculine or feminine. See, this is what confuses me about Germanic-based languages. I feel like it's of all the people who would have a rule about it, you'd think the Germans would. To hear that the German language just makes it up as they go along is the way that it is deeply concerning when you think about the stereotypes you have of the German people. No, English is 5 languages wearing a trench coat and stilts. It's what feels right. What if it feels right different ways to do different people? How do you settle who's correct? If all of a sudden Gen Z were like, you know what, it's stupid that chairs are masculine, we're gonna make them feminine, and you couldn't stop them. Low fuel, that shouldn't be a problem. We just need to get clever about how we use the vehicle. We think we'd stay the same, we're changing. Don't get us started. There's been years of discussion about the gender of Nutella. I can picture this being what's discussed in the European Parliament. Enough talk about taxes and tariffs. We need to get to the important facts, like whether Nutella is masculine or feminine. Like, do you not objectively realize how ridiculous it is? Like, why does it matter? But you'll still correct somebody when they're wrong because it's just built into you. Nutella is feminine. Chairs in German is feminine. One chair is masculine, but multiple chairs is feminine. Do you know how ridiculous that sounds? I just want to be sure that you know how absurd that is from a language perspective. That one chair is masculine, but multiple chairs becomes feminine. Why? Why? Can you give me a reason why? It makes sense. Oh, what? Because 4 legs feminine, but you know, eight or more must be masculine. All plurals are feminine in German. Okay, that's a rule I can work with. Now I just need to refer to everything in the plural form, and I'll be good, because I can just refer to everything in the feminine form. I'll have to learn what the feminine form of words is, but that's only learning half of it. Making fun of language is one of my favorite things to do because it's just ridiculous. Okay, so now I need to make sure that whenever I visit Germany, I never have a singular of anything. Everything has to be a plural so that I can say it and not get it wrong. Auto fly, one of my favorite features that's been introduced. Auto. I'm going to be right back. It is the ads, don't worry. We're not just be right backing for no reason. I'm just kind of concerned that the sandworm Thor is going to consume Winky. By itself, consuming Winky, hilarious sentence. Oh well, Winky had a nice run, right? Oh, thank you for redeeming those hydrates. I will go and grab some more water. I'm just gonna let myself keep flying in a straight line. What's the worst that could happen? Looks at the red engine at the same time. When I said what's the worst that could happen, flying over the entirety of the territory is probably one of the worst things that could happen, yes. Definitely not ideal. Didn't end up in a bad spot, though, so I'll take that. Is it easier to learn to speak German or learn to write German? I imagine, given that you share the same characters and same language, it's probably easier to write German than speak it fluently, because you get all those little nuances of language and all the various little rules that relate to it. And you may find that learning to speak is a bit easier. There we go. Turn the light up so I can actually, you guys can actually see me this way. It's a bit easier. Thank you for sticking with during the ads there, chat. If I had a mining person, this would be very helpful. I just have to try and convince Sabu that it's the middle of September and he wants to come and play Dune rather than doing any work. German makes words that are sentences themselves. I mean, Germans have those words that are sentences are normally incredibly complex statements or singular things, like Schadenfreude is a great example, that you can't really put into a single word in English and it still makes sense, and still objectively you know what it is by the description of it. There are some things that, especially with the longer German words, they do for a reason. So some of those very, very long words that seem silly kind of make a lot of sense. Some of them don't. Waldane's I don't even know how to break what German words apart phonetically. I can do that with French at the very least, but I can't do it with German or Dutch. I just don't know enough of the words and how they're correctly pronounced to try and feel it out. I can do a bit of it with Spanish. The reason that I can't do a lot of it with Spanish is because rather than paying attention in my year 8 and year 9 Spanish classes, I was a year 8 or year 9 teenager. For those of you who don't know what year that is, that's 13 to 15-year-old education-wise. And as, you know, as a teenager, my respect for teachers and general authority wasn't as high as it probably could be. Waldane Sam Kate. Walden Sam Kate. Waldane Sam Kate. Or Kite. By different priorities, yeah. Mostly being a little shit. Wait for it. Remember, between the sinners and the saints, it takes and it takes and it takes. We rise, we fall. Surely not. Surely yes. As you can probably guess, the goblin energy I have was made and tempered in my time as a teenager, when I was in fact a bastard. I was not very good. Organized education has never worked very well for me. What do you mean, has anything changed? I am far more respectful now than I used to be. That you... Yeah. If G is here, she will defend that I have at least improved somewhat since I was 15 years old. There are not many people who hang around in chat who can verify that claim, but there's at least one person who is sometimes here. Actually, very reliably here. I'm better at pretend respect. That if it looks like respect, it's respect. They're busy probably Fortniting, knowing her. How come every time? So I learned something recently. that one of the moderation team doesn't like it when people sing, and so now I'm aware of it, so that when I sing on stream along to the song, I recognize that I'm singing, I remember that somebody doesn't like it, and then I choose to continue anyway. Because if they didn't like it, they wouldn't be here. No, I do tend to peter off when I realize that someone's against good vibes and joy. Nellis, that's exactly what it is. There's no other possible explanation for it. Definitely somebody who's against all forms of joy. And the weird thing is, they're not even German. I'm being really mean today about our European neighbors. Look, the British and the Dutch have a long history of blaming each other for being the worst empire. And then we both agree at that point, when we're having a disagreement about who was the worst empire, we agree to disagree and settle on it being the Spanish. The Dutch were an empire. The Dutch were one of the biggest empires in the world. To be clear, the empire that came out of the Netherlands and covered huge swathes of Africa, the reason that you have New Zealand, given that Zealand is originally in the Netherlands, and then Old Zealand is Australia, obviously. Yeah, the Dutch were up there with the British. This is just the engine on fire. Don't worry about it. That's not an important part of the vehicle or anything. Who needs a functional engine on a vehicle? Honestly, just complaining for no need, really. But we can all agree that at least we're not the Spanish. You don't have anything against Spanish people as a whole, but Spanish tourists have gotten on your nerves one too many times. I think that Spanish tourists have gotten the nerves of the South Americas one too many times too. Genuinely, one of what I think is one of the biggest losses to history, and I talk about this occasionally. I'm a big fan of human mythology and some of our proto-history. So before we had written history, where verbal history came from, all of that, I'm very interested in it and looking at kind of original roots, because, you know, I recognize that Britain has done more than their fair share of wiping out some very, very critical history from the world. It's why when we go to Australia next year, which is still on the cards for Thor and I want to take some time away from doing, you know, stream business stuff, and I really want to go and find out a bit about the Aboriginal culture before the arrival of the British, because I think that actually a huge amount of that culture and that history was just brutally wiped out because it was seen as barbaric or different in some way, and I think that's fundamentally wrong. So I've been clear about, I think I talked about that with you guys before, quite likely. If not, I've talked about it on Thor's stream. But what happened in the South Americas wasn't even it was partly the fault of the Spanish settlers who went out there, you know, those who went out there looking to make their riches, looking to make their name and political power, sure. But the bulk of the damage was done by the introduction of diseases. You know, they had no resistance against smallpox. And that what happened in the South Americas is partially down to the Spanish. But had smallpox not absolutely lain waste their population, it's very likely that any Spanish settlers or conquistadors or the invaders that came later and committed the atrocities would have faced significantly harder resistance from the existing local cultures. But unfortunately, the introduction of smallpox and other diseases that were taken there, you know, several years before, I think it was even potentially up to a 50 or 100 years before, just meant that there was nothing there, because it wiped out. I mean, think about what things like, you know, the plague in 1919 did, or even think about what, you know, COVID did to the world now, even with globalization. Like, Think about the extent of infections sweeping through populations back then. Then it being a whole type of infection that you've never encountered before and that you have no resistances to or anything similar to it. Yeah, that it just completely devastated the local populations in South Americas. The Spanish had guns and armor, sure, but the first, like the original groups of Spanish, I say settlers, they weren't even settlers. Spanish explorers that went out there didn't go in large numbers. How long it would have taken for them to make contact naturally. We do have evidence of at least some transfer of knowledge between settlements and cultures, even as far back as, you know, then, because the languages and the cultures of the people that settled on Peloponnesian islands in across the Pacific are not small, and the shared cultural markers are really, really strong. If you're ever looking up kind of human history, looking up the spread of cultures and civilization across the Pacific is really interesting. Like, you know, the people who settled on Easter Island, how did they learn the skills they needed to survive there? And ultimately, while the population collapsed there because they got stretched for resources, how long were they using Easter Island settlement for, given the amount of artworks and cultural artifacts we found there? Well, exactly, Electro Rocks, and that's what's really interesting about the about it all, because there's evidence inside of the Amazon now that is actually factually accurate. If you look at what new technologies allowed us to do, which has allowed us to do topographical scans of below the canopy, in the Amazon, the sheer volume of civilization which is hidden under the trees and is ruined is incredible. That is the next frontier of human archaeology and discovery of our past, I think, is the rainforest, is the Americas. That and a couple of places out in the Philippines, which are very, very interesting as early cultural sites, need research. Like there's lots of blood marker similarities between cultures that live in the Pacific and cultures that settled in the Americas and Native Americans, as we would refer to them now. But you know, the cost of research and all this and the cost of an expedition is huge. But like, if I could ever do one thing in my life that I would, you know, really like love to do, I'd love to go and, you know, explore some of these like long forgotten mysteries. Look at what's actually under the pyramids and be able to show people objectively. I'd love to be able to go to these, you know, settlements that are in like Indonesian islands and show what's actually there. Like, you know, what's real, what's not. Like what from archaeology is just an assumption that we stick with, and what is actually true. Because I mean, archaeology goes back 10,000 years for us easily, and like a lot of what would have been prime land now, sorry, prime land then is now like up to 100 meters underwater. Like, if you think now about where you are in the world, some of you will be 1,000 meters plus above sea level. Some of you will be 10 meters above sea level. If the sea rose 100 meters, how many people in chat would be underwater now? Because I would be. I'm not comfortably over 100 meters above sea level. Think about how much of the world's arable land is that low. Well, you're in the Netherlands. Anyone in the Netherlands is immediately, you know, blah, 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 blah. I did hear about the new Stargate series, Taffy. I'm very excited for it. You're at sea level. I mean, Doggerland is Doggerland's very interesting. You know, the former land that used to connect the UK and mainland Europe, and very nearly all the way to Norway and Sweden. Apart from what I think is referred to as the Norwegian Abyss, which is basically an ancient riverbed out there. Like, Doggerland was all above sea level. Something like 12 meters, so you'd be a little down. 100 meters of sea level rise would wipe out something like 40% of settlements, I think. I think it's at least. The entire West Coast, North America up to the Rocky Mountains will be gone. Exactly. Almost the entirety of the UK apart. Like, the UK would become an archipelago. It would not be a large contiguous mainland anymore. You'd lose almost all of the Netherlands, if not all of it. You'd lose significant part of the main agricultural land across Europe as parts of Russia, Ukraine, and Eastern Europe all flood. if our sea levels rise by another 100 meters, you know, we've been being told it for years. From a climate change perspective, we're fucked if that happens. But that's what happened 10,000 years ago. The Africa's archaeology is very interesting because, I'll be honest with you, a lot of the cultural artifacts in Africa have been destroyed. A lot of cultural sites get wiped out by the next force that comes in. A lot of conflict in Africa is very tribal and cultural and religious based, and part of that has historically been to wipe out the markers of the civilizations that came before. So actually, unfortunately, you know, again, Britain, the Dutch, etc., haven't helped with that. But there's a huge amount of damage that we have caused to Africa as well. When we drew, and I talk about this as a meme sometimes, but like when you look at the map of Africa, you see these lovely straight lines separating these territories, and that's all very well and good. But you have to remember that Africa is largely, or was largely at the time of those maps were designed, a cultural mismatch of tribes under the assumed leadership of empire control, which had significant technological advantage. And when a bunch of British and Dutch and French people all got together and were like, oh, but well, you see, we could separate the map like this according to all these cultural and social ties, but all of these lines constantly move and constantly switch back and forth. If we so we could spend all day on this, or the pub opens in 10 minutes. Jeffrey, if you grab a ruler, we could just draw a line across and call it a day and hit the pub. You know exactly what happens. You know what British people are like. You know what most people would be like. Oh, seen Bailey padding across the lawn. And the people who were existing in those areas had no say in it whatsoever. And if you go there now, half of the borders just aren't respected, or they have official borders that differ slightly or move slightly. Show us Bailey. He's outside at the moment, but I will show you Bailey when he comes in, because he will come inside asking for food. It is inevitable. At some point, he will come in and ask for food. You just have to wait. The chance of Bailey arriving is never zero. You just need to wait. Given in enough time, Bailey will arrive. It's like the monkeys and the typewriters in the original works of Shakespeare. I mean, honestly, like I say, I think that the worst villains in the world are the people who have not necessarily the ones who have perpetuated the damage and, you know, the murders, atrocities, but the people who have done those and also tried to suppress or wipe the memory of those cultures they've suppressed. It's just wrong. Those people deserve their history and deserve to be remembered, even if their culture isn't around anymore. And if that's for a reason like Easter Island, you know, they basically lost track of their resources at one point and the population collapsed of their own accord. Or, you know, when an external force comes in and takes them over, like, you still remember what was there. We should still have recorded the history. When we went there, we should have treated it more, less like, oh, we've got to come in and take it all over and remove the culture of what was there. It should have been, oh, okay, this is the existing culture, this is our culture. We should at least record it. And unfortunately, I think that the colonial spirit, as it were, that made Britain into an empire was disgusting for that. We were just as bad as any other culture in the world. I can't whitewash my own country's history. It's never going to happen. The people at the time did what they thought was right for their country, which, you know, may have been, but what's right for one country and what's, you know, good for the whole of humanity and the good of humanity as a whole is not the same thing. Hello, Calypso Moons. How are you doing? Oh, well, exactly, Hammer. That's the problem. That was the issue.
Did you need a miner?
And then if you think about what else was going on in that time of history, you know, we were hunting our seas to the edge of oblivion. We very nearly wiped out whale populations in a way that nature never could. Oh, look. It's Spook.
Do you need a miner?
Can I give you permissions? I'm a co-owner, so possibly not.
Do you need a pilot then?
But I can give you permissions on the carrier. There we go. And then you can fly me around. Uppies! Getting over a cold, haven't been too active in the third community. Do I still have him for Pyro? Are you freelance nowadays? I still do the moderating for Thor. Oh, hang on, let me fix this.
I can't lift you. I'm not.
I need to actually add Spook onto this so Spook can pick me up. There we go. Should be good. Yeah, I still do the admin, still do the moderating for Thor. Been working on a lot of stuff for the. There's some up. Oh, he's okay. Okay, Spook. If you land, I have an answer here.
Can't lift you.
If you land the carrier and then get into this vehicle inside the turret. Okay, if I get out, you should still be able to use the turret, and I can use the carrier.
Yes, I can.
And then I will join my Discord so I can hear you, and then we'll go from there. You are already there. How organized and effective. We love that. We love that organization. Very good. A lot. We are gathering titanium ore at the moment. Yeah, the game has actually been pretty good. I've been keeping an eye on the updates they've been doing. The devs have been working a lot on the stability and long-term focus of the game. In a few, probably about 20 minutes or so, then after the next ad break, we're going to be going through the most recent patch notes and then looking at what their rough plans for the future is. Because they've got a lot of upcoming stuff. As we get into December and January, I would start to expect to see the next large, like, sweeping set of patches and expansions to the game. And I think that the game is going to be getting close to the situations where they were kind of where we probably wanted it at launch, which is good. Obviously, 6 months later than we might have wanted it to be, maybe a little bit more, but the game is getting there, which is what I've, Funcom have always said they're going to do. That it was a testing platform for them to get to where they wanted the game to be, because they recognized the game wasn't perfect at launch. So. Funny you should mention that it's a shame for Dune that there's no snow, because coming the next patch, when we're going to get to the frozen ice caps, an area of Dune and Arrakis that's never been seen, we'll have more to go on. So there will actually be snow. There will likely, well, then again, snow only really forms, as far as I understand it, here on Earth, around the 0-degree mark because of how the moisture in the atmosphere works. As far as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, meteorologists in chat, once air gets below 0 degrees Celsius, it can't sustain very much water in it at all. So the humidity is actually too low for snow to form. And you basically just get ice and wind because there's no rain, there's no snow. You can get hail from high atmosphere. As far as I understand it, you don't actually get a lot of snow at that low temperature. You're full already? Okay, let me grab some stuff from the inventory. I didn't realize I've been flying around for that long. It's deceptively easy flying around to get resources, I have to say. With the stuff in the A-band being as full as it is. There we go. There is a little bit more space. Okay, which base? I've not got access to a base here. Oh wait, I do. Ooh. Oh, they're nice. Okay, we can just fly out there. You should be able to harvest that. Nice, yeah. And then I'll find another one more on the way. Nice. Okay. Ideal. I like that. Is this the weekly base that people have been doing every week? Oh, very nice. I'm glad that people have continued doing that. Sabu's been busy with work as well, so that makes sense. Sorry, chat. For those of you who can't hear Spook, that is the Spook saying that we've got access to the base out here, which has full ore reprocessing and other things, and they've been keeping that going ever since, you know, we last played. So it's been, you know, the community kind of resource base that everyone's been working together on, which is really nice to hear. Really glad it's been going. So you're glad to see Winky slaz this chair? I mean, that's Winky's chair. Winky's there when Bailey arrives. Winky is there guarding Bailey. See? Speaking of Winky, Winky has, here's the D&D news for you, chat. Those of you who are excited, we'll do the D&D news in 2 minutes' time. I'll make sure that's not going to be during an advert. That is going to be during an advert, so we're going to wait for the D&D news until after the advert. -5 to 5 Fahrenheit range. Interesting. Is that snow forming at a higher altitude? Or is it... Because as far as I understand it, I don't know if it's a thing, but as far as I know, snow doesn't form at that cold a temperature. That hide its Fleshkeeper Thrak. 4,000 plus feet is ground level. No, that's not ground level. That's like 1,000 meters above ground level. Horrifying. That's glorious. He's just here to shape your flesh. What's wrong with that? Alpha, that weird F symbol is for feet. Americans measure heat in feet, remember? Heat, feet. That's what they use F for. Sorry, say that again, Spook. I definitely am not working on an email at the same time as doing this. That I would never do that. Why would I multi-track drift about the ferret rescue while I'm also streaming? Okay, that's fine. I'm just gonna unload and then we're probably gonna go straight back out, to be honest. I also need to repair the wings. I like the name of the boxes. Get out of my deep desert. A wild womp rat appears. Chat, throw Pokeballs at it. Message retracted to you too, Thurston. And then I press this button, and it just works. Okay, Spook, what was the issue? You said you can't leave the base. Okay. Okay, nice. Oh, it's a Harco buggy. Very nice. Hmm. There we go. A little bit of high altitude flying, but it worked out. I don't have a huge amount of fuel to burn through, so I don't really want to do too much with that. Yeah, just not to necessarily RTB that much. I do like seeing that there are still other bases here rather than just like the core community group though. It's nice that people are still playing. I know that not everyone is playing every week and stuff, but it's good to see stuff. I mean, when I fly around doing this, I'm basically just flying around looking for those nodes when I see them. Like, I just do it by vision. I don't remember the locations anymore. There's a couple of locations I will remember, but it's not something I remember consistently anymore. But there were no titanium nodes at all, but when this map spawned. Oh, these nodes are only... Okay, so they've only just given titanium back to the... Oh, that's weird. Okay, fine. At that point, I mean, if there were no titanium nodes, I would have just gone out to the clusters. Like Freya was saying, with 2 people, it is actually pretty quick just to fly out there, especially if you assemble the buggy out there the first time, you can fly out there with the carrier on in vulture mode, which is so much faster with the thruster. Yeah, taking the crawler from Haga Base and Steep Desert makes a big difference as well. If we do have spice fields, I would like to do that to show how that works. To see if we can get it across. But I've heard that ringmouths aren't spawning, which is a problem. Have we checked today to make sure none of them are active and that the bug is still persistent? Titanium is in F6 right now. Only if it's in F1, the rest spawn. So do we know if any are active right now? Because what we've heard from our Dune Discord is that apparently it's not. There are none active right now. Hey, Bailey. I've already turned that camera into a very small window of available view. You know what? You can grab the Stravidium as well. Maybe a little bit close there, but, you know, still effective. Oh, that's fine. I'll transport all of this back across in a couple of runs, don't worry. I'll take it to our other base and run it out there. I've got so many bodies stored up there that, like, I don't mind processing that water. Nope, there is no full damage to vehicles. Which is nice. More 41. Hi, Bailey. Are you wanting attention and fuss? Yeah, of course you are. You always want attention and fuss. Well, while you do that and you sit with Winky, then we can have a think about our D&D news. So those of you who were here yesterday will have seen that I had a conversation with my friend Curly, who was in chat at the time, who said that we were talking about D&D. So I will be doing D&D one-shots with Winky and a few other streamers on Saturdays in December. And the game days will be varied. Depends on which ones I get. I don't want to be on all of them and take up a slot where, you know, someone else could have fun. You know, for example, if Thor, you know, is only available at a certain time, I don't want to take the slot away from him. But I will be doing D&D with Winky and some other streamers, and I will look to stream this. So we're doing what Winky has described as hybrid theater of the mind. So it will be positioning and like where the characters are in physical space will all be done in theater of the mind via description, but Winky will have some visual props for us as well, like to show kind of the layout roughly and to give kind of a shared theater of the mind. So the first one that I can guarantee is happening will be on the 6th of December, not on the 12th of June. Americans, you do your dates wrong. So that's not actually that far away. That's basically 2 weeks on Saturday. And it will be at the tail end of when you would normally expect my stream to be. It will be 6 p.m. my time, so 10 a.m. Pacific is when that session starts. I'll likely go live a little bit early, do my starting nows, that kind of thing. You seem to be having an issue there, Spooksons, where your laser doesn't work at first. Nice. The time start for me would be 6 p.m. my time, and the one-shots will run for around 4 hours, Winky has said. So it will be quite late, I think. But I will record it as a VOD. I can potentially upload it to YouTube as a standalone thing for the one-shot, and it could just be a bit of fun. So I'm really excited to do that. It'll be interesting. Does anyone get static in their vision? Have you consulted with a medical professional? So 5 a.m. AEST. Why do you live in such an unreasonable time zone? I'll put a ping out in Discord in advance when everything is pinned down with the players. I'll have something with their social links in there so that you can watch along and support the others. And I'll put the time slots that I'm guaranteed into that. Why do I hate Australia? Oh, mostly because, you know, I don't hate all of Australia, I'll be clear. It's just bloody Drongo's fault. So if anyone asks you why, it's because of bloody Drongo. And Barjo, because Barjo has worms. When will you invite Matt Mercer so we can have glorious hair ×2 with Thor and Matt? When I also have long, glorious hair, Arthur, and we can make it into a 3 or 4 people with long, glorious hair. Because if Mahoodles is there, for example, that's 4 people with long, glorious hair. They are 2 AU treasures. They are definitely AU. As in they are gold. I love them both dearly. I absolutely love, I love both Barjo and Durango. And CBC. It's like the laser just doesn't work at first, and I don't know why. And it works as soon as you move. Just strange. Drongo is such a fabulous word. I find it deeply funny that as soon as Drongo raided yesterday, the first thing I did was use a really, really bad Australian accent and just lay into him. Which I think, to be honest, is the most Australian thing I could have done. DBC, you mean Cardboard Cowboy? Right, Alpha. I know behind me there's 2, but there's also 1 here. And then I can pick you up and then fly you directly towards those next 2. Can't believe you haven't mined this one already, jeez. It's like you're putting the laser on too quickly or something, or it doesn't work because you haven't moved. I don't even know what it is. That accent hurt your soul, Bardiel. Good. That's how I get more powerful. It's like that time after a sandstorm in June, I was like... I just kind of came out of nowhere and I was like, Christ, it's a bloody sandstorm. I don't even know where it came from. It just happened. The voices just aligned properly in my head and it worked. A bit like Valley Girl Chronos. No one wants Valley Girl Chronos. We lose followers when Valley Girl Chronos comes out. Hearing a Soul speedrunner on Twitch describe the New Zealand accent as Australian but nice had you cackling. Hilarious. I reckon the New Zealand accent is basically you take Australian and remove the East London pub speak from it. Don't even get me started on South African. One of my favorite accents because you never know which word they're going to pronounce the consonants in more than the others. If I was to get annoyed at German for having masculine and feminine and like not knowing which one's which, I probably, if I was learning South African, I'd get confused because I wouldn't know which consonant needs to be in charge in that word. Wait, how? Oh, when you say full, are you full as well? Is your personal inventory full? Okay, mine isn't, and therefore we've not harvested enough. Now it's full. Are you still full? Nice. Dude, forget exactly. You'll teach me double negatives in English. I'm fine with double negative. Double negatives that make sense. That's fine. They can cancel each other out, all kinds of stuff. But it's the fact that chair is masculine and chairs is feminine. Like, or the way around. I've already had a rant about that one. I don't need to do another one. I've decompressed about that chat. That stress and pressure has left me. That's fine. I don't feel the need to viscerally burst out with my complaints anymore for that one. Nellis, you better not be. Nellis, are you still on a bread roll and not on a toast? Bro, what was that, Spook? Nellis better not be eating Greg's. We know what happened last time. A mod cannot dream. No dreams allowed. If you're gonna dream, don't dream of Greg's. You should dream a dream of time gone by. The mods dream of electrical bread. Electrical Greg's. That's what Nellis dreams of. Perfect. It's the lost one, Pratt. Do you reckon he's lost? That's an output chest. Where does one get fuel in your base? Ah, fuel repair wire, and there we go. Found it. Actually, I'm just gonna take 5 of them out and fill it up. Womprat, why can I not hear you? Yes, that's my point. Why is it not working? That might be better. Might be because my music's quite high and I just can't hear you over that. There we go. What was it? Wait, no. What was it that you, sorry, Womprat, I couldn't hear you. What was it that you were saying? Oh, you're in the waiting room. Would be easier, wouldn't it? Now I can hear you without hearing you in game. You say massive storage area. It's an adequate size. That sounds like a skull tissue. Womprat, what are you joining us to do? Are you scouting for us, or are you... Okay, go check. That'll be a good thing to check. Wait, where did you take the vehicle? What? Oh, it's down there. Okay, I was just gonna grab you off the roof. We've got to fill all of that with spice at some point, just so you know, chat. Be nice if they give us, you know, some ring mouths. I'm not bitter at all, as you can tell. We still haven't been given a way to transport water as far as I know. Like, yeah, see, Lita John's, the largest one is what, 20? 20 is the standard you can you can do? 7,000. 7,000 liters. Yeah, 7 million milliliters is what you can transfer at any one time in a large assault, I guess. Oh, sorry, in a, like a expanded buggy or a sandcrawler. I think we've already done that bit of the route. You say Death Island. Why would we land somewhere called Death Island? Nellis, I sent you something highly sensitive and disturbing this morning. Did you see it? And is it a viable project? Using our real faces. Or yeah, using our real faces. You saw, you've already replaced the image with HD ones. There you go, perfect. I love it. I love that idea. That's great. I realized this morning that I was low on stream starting now images, so this is going to be great. Any OC designs I have set my heart on for the D&D character. So I sent Winky a couple of ideas. Let me read them. Where is Winky in my DMs? That sounds really bad out of context. Goblin Necromancer who only resurrects bees. Half-Orc Barbarian who is also a savant at crochet. A Merfolk Ranger with a scale condition that flares up when they get wet. Light eczema, but magical, so I'm going to call it Hexma. That's 3 of the characters I came up with when Winky asked me, so I think I'm good for a while. Where did you go? I should just do this, really, shouldn't I? Yeah, a Goblin Necromancer, but the only thing that I will necromantically raise is bees. Go, my children, be free. Be free. I just think it would be fun. These are, as far as I understand it, they are just one shots, so I'm just gonna try out a bunch of characters which are like not optimized, not necessarily like the most balanced, but are just funny to play that I just wanted to try. Don't worry about it. That's fine. It's just a gremlin. I'm going to drop you here, and then there's also a Stravidium node behind you, and while you do that, I'm going to do something. There appears to be some kind of vermin on board my ship. They didn't have a ticket, exactly. Who did I just murder? I'm fairly sure it was Silvus. slash Arthur. But, to be honest, I think that was totally worth it. Rude, there you go. I mean, the carrier maneuvers like somebody's dropped a honeycomb. It maneuvers like a tub of Ben & Jerry's ice cream. That's basically how the carrier maneuvers when you're actually trying to do fun things with it sometimes. But it feels powerful. And that's the main thing. No ticket. Exactly. Thank you for flying with Kronos Airways. Good morning, Uncommoner. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Whoa, the ads are... Okay, while we all worry about Winky, I'm just gonna eat some of my breakfast. You can't just ask me why all my ad screens are trying to eat Winky. That's not a sentence I can hear without turning it into a meme. I've also learned that almost all of Winky's friends have names that are either penis themed or could be penis adjacent. I think that he meets them at a support site of like some kind, like AA, but for people with penis adjacent names. Like he introduces one of his IRL friends who's helping him with the D&D stuff, and his name is Flop, and I'm just like, okay, but like Winky and Flop, like come on. And apparently, no one's ever pointed out to Flop, P-H-L-O-P, that his name is penis adjacent. I'm like, to be honest with you, it's the first thing I thought of when I saw your name. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with the people you hang around with to not have noticed that and made fun of it? I swear, if it comes down to a mass fight, I will win. Thought so. That's Dravidium. We don't need a huge amount of that. We need less than half of that. He's in for P... I mean, it seems to be, if you're in for PP, you're in for a pound, apparently. That's how it seems to work with Winkles. Sorry, Lord Winkles of Winklebury. I did see a flash of titanium up here. I'm not going mad, chat. I am... Going is the operative word in that sentence, I guess. At least the nice thing about party markers is that they now seem to be working again, which is nice. Yes, Uncommoner, that was fixed in a hotfix. Yeah, that was obviously an issue that they've resolved quite quickly. So they fixed that one. That's more than fixed, yes. I think that was fixed in either yesterday's downtime or today's, one of the two. such a weird bug, that one. I'll send this one across to Funcom as well. Hello, Goblin Scout. How are you doing? As a solo player who was basically a buggy out in the deep desert farms, alone transports out for the assault. The change to be able to carry my buggy to and fro is such a quality. Like, exactly, this is what we were wanting since release. The fact that you can do this now, like, if the idea that I could load up my sand crawler, I could completely fill it with everything that I need to make a base, fly out to E5, build the base, deploy the sand crawler, and then start harvesting is a really nice thing. And I don't even need to take another vehicle out with me. Like, the assault is no longer needed for that, which is great. And it does actually remove quite a lot of the use case that people had for the assault, because long term, well, why would you not just make a series of bases where you keep your vehicles and then fly to and from those using a carrier? Because I'll be real, when you're using the carrier and you're in vulture mode, you can go very quickly. I'll show you quickly while Spook harvests this node. Look, if I go up to height and then enter along the ground, I'm moving at 174, 173 under boost. Even without boost and still at glide, 140 isn't that slow compared to flying bits of the carrier out. Because you can just, if I had a buggy out there in the deep desert, I would just fly out to my buggy depot and then I will fly back. Because I don't ever need to actually enter the hover mode. I can just go high up like this and then I can just glide downwards. And yeah, this thing doesn't have what I would call great gliding. Sure, I mean, look, you can look at how quickly I'm losing altitude, but it doesn't make that much of a difference because the reconstruction tool is not designed to work in the deep desert, I don't believe. As far as I understand it, if you make something in the Haga Basin, it's for the Haga Basin. Otherwise, you'd end up with the problem of, well, if you guys know how the deep desert works, you can build things for 50% of the production cost in the deep desert as you can in the Haga Basin. So if you're making an ore refinery, it's half the cost of all the materials. To be able to make something in the deep desert and transport it back to Haga Basin would fundamentally break the game, because you would make it in deep desert, and then you would oh, that's a different vehicle. Wait, what? I was gonna very confused. These wings look really red. These wings are fine. Those are orange. Tangerine wings. So yeah, the base reconstruction tool is Haga only. Yeah. Okay, well, are you offloading the cargo and ready to go again? Is the plan? Put some of them into my. I'll put some of them into my vehicle. Hang on, let me do a cross land. This is the dirtiest landing type that I do, but hey, we are where we are. Just go straight into Buggy Mark 6 and just load this with a bunch of the output. You guys are making aluminum. Actually, is that aluminum or is that on aluminium? I've forgotten. That's aluminum. Yeah. Aluminium is elsewhere in the game. I might just fly this first load back and drop this buggy off because I don't actually need to have it out here because you guys have got your bigger buggies. So let me just do that quickly. I have an idea. Being on top of this isn't going to go your way, Arthur, but fine. Okay, yeah. Picking the kid up from daycare sounds like it's a good priority to have. We're just going to take some of that titanium back and start it producing checks. As you know, making titanium takes a long time unless we happen to have... Wait. Do we have... Oh, yeah, there you go. The tradies have a vehicle vendor this week. Ooh, anyone from a tradies, if you could buy me a Regis spice container and stuff, I'll buy all the parts off of you for it. I could do with the Regis spice container and the 2 treads for the sand crawler. I would like to buy as many copies as possible, but they are quite expensive, so... Let me know what you guys want for them, because I might have to pay you in melange. Which I'm sure you'll all be very upset about if I do that, because I know how much all of you hate melange. But, you can do that. That's a good deal. I like that deal, Arthur. Thank you. Collaborating with the other side, that's the most Dune thing that any of us could do. Oh, that didn't sound great. That's what happens if you run around on top of a moving vehicle. That's why they... That noise is why they say keep your arms and legs inside the ride at all time. Just so you know, that's why they do that, because otherwise it makes horrible noises. No other bad reasons, just noises. This is why I'm not allowed to run theme parks. Us poor people don't have chests in the storage base full of only melange. That's incorrect. The only type of poorness is the people that don't respect spice melange. As long as you yearn for a storage base full of melange, you're pure of spirit, Yuxicol. And therefore you're not poor, you know, you're not poor because you're rich in spirit and heart. You're rich in your soul. But also, you should definitely get yourself a chest full of spice melange. It's real nice. And when you've got 1, getting 2 is really nice. Oh, you lost all your melange when the base found it. That's, I think, how we lost our deep desert base, Arthur. It was a bug that was present in the game at that point, which has been fixed since. But it would make sense. If you want the spice to flow hard enough, it will. The fact that you want the spice to flow is by itself shows that you're worthy of respect. Even if you are, you know, spice poor in the moment, you're still there. You're still, you know, still good. The buggy, you make a very good point, Dr. Near. Thank you for reminding me, because to be honest with you, completely forgot about that. Didn't remember the buggy at all. Well, yes, I will take the buggy, but like, oh, is my LOD really low for some reason? Oh yeah, there we go. It's just... Thank you for reminding me. It was indeed there. That shows you that I'm not used to transporting vehicles between areas. Like, that's just because it's a new feature. You say, if you've got anyone join the server to restart from scratch, you've got a base that could use a few more people around, it seems wasteful to have just 2 people. Your blood is net deep in No Man's Sky. See, I have never gotten back into No Man's Sky. Oh, Calras, hello, with a raid of 11 viewers. How are you doing, bud? Is the carrier's auto-dropping still happening? No, that's my brain not remembering that because we can transport these vehicles between areas, I need to go and pick it up. That one was just, that was user error. That was a skill issue. That's 100%. Oh, you were playing Enshrouded. Have you played it before, Karas, or is this your first time playing it? Calras, what is your community called? If someone's from your community, like they're from here, they're cronies, but if they're from your community, what are they called? He's on max difficulty. Oh, the wedges. Why wedges? Cheesecake. Okay, I was going to offer you the term Cal Rascals. This is a lot of storage. Now this is fine. This is just a small amount of storage, Dr. Near. It's the perfectly right amount of storage, and nothing that you can say will convince us otherwise. Why would we have too much storage? That doesn't sound like something we would have. Oops, that's all full of jasmine. I won't pollute the jasmine. Oh, that's also full of carbon. I probably shouldn't pollute the carbon box, but this won't be here for long, so. This is Project Repository. This was our repository base where we started stockpiling everything in the game. Calras isn't a rascal. Calras is definitely a rascal. Why not Calluses? Also funny. Hello, Bajara. So the let's activate the personal light, which makes so much difference. This is the hotel. We've got some guests waiting in the lobby. And when we get a quick deposit button for these, so I will be very grateful, to be honest. Is the guy sitting in the chair some sort of merchandise thing, or is it a meme? That is Winky. Winky will be the D&D, will be our DM for my upcoming D&D campaign one-shots on Saturdays. Winky is a good friend of ours on the stream, and it is 100% a meme. The reason that Winky is there is because when Bailey arrives, Winky is there to watch. Winky loves to watch. You may recall Winky from famous memes with Thor, like the cuck chair in every single room in Dune. We should get Winky a chair deal. You know what? You're right. I wonder if there's a company out there that's willing to do Winky a chair deal. Based purely on the meme that Winky likes to watch. This Saturday, no. It'll be starting on the... Not the 12th of June. The 6th of December. So Americans do dates weirdly, and I remember it photographically. So I have to be like 6/12. Ah, that's very clearly, you know, the 6th of December, or sorry, the 12th of June when it's 12/6. Wait, no, that's how I see. I'm getting confused. You streamer brain. You would buy the Winky chair. I know you would, and I could, and it would be really good for your posture as well. That would have to be part of the deal, I think. You know, Winky's not going to want to endure a chair that he's watching in when it's not a comfortable chair. That wouldn't be right. That would just be wrong. So these are the bodies. These are going to extract 45 liters of water per body, and we've got 10 of them, so a lot. Yeah, Americans do their dates wrong. I get confused. I need Discord timestamps. That's what I probably have to create for this. But that lobby is full. The queue outside the lobby is also full, but this one here is getting close to empty. We've taken about 30 bodies out of this one, I think. So, when we need to collect bodies, there's something that we have to do. Spook is getting their kid from daycare, so while Spook is doing that, I will take the assault thopter out and we will go and gather some friends. We're going to go and win the hearts and minds by inviting our neighbors for dinner, chat. Just, they're going to come stay for a drink. How many refiners there? What, for bodies? 10. Day, month, year is just the way my brain sorts it. No ore or spice. We have one large one large spice refinery and 2 of the large ore refineries. Yeah. We don't do a huge amount of we don't do it in the moment needing it. But that's what we do. We have 3 million water. Yeah, that's the water storage that we need. That's the kind of the level we operate on. Normally when we do like a spice sand run, we'll come back with like 250,000 spice sand. Like when I lock in and I collect spice, I collect spice. Oh, wait, there is also... We'll go over here as well. This is a measure used by the United States but developed by a psychopath. Yes and no. They are psychopathic in their nature to an outsider. Looks like it doesn't make sense. But actually, the things that are kept in feet and inches in certain cultures that don't follow the norm have a reason for it. So the UK system is horrible, but it makes perfect sense when you know why it is the way it is. So in the UK, we do pretty much everything via metric, except for when we're driving, we measure the distance in miles, we measure the speed of the car in miles, we do our height in feet and inches, we do our weight in stones and pounds. Can anybody in chat guess why we might do these specific things that way?
There's someone here.
Pints we do in the old measurements rather than milliliters. Because we're superior is not the correct answer. There's an actual, very sensible reason that we do that. The things that you are taught in school, where we have been using the metric system officially, you learn in metric. The things that you are taught by parents that are passed down by the unofficial. So, for example, our parents would have been taught their height by their parents, and so on and so forth. Those taught skills you learn younger, generally because you're in the home. You learn them more. You actually tend to use the old measurements because you're taught them by parents and you know those instinctively over the metric ones. That's not a good reason, but it makes sense. I didn't necessarily say it was a good reason that, you know, objectively, but it makes sense as a reason. Whereas in the US, it seems to be arbitrary, which doesn't make a lot of sense. It's why you'll do things like your body temperature, you can still do in Fahrenheit. It's probably the only time most people actually use Fahrenheit is for body temperatures and other things when they're younger, because you'll know that a fever is around 97.5 or above, depending on your body's natural heat level. Then parents back to school, to be honest, agree. Imagine if you had to like do a course in order to be a child. Like the baby wouldn't come out until you've done the basic minimum training. If humans were designed properly, that's how it would work. Like when you can balance a budget, you know, like for the household. You know how basic accounting works. That's when you can, you know, that's when you're allowed to start having sex, for example. You know, and that's when that body system gets unlocked. A treasure train is active. What? Oh. Oh, wow. Sorry, and thank you very much for the reset, buddy. I didn't see any of these. My feed was scrolled down. So sorry, and thank you very much for the reset at tier 1, being here for 4 months. Steffi Doll, 5 months at tier 1. Amazing. Treasure train kicked off by that. The Lithian gave out 1 community gift sub. Thank you to Lithian for giving a gift sub out to... It's not telling me who on that view. Let's see. Bad Monkey CW. And then Sindri comes in with the firebomb to Linkdead, Friar Bundy, Pinky, Sectopus, and Darkside. Thank you very much, Sindri and Lithium, for those gift subs. Kicking off the train, taking it up to level 1. Balthazar coming in with the 3 gift subs to Kurtza, Fujikawa, and Fakult's Politic. And then Yuxicol coming in out of the blue, 10 gift bomb, absolute legend. To Saren, to Jim Tonic, Hojimaru, Saunder, I'm just a Dave. Pen Tic Tac, Crispy Like the Chips, nice, that's a great name. I love that. That took me a second to work out, Crispy. Great job. Load Cake, Booze Bags, Mela. Thank you very much for those gift subs. Uxicol, you're a legend. We're now 25% of the way to completing the goal. At 50% of the goal, I will show you guys the emote that we're unlocking. The whole thing. I won't cover any of it up because it's so cursed. I want to share it with you early. And basically, I'm really thankful. We're in a treasure train right now, so any gift subs, I think of 2 or over are potentially. It's either 2 or over or 5 or over are 35% off. I think it's 2 or over during September, 5 the rest of the time. Metric is better because it is more an intuitive system. You can remember the rules and the associations, but because we all use different systems, it doesn't work quite the same way. Like, you have to kind of remember that 5 miles is pretty much 8 kilometers. You have to remember that 3 feet is pretty much a meter. You know, you have to try and remember the rough conversions for... Oh my god. Corey, take 200 community... I forgot. I didn't even know 200 was an option. Corey, I mean, I will go through and read all of those names. That's gonna be a thing. I'm gonna have to open up Chatterino to keep the list. But I will read out every single goddamn one of these names. You smashed the goal. Like, there was a goal and you've just eviscerated it. Let's gather these friends up, and then I will try and finish having a strong. I don't think I've ever seen a... I don't think I've ever even seen a 200. I didn't even know that you could do 200s. I'm going to be really honest with you. I thought that 100 was the limit and they were testing 200s. Oh, do you know, maybe I had a conversation with Balthazar about it. Look at the number of people in... I'm actually really pleased to see how many of you got gift subs who were here in chat and were lurking and such. Because that's actually... It shows you that the system that assigns them is working the way it should do. Because you should, if you're here, be a higher percentage chance of getting a gift sub. I think that makes perfect sense. Okay, once I've got this stuff loaded up, I can then take off and I can process my brain. 200 gift subs. I mean, taking us to what, a gift sub? Well, okay, we're at level 15, which is actually like 3/4 of our highest ever train. That's absolutely huge. Corey Tay, thank you so much for that. That's incredible. Yeah, I think I need to restart my brain. Lurking is your middle name? That's really awesome, Jedi Lurking Aurora. That's a really beautiful name they gave you. I bet your parents are really pleased with that. I think I would be. Two new emotes. I don't have 2 new emotes to give you. The other emotes aren't finished yet. I don't know what... Okay, let me do that. Oh, really? You guys are shooting at me too? Well, I guess you're wanting to donate yourselves to the cause. Did I just kill the 2 of them with a single sword strike? Because if so, I love that. That's how a rapier should work. Long sword, exactly. I'm just gonna snooze those ads for 5 minutes while I have a strong, have a call a bondulance. Bames Non's having a strong call a bondulance, chat. Corey Tay, I mean, huge. Thank you so much for that. I have 200 names to read out now, chat. So please bear with me. Do this. Corey Tay, thank you very much for those 200 gift subs. To RS Cutty, to Peckmar, to No Luck Bunny, to Murphy, to Kulu, to Clue, to Thigret, to Radkir, to DJ Panda Milk, to Hasey the Hat Take, that's okay. To Val, to Ray Force, to MT Husker, to Cristobal, to Bayside Games, to Maruko, to Relife, to Captain Retro, to Yuxix, to Bertolotti, BFGless, Resided Redhawk, Tabby the Panda, Donovan, Murderous Infection, Mecha Evil, Kensro, Hell River, Saviel, Danger Jasun. You say click. I can't even. You click. We'll go with Cavalier, Linksifinge. I'm sure I'm spelling that wrong, but Linksifin. I'm missing something in that one, I think. Oh no, I've just scrolled. What have I done? Killianent, Valera, Mr. Avistus, Major Ball Me. That's a great name. Well done. Davian to XXVA to Electronic Panopticon, Grievance, Scream Nice, Skywatcher Jim, Goblin Scout, Maul 41, Balthazar. Thank you for coming in with those 28 gift subs. I will get to all of those in a minute. Absolutely huge of you, dude. Thank you very much for taking us up to level 16 on the train. Absolutely colossal. Thank you so much. Thank you to Maul 41, Restless 24/7, Fun with Guns, Freddy 8 Toes, Nialin, Nordic Road, Dr. Near, SSJ Dog. Oh, time to scroll again. No. Captain Hawk, V-Band Coding, Black Ops C, to the only Dinosope, Geronimo, Lotus for Iris, Super Jesus Kush, Fectious, Thonus UK, Giorgio Galore, Henry KPP, Penguin with a Gun, Aquadictus, Hilly, Dragon 3001, Johnny Rebel, Alex Caged, Proto Dork, Algaric. Oh, okay. How far through? Oh my god. Wait, what did I do? I'm gonna hydrate mid with it. Penguin with a Gun's pretty good. Jedi Aurora, thank you very much as well for your gift sub. They're absolutely huge of you. Thank you very much for everyone keeping the train going and for contributing. You guys are huge. You know so many of those names? Me too. I'm really pleased to see it. To Sunrise Laro, to Mr. Baffo, Plu Hataru, Weagle, Dark Blade Zion, Toroid, Runewood, Aimless Kingdom. Chrono is me. No, Chronos is me. I'm watching you, Chrono is me, for trying. That's identity theft. Identity theft is a serious business. Hey, Pega with a Gun. What a great name. Thank you for being here, bud. Want to do a shout out as well. Thank you very much, Corey Tay, for those gift subs, and also the gift subs that you also gave to Necro Finnegan, to Thor J, to Dragon Daddy, to Honzik, to Terp Derb's Art, to Big Snow, Quasi Random, Blitzkrieg War, Serene Logic, Avocado Abogado, great name, Candy Panda, Cat 2 2029, Digital Wolf, Denoba, Protero, Fairy Wolf, Kia Nucleans, Cerebos, Jedi Aurora, Bud, Bronzalt, Lizzie, Cookie Monster 420, Snow 66, Cocaine Moon, Sigwatch, Andawana, USS TARDIS, Night Flight Radio, Silver Fox, The Will of Texas, Elgin. Oh jeez, 200 is so many, Corey Tay. Thank you so much for this. I will get it done. To Elgin80 for the gift subs that Corey Tay, thank you very much again for all of these. To Coralath, to Skadason, to Yui Creed, Dehydrant, Tabrika 2K, True Feathered Serpent, Master Sprite, Brody, to Taffine, to Darkness Monster 24, to Bitmap, to Jacked Back, to Cage Rage, to Mark Sewell, to Lumpy U, Legal Eagle Smeagol, nice, to Tenchi Dono, to Lane Develops, to Llewellyn. That has to be Welsh. That's definitely very Welsh. To Doily Carto Paraco, to Root Zonia, 42ST42, Quivon, Bioshrog, DexX3D, Organic Meow, Just Another Trans Girl, A Sad Spades, Seventh Seraphim, Zalak to Mythkos to Ravelik. Thank you, Korite. This is the final bunch. Thank you for the gift subs to Hurricane Chapman, to Killer Squirrel, Insane Darkwolf, Mindstormsman, Hardy Hara, Kurt Cobain. There's blood. They're all blood. The real blood. There we go. Nice. To GT, to Tart, to Brian the Snail, Jam Roche, Diana the Dog Groomer, to Jack Attack, to Lupus, and to Molotov Cockatiel. Great name. Oh, and wait. Oh, there's a whole section more. I'm reading off the gift subs that Korite has given. Yeah, tongue twisters are actually easier to do. Like, I can say Irish wristwatch without a problem, but reading out some of these names, it's like my brain just detonates halfway through the sentence. Thank you to Optimus Blue and to Blammo Sound for their both giving him 5 gift bombs. We'll read out all the names for a total of 260 sub gifts given today. Insane. A level 16 train, even a treasure train, that kind of support is absolutely huge. Thank you guys so much for that. I genuinely, for supporting me, supporting, me looking after Bailey, supporting what I can do for the other communities that I help out in. It's absolutely huge. Thank you all so much for that love and support. And, Korite, 200 gift subs is a huge amount. So thank you for that. Thank you for the gift subs that Korite gave to Quiet Geek, The Mighty Orange, Lisa J, Paladin Berserker Jedi, Slipduck, Head Gizgo, Fuse Hound, Lucky Shoes, Lighter Guy, Gork Deviti, Alleviated Risk, Sarah Impalin, to Shay 90, Grimm's World, Jenna Toro, Gunner, PW Ruick, Death Vince, Mark Iron Darkmoor, Lifestream, Shadow Panther, Star Hydran, Ghosting Star, Inside Voice, Toxumo, Teaser, Imhotep No. Oh, bad scroll. No, there we go. To Akanai, thank you very much, Korite, for these gift subs. Honestly, absolutely huge. Let me sure I make you get a drink. Otherwise, I'm going to keel over. If there's any time to do it, a treasure train is definitely the time when it's 35% off. But like I said, thank you a huge amount. For the gift subs to Akanai, to gotta be the hater, Capsaholic, Among My Riyadh, Among Amy Riyadh. Who knows? To Marika Aniki, to Agent Anthony, to the Gaming Mum, Plumbum. That's a great name, Plumbum. That's good. Goma 40, Zapdaka, Steroidal Foot, Afea, Illy Jene, and 11441852 to finish it off with just the one that's pure numbers. Absolutely huge, Korite. Thank you so much for that. That took us to a level 15 train. And then it was really great seeing so many people who were given the gift subs pop in chat and saying thank you. Thank you for doing that, because when somebody does the gift subs, obviously I, as a streamer, am incredibly grateful, but sometimes you won't always see people in chat using that option to thank the person who did it. And it's really huge of you to do it, because it's nice for Korite to see the people that are watching getting, the kind gifts they are given. It's part of the whole thing. It's part of being the community. But thank you guys very much for doing that. There you go, PC Tech. I'm really glad that you received one. I'm reading through the list now, and if your name is there, you should find out who gave you one. Absolutely huge. You did indeed break me. Yeah, that did actually break my brain. Jedi Aurora, thank you very much for your gift sub, and you gave to Korite, which is absolutely huge. Balthazar, thank you then for giving your subs to End of Pie, Cav, Parmanax, to The Old Ghost, Angry Re, Free Tech, Lightning Tink, Brand the Wolf, Slapfest, Diod, Freak Accident, Lipty Hughes, Prosthetic, Grimger, Daniel, Pansy, Brightblade, Ed Gomez, Nightmares, Ramify, Logan, Elrand, Ellie Diaz, Ferrantok, Mukdogo, Caffeinated Minds, PC Tech, Slaged, and Shadow Raiders are absolutely awesome of you. Thank you very much. Name got to the brain. I mean, a lot of names got to my brain here. And then Optimus for giving subs out to Wickfoss, Oh My Fuzzy, Blank Space, Well Fishgar, and Faban Collins. And then Blammo Sound right at the end there as well, coming in with Silver Sound Shadow, Pilot Man, Mazaroth, Take a Yaki Attack, and Loco Cat. You guys are absolutely insane. Thank you so much for that support. Thank you so much for that love. Those of you who got subs, please say thank you if you've got the option to. If you know who gave it to you, always nice to be thanked for them giving you a sub. That means that you get to see more of the fun ad Thors, like the one that's just loading now. If Twitch wants to actually deliver me the adverts, Jeff, think about. Oh, hang on. In indie game development or making it game jams. German mustard. What else could we do? Ooh, the block game server's down. There we go. Okay, there you go. The block game server being down was clearly enough. I had to make sure I summoned the Thor. I will be right back. I just need to go and look at myself in the mirror and think about how awesome you guys are and my own life choices. You guys have genuinely broken me. No, I'm going to go and get some more water because I'm, as you can see, getting quite low. So I will be right back. Absolutely insane. Sweet, sweet water. Ooh. You're wondering if Twitch is out of advertisers. You only get the 3 to 4 second Twitch ads of Twitch itself for weeks now. Arathon, which, if you don't mind me asking, which jurisdiction area are you in? Are you in the EU or are you in the US? I was expecting the questions in the comments and chat about, you know, various things, but seeing the word why are we talking about werewolves or were hyenas? Oh look. These friends have been refilled. That's my health. You can't have it. Take it easy, Shadow Wolf Luki. Thank you very much for being here, buddy. You're awesome. I will. I'll have a look at your. I did see that you have DM'd in response. I will get to my DMs when I have spoons. It may be today. It may be tomorrow. Let's go to three-way outpost. Oh, I hate this one. Fine. Fun cryptid lore from Africa. Oh. This is very rude. However, I brought a friend for you guys too. I didn't realize I'd already filled up so many of these. That treasure train is... I don't know if I'm coming or going at this point. Like... You guys are awesome. The hyena chuckle is more unsettling. Hyenas are just an absolutely horrifying creature in terms of, like, a number of their features. The hyenas are kind of insane. The Real Blood, well, thank you very much for being here, bud. Thank you, see you in the desert, dude. Take it easy. Thank you for being here, and hope you enjoy the gift sub, dude. I have an emote to give you guys. Let me do that once I've landed. Lovenseth, lion's mustard. But that's a local preference. I just know that Thor likes a very specific brand of German mustard. And that whenever we go to TwitchCon, I always end up having to ship him mustard afterwards. It's a whole thing. Shipping mustard is surprisingly difficult, by the way, because glass jars don't work too well at altitude. So mustard is one of those things that's interesting to transport. But that mustard, the most mustard, the mustard that I transported back from TwitchCon was very well traveled. It came from Germany to the Netherlands, back to the UK, and then flew to America, landed in New York, then landed again in Washington State. Very well traveled mustard. It took you a bit going that way, but for those who missed my brain, how did I do? I didn't do too badly. Yeah, okay, that was, yeah. I'm just gonna keep that link for later because that's a very funny clip. That I didn't do as well as I wanted to there, to be honest. Have a great day, Blade Punner. Have a good one. Corey, you're the bee's knees. I agree. Like, absolutely. I'm still thrown off from what I'm meant to be doing. I'm meant to be unloading bodies. And I was going to upload the new emote. That was the other thing I was thinking about doing. Thank you. I'm glad that somebody here can remember what I was going to do, Goblin Scout, because it certainly isn't me. Viewer rewards. Power-ups and channel points is not the one. Emotes. Here we go. Animated emote. Add. Upload. Which one? That's Sus, that's Rave, that's Lick. So Maple Cat art. Upload. For those of you who are wondering what it is, let me share it with you while it loads and you will be able to use it. Look at it. It's why. You know, the face you make in the moment when you realize that you've lost another ornithopter. The face that Bailey makes when he realizes that he's not going to get chicken. What? So if you refresh your stream, you should have access to that one now. Under Chrono Y. No, I haven't. But that's the face that I would make. if I was to lose another one. So that is all of our emotes. Well, all of the current batch of emotes that I have available to uploaded that were done by artists. However, I know that you guys are goblins, and sometimes I do things to mentally prepare for that. And sometimes I do things beyond mentally preparing and I actually prepare, so I've already requested the next 10 emotes. What the next 10 that I was working on? Oh yeah, some of these are good ones. Some of these are going to be great. A single lock of hair as escape containment? No. It must... It's like from Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. Get back in there. He sucks the tear back in. So there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 animated and 2 static emotes that I've ordered. I'm loving seeing all of the faces of Bailey in the stream. It is sometimes slightly disturbing when I join Thor's stream and there's just like lines of my face just... fun, but also slightly concerning. Especially when it's very out of context. I'm like, what have you guys been doing? Exactly. The Chrono Lemon face is like, what's going on here then? I also really like Chrono Dance because of it just looks really good in Discord. It just works so well, just a little. Oh, I'm very blue if I move like that. What's all this then? Exactly. Hello. What have we here? Let me start the processing of that titanium into other things. Oh, that's got no power. Okay, we're gonna need more titanium. Gonna need more titanium. I didn't realize we had 4,000 processed Dravidium. Not to mention the other stuff that I've gathered while doing this. Nice. We can do this. This is what I've been waiting for, the day when we take the handbag across the gap. It's called the handbag because it's got a Regis spice container in it, and therefore it has 11,000 weight capacity. Hello, my apologies to those of you in Discord. There were a couple of donations of gift subs, and it kind of broke me. I was hoping you had, but I want to apologize anyway, because I just completely forgot that Discord existed for the entirety of that event. Nice, okay. It's a lot of titanium. The new emote's great. I'm glad you guys like it. That emote is the face that I make when, like, there's a really obvious visible part of the UI element that I can see when I'm watching Thor's stream that he can't see. And I imagine it's the same face that you guys make when there's something really obvious on screen that I just don't spot. That's exactly the face that you make, and I know it. I know it because I make that face for other streamers. I know how it is. I love good news. What's up? Oh, the package that you've waited for like 3 different times. That package. Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna tell chat about it. Welcome. For those of you who don't know, Womp Rat. Oh, hang on, just let me know something. So, Lost Womp Rat, who is a friend of the stream, who's raiding here, who's another content creator here, on Twitch, has a long and storied history of Warhammer painting. And they've been waiting for a package that's been meant to be delivered like 3 times, and each time it just hasn't been delivered for some reason, or it's gone missing in the post. So it's finally arrived. And Womp Rat is a painter of some significant skill. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how he paints them. I get very excited about Warhammer. As those of you online know, you're allowed 1 expensive habit. So, you know, you can have so you can have like Magic the Gathering. That's allowed to be your expensive hobby. You're allowed to have Airsoft. Like that's allowed to be your expensive hobby. You're allowed Warhammer 40k. You can't have 2 of them because that's ridiculous. Lego, there you go. You found your plastic crack. And everyone's allowed 1 expensive hobby. That's how it works. But if you've got 2, you're being greedy. Watching a stream, that can be a habit. It depends on how much you need to watch the stream. But 100% it can be. But yeah, that's how it works. You can't have more than 1 of those expensive hobbies. That's not fair on your bank balance. Kids, very expensive. One of the most expensive hobbies, I'm going to be honest with you, children. And no one really. When people tell you, oh yeah, kids are expensive, I still don't think anyone really internalizes it. Your hobby is making your Steam library bigger because your body is a machine that turns Steam sales into 0 hours playing. Vinthal, no. Vinthal, love yourself. You deserve better, my man. Men are expensive. Stop buying children. Stop buying people. You're not meant to be buying people. That's bad. That's frowned upon in most cultures now. Number go up. The number go up should... for a while, came very, very close to planning how long it would take during the Steam sales to get my Steam level to like 200. Just because number go up. Number go up is dangerous. You don't need to do that. That's... with your Steam library, buy games that you're going to play. I know that I am guilty of having games that, you know, I haven't played yet. And I'm not saying I'm perfect, but you can be better, chat. We can all be better. We can buy games when we're going to play them. We can watch our friends playing a game that we're not too interested in and decide, you know what, that's not for me. I'm not going to buy it, even though they're telling me that we should play this for 1 week and never touch the game ever again. You can be better. We can all be better. You clean up your wish list every now and then. That's too far. That's too far. Unreasonable. Cleaning up your wish list? No. That sounds restrained, Pan Miyagi. You like your girthy Steam library? No. Bye. Should you buy Dune in the Steam sale? How much is Dune on sale for? In your specific case, Arthur, yes, you definitely should. Speaking of which, are you done with Dune for the day, or did you want to do some stuff out here? We're basically just doing titanium and stravidium harvesting. But if you want in, you're more than welcome to want in. But I know that it looks like you've logged off, Silver, so... That's why you should buy the game. For anyone who's wondering, it's the one time I'm going to tell someone to buy the game is Silvus, because they already own Dune. And they owe me 500 spice melange. Allegedly. It's 20% off for June. That's actually not too bad. Okay, Spook. I am finally ready. I finally stopped yapping with chat. And I'm finally ready to go. At which point I'll start yapping again. You've already started because I was yapping. Roger, I'm on my way. I'm glad you know what's up. Are you leaving that titanium? Oh no, the titanium just loaded out. My bad. I sworn I just saw some titanium on the ridge, but it might have been the reflection off of some basalt. Yeah, it was. It was that basalt ridge down there. My bad. I'm going to go this way because it seems that it's very rare that people actually go out this far. Mm-hmm. How about, Arthur, we agree that neither of us owes the other any spice? Just this once. Because it's Christmas. I've heard Michael Bublé playing in a supermarket, and therefore I know that it's Christmas time. That's like the British version of like when you start hearing like Mariah Carey coming out of a Christmas cave. Hello, Valencia. How are you doing? It's not Christmas yet. It's after Halloween, and I've now heard Michael Bublé. You can say it's not Christmas yet. We still haven't had Black Friday, but that's not a UK thing. Look, G's excited for Christmas. Well, we all know Vicky's excited for Christmas. No, please. What? No, please. It's not Christmas. I've started mentally preparing for family members saying, so what are you doing for Christmas? So that's how I know it's Christmas time. I don't celebrate those holidays? Fine. If I had the option to, I also would not celebrate Christmas time that much, but I do not begrudge those who enjoy Christmas. I'm not that bad. Just because I don't enjoy it that much doesn't mean that people aren't allowed to enjoy it. Or whether you prefer, you know, any other holiday of your choice. Does the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster get holidays? I need to know this. Somebody out there in chat, let me know if the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster gets Christmas. No, Silvers, I don't hate Christmas. I just hate you. It's different. Oops. If so, what are the holidays of the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster? I imagine they've got very sensible ones, like, you know, the release of Microsoft Excel or something. Because most of the holiday, you know, having a holiday for a bearded man in the sky, you know, obviously fine, but having, you know, a holiday for one of the greatest pieces of workplace efficiency improvements possibly ever, not celebrated, doesn't make any sense. Is that? Wait, that's not titanium. Undead Understanding Day, love that. That's great. That one makes sense. I think that, you know, undead are underappreciated and understood. Meatballmas. I'd worship. I would do Meatballmas if that was a holiday. Thank you for being magnetic. Undead Understanding Day is on your birthday. Oh, so does that mean, is that because you're undead and that was the day that you truly understood it? Bit of free fall, a little bit of a catch, and then just lower down right to the end there. It was fine. Definitely not giving the driver any kind of whiplash inside the vehicle. That's definitely not a problem. It's Dravidian, but fine. The calendar has something on every day. That makes sense. I knew that one of you would find out. I'm really pleased with all of you, to be honest. The calendar has something on every day. Perfect. Like I say, always something to celebrate any day. If you need, I don't know. Blow me away. It is harder to do this job at night time, I'll be honest, but we can make do. I mean, I'm also sure there are a bunch of people out there who know exactly what they're doing for Christmas already. Like, put an X in chat if you already know your Christmas plans. Yeah, that doesn't even surprise me for a second, G. I was literally just thinking, well, I'm expecting at least one person to put an X in chat. There you go, see? And those who say, oh, you know, it's not Christmas yet. Yeah, you've made plans. What is it? Is it too early to talk about Christmas, or is it early enough to make plans? Knowing and resigned to the same thing. Yes, that's exactly the same thing, Corito. I'm going to see if you... That might have the range to get both, but I don't know for certain. I did. Nice. Christmas plans? Sleep in. So, as many of you know, and you, if you can't tell, I'm sorry. My opinion on Christmas is mixed. I will be here streaming on Christmas, probably from kind of the middle of my afternoon onwards. If not, if I am available sooner, I will stream sooner. If I do decide to go and visit family, I'll be back in the middle of the afternoon, most likely, and we'll start my stream afterwards. Thor will be streaming, because Thor streams all national and public holidays like that. The reason for this, I know what it's like to, you know, not have anything to do on Christmas. I know that not all of you will have plans or be able to visit your family for reasons of cost, reasons of, you know, pets, of like childcare, of commitment, of the fact that you don't want to actually hang out with your family. That's completely valid. You might be working, and so I don't want to, you know, it's a Thursday, like I'm always live on a Thursday. It might be that Thor and I stream something together. We don't know, but there will be something that happens on Christmas, so don't you worry. Anyone who doesn't have plans, great. If you do have plans and you want to escape them for 10 minutes and want to tune into the stream, you will be more than welcome. this year you'll spend the Christmas days the first time with your fiance's family, probably the first time you're excited for Christmas. Sometimes that level of change can be a really good thing. Serene Logic, a lot of respect for that. Recognizing that, sometimes having a difficult time at Christmas is based on the people that you are forced to spend Christmas with as part of That's too far away, I think. Oh, nice. We celebrate as a family, hang out, talk about fun. My sister had kids. Now the kids celebrate getting presents, and we're there. I mean, by my reckoning, that's kind of how it goes for a lot of families. Like, especially when you've got newborns, Christmas very quickly becomes about the kids for a good few years, and actually, which is fine because ultimately, when you're a teenager, Christmas is much about your family. When you're an adult, you can make Christmas somewhat of yourself. But like, Christmas is the time for the kids to be happy more than anything. Like, and as long as they are, that is kind of the mainstay of it. So I guess that's what a lot of parents focus on. But it's also important to take the time for yourself. And if spending time with family is draining, then the time around Christmas is actually necessary for recovering from that. So having a recognition of what's taking your mental energy over Christmas time can very much influence how much of a break you feel you've had over the festive period, as people refer to it. I used to work all the time during Christmas. That was... I didn't ever mind working between Christmas and New Year. Hello, TQB. A non-Twitch ad for Firefox. Nice, okay. Well, at least there's some kind of ad for Larathon. They obviously heard that you wanted more ads, Sarathon. That's what it must be. That might be too close. Yeah, sorry. How are you doing, TQB? I'm doing, we're doing good, thank you. We just, I'm still recovering from the minor strunk that I was given when I saw 200 gift subs, and I just had a bit of a moment. Hello, Worst Weasel, or Worst Weasel. How are you doing, bud? I refuse to recognize that the W's in your name will be pronounced differently, so it'll either be Worst Weasel or Worst Weasel. Part of me is thinking that if they have bugged if Ringmount are bugged this week, is there a level of tactically bugging the ring mouths to reduce spice production to cause groups who have stockpiled a large amount of it to burn down their supplies? I'm just trying to see if I think that plays out in my head, because I'm not entirely certain it does. But I can't guarantee that they wouldn't do it. Hey, thank you for thanking Korite Fadeaway. Very kind of you. Hope you enjoy the sub. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The actual turnover rate isn't high enough. I think it's just a bug that they're not aware of at a high enough level to prioritize it, which I think is interesting. Let me just go back into autofly. I'm just gonna go into my DMs with the community management. Just level everything out, park up for a second, and then I will send this DM to the community manager, who I had the joy of meeting and spending some time with at TwitchCon, which was very kind. It's very nice to meet them both. That's the wrong carrier it kicked me out at. There you go. I've just pinged their community manager in my my group chat with them. Which I'll also do. Oh, there you go. Getting a response already. That's gonna be nice. I hope you better give you guys an update. With return of the Roof Cleric from AOC, I want to see more about what it is they're actually changing on December the 11th. If they have changed the crafting mechanics, the economy, if they've changed the way the in-game systems work, I will go back to AOC. But from my understanding, there's no new stuff other than a new class. Then I'm not sure what's new to test, and I didn't enjoy the last test. It seemed like a waste of my time, and it was rough on my PC, so I don't know for certain. I want to see what it is that they're doing first. Okay, just so you guys know, I've had it confirmed that they are aware of the ringmouth issue and it is being worked on. There you go, I can communicate that a few times. So for those of you who are wondering about ring mounts, yeah, Funcom are aware of it. Their community manager has said that they are aware and they are working on it actively. They're going to add it to the known issues list. They did ping out about it. Oh, they pinged out about 50 minutes ago. So they actually pinged out in their service alerts channel on Discord about 50 minutes ago that they are aware of it. So it is getting out there. The news is just circulating a little bit that they are aware, but I want to reassure all of you. There was an unconfirmed rumor they filled the economy job position. I am very, very hesitant on that rumor for one reason and one reason alone. At the time that that job position was taken down, so was every single other in-person role. When a company removes all in-person roles from its site in one fell swoop, that is not filling positions. That is normally a job freeze. Hiring freezes are very, very common in the industry. You know, that's a very common thing, but I don't want to make anyone unfairly or incorrectly believe that they might have filled it without there being evidence. I've not heard that it's been filled directly. I just know that the job posting has disappeared. Or switching to remote, that would be nice, but there was only one remote job up on the site at the time when I checked it personally. So like I said, I'm remaining very hesitant on that. I've kept an eye on their website specifically because this is such an important issue to me. As you all know, I really love how the economy and communities work together inside of games. It's very important to me. I'm not comfortable that position has actually been filled, as opposed to that position has been removed from the site because people keep asking about it. Hiring freeze for year end. Look, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I'm not so pleased about the Steam launch news, because to me, launching on Steam for sale and having a hiring freeze around the same time means something. Spook, by the way, there is ore around you. Spook? Exactly, very sus. I think Spook is in the laser, unfortunately. Alright, I can take my, I can take the handbag back while, Spook's AFK. Fine. Oh, cheers. Steam launch indicates they're trying to increase the player base and more revenue for development of the game. See, they say it's for player numbers, and like Elclaw says... Okay, that's fine. Let me, drop this back at the base. I very much believe that, they want more players in for the player base, yes. And I also very much believe that, like Elclaw says, they have someone from Intrepid confirmed that when a job offer is sent out, they remove the posting. But to remove all the job postings in one fell swoop either means they've done some kind of weird hiring wave, which is, why would you wait on hiring those positions to bring them all in one go unless you're waiting for funding? Or they've cancelled the roles being available, which means that those roles are no longer being filled, and they've all taken them down in one go. But again, why is that? To remove all of those roles in the way they have, and to be launching on Steam citing they want to increase player numbers, they're putting it on Steam for sale. They are going to make increased numbers of gameplay sales out of it. The little elements start adding up to make me feel quite nervous. I'm going to be honest with you. Twin Assassin, that's what I'm making my way towards doing, I think. Do you want to lift back to... But I'm flying directly over you. I agree. So using suspense belts is fun. We are indeed going on an adventure. Yes. Yeah. So this is and this so when we're talking about where Ashes is and what I'm hoping for the future, what I see for Ashes. Ashes has the potential to be a really good and solid game, but I'm really concerned about the way some of this looks. And the game is in a pretty bad state right now. From what we've played, from what I've seen personally, the game is not in a state where I'm confident defending it. To do that and put that on Steam, the way the community currently feels about the game, I think is ludicrous, because the Steam reviews are always going to be visible as to what it says. And so the current sentiment of the community is just too. I personally wouldn't risk it. They already have an issue with the sentiment on their forums and how they are not developing in line with what the players are asking for and upset about, and what's causing the issues for testers. I worry that this will create a release on Steam and a set of feedback that will say mostly negative, which won't be reflective of where Ashes could get to one day. That's why I'm concerned. I hope that makes sense to those of you in the audience who are very big on Ashes of Creation, because obviously I'm very involved. I'm very invested in Ashes. I really want the game to do well, for a number of reasons. A Steam launch in a bad state, like you see exactly, Avender. The Steam launch with the game in a bad state could taint the game going forward and drive away future players. Exactly. A Steam launch with the way the game currently feels to me, the way that I would currently view the game, to me, feels like it's premature. But Abyss, I would say that might make sense, but surely pushing it to market is what they've already done. They already have a market, they already have a dedicated player base who are very invested in the game and want to see the game doing well. So my question is, why are you not leveraging what that player base existing wants, rather than pushing it to a new market? Because ultimately it should be reasonably clear and standard, like the players on the forum say that X, Y, and Z needs to be fixed in order for them to keep doing valid testing, or for them to, in order to keep, in order to keep playing the game the way that they want to, or the way that, the way that the devs want us to. Why are they not listening to the player base? If there are factions telling with different visions of the game, it could be a way to give them an "I told you so." But why do you not already have that data and information from the 100,000 plus players who already have access and have played the game? Well, the 100,000 keys were what was sold originally. Then they also opened up for additional sales. So it may be over, it may be under from who's actually played. But numbers-wise, there's already 100,000 people, give or take, with access, from what we understand. That's already a pretty wide marketplace to be getting information from. Expanding that to Steam, where those reviews are much more permanent, far more based on emotion rather than fact, and ultimately are outside of the control of you being able to do anything about them. Like, you could fix the issues that every single one of those reviews is about if it's negative, and people aren't compelled to update them. Whereas if it's on their forums, they can mark it as clear, they can mark it as being dealt with, they can at least control the flow of feedback. We need more testers is a blatant lie. They've already sold too many keys. The question I would be asking is not, where do we get more testers? It's how do we encourage the testers who have backed early have shown an interest in the game and want what's best for the game, how do we get them back? How do we get them invested again? Because that seems to me the bit that's missing. It's why are the current backers not enough? That a number of reviews will be negative because the game is too hard. Well, exactly, because Steam is more designed for the casual player.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Well, that's rude. That's not a good thing. Transit this way. No. How's your carrier? Sorry, how's your buggy, Spook? Oh, we'll give it a go. We're going to be punching through the storm. Fairly sure these islands are the ones that have the titanium on them.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
The altitude at yeah, 746, 747. Temperature's low. Flying forward to pick up speed. Good timing for the sandstorm. Approaching heat threshold. And we should break 3 in a couple of seconds, one would hope. 3, 2, 1. Should be good to storm breach in just a second. There we go. We went from 35% wings down to 33, 34% wings. We lost 1% from the carrier. Now that is how one Arrakis is. Or as we say in my culture, Arrakis my ass, Sandstorm. You have to say something inspiring. You can't just land on the sand and you can say, ooh, it's all dusty in my mouth. Didn't get hit by lightning, thankfully. That's where the most part damage seems to happen. I've had it where I've taken out, like, where I've lost a wing from storm damage. It was a little bit hairy at one point, but hey, we made it. Yes, PvP. So, Blue Thunder, if you're looking for people to play Dune with, you're more than welcome to join our community. If you're able to transfer, you know, between servers and such, which is coming soon. We offer a system where people can do like a fresh start. So if you want to start over, people will give you a full set of like, you know, an ornithopter, full set of aluminium, so you can get back up into the game very easily. So if you are looking to, you know, join the game and play with people, Blue Thunder, the offer is completely there. Your character is officially deleted. You need to start over. We would be more than happy to assist you with a fresh start pack. There'll be members of the community. We have a whole Dune Discord that's up and running. So if you use !Dune Discord, we have a Discord server that's for several streaming communities that are all together. It's myself, Annie Fuchsia, Jay the Bard, Pirate Software, Red Z, Mr. Greggles, Vicky. There are also other people. I think Sarf was playing as well from Winky. Overheated. We're over harvesting apparently. You're already on the Dune Discord. Oh, nice. Well, in that case, yeah, feel free to hang out, join a group there. Find a server in there, I reckon, and you'll find a bunch of people that'll be interested in playing as well. You can just fly around from there, Spico, or drive around from there, I reckon. A bunch of them ahead of you. You're both on Mary Reed. Yeah, there was a I mean, we kept 3 of them without a password for a reason. We wanted to encourage people who didn't necessarily know the communities to come and join if they, you know, were able to. So I'm really glad. There's several people on Turget Race that are looking for new Harco recruits. Nice. There's plenty of people still playing the game. That's what I like. I'd like to see the community is still playing. You know, I don't play this every day, and I'm glad that the community doesn't require me to play it every day in order for it to still be viable as a community game. I'm really pleased to see it, and I'm thankful to those of you who have kind of helped the new people out and stuff, because that's really helpful. You're actually North America. Your game time's like 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. CST. The servers are based in North America. They're New York servers, and the community is mostly Pacific time, I think. We've actually got a decent number of people who play in Pacific time. They play. It's early morning for them now. There are people on all the time. Yeah, I think it's one of the few active kind of clusters that still seems to be running actively and doing stuff. And again, a big shout out to Nitrado for providing it for free, for constantly maintaining it for us, for keeping us in the loop on work they're doing. Like, you know, if you use !Server, like Nitrado provide the server to our community and other communities completely for free. Like, big shout out. I mean, Winky, the new patch is good. It's not everything it needs to be, but it's a step in the right direction. I think that the game won't be in a position it needs to be in for, like, you, for example, to be happy, for Thor to be happy and stuff, for me to be fully happy with new content. Probably until the start of January next year now. December's going to bring some good stuff in patches like the base reconstruction tool and other things, but realistically, I want more content and more things. The recent patches are a great quality of life. Like, you can carry buggies and vehicles across the gap now. We're full. I love that. That's good news. We need to get a second buggy. Yeah, we just need a second buggy running so that effectively, while I'm traveling with someone else is driving around picking up the titanium. How are you doing, Winky? Thank you very much for being here, by the way, Winky, today. We've you've been here to worry. Okay, well, yeah, you've kept us safe from the sandworm. when that's gone, you will recognize that actually the Bailey camera is directly behind that. So when Bailey is here, you've been looking after Bailey. You've been watching Bailey for us. 4K active players and no PvP updates in 6 months makes me feel like the game might have some Doom. PvP is not in a state where they can even work on it until the basics, like, you know, movement, mechanics, griefing and stuff is all worked out. So I wouldn't expect them to work on PvP now until January, until there's more endgame. They need to completely rebalance it all because it doesn't work in its current format. Now, Winky. Winky, that's perfect. I know that you're sad, but that's perfect because that means you've got time for D in December, and then Dune in the new year. TV, I mean, yeah. In the Dune year, I mean, Winky, I'm so excited. We were talking about it earlier. Moo raided in, and we were talking. I gave the update to the community about kind of what it's going to be, and when the first one was. You just finished writing the one shot. Oh, I'm so excited. There's only one issue I have with D in December. You gave me the date as 06. No. As 12/06. To me, that means the 12th of June. So when people keep on asking me when's D&D, I read what you said in my head, and it said, I know that at the time on Discord, yeah, but this is what I mean. The first time I saw it, I internalized the time because I was so excited for it, and now every single time I remember it as being the 12th of June, even though I know that it's not the 12th of June. Does my brain make sense? No. Did I say that it was sensible? Also, no. Remember the 6th of December? You can say that with any of the Novembers or Decembers. Oh. I'm gonna play that Goblin Necromancer who only resurrects bees. I swear down. The kind of thing that I would do. You hope I do. Which of my 3 character ideas was your favorite, Winky? I can read them out again for you if it helps. We've got the Goblin Necromancer who only resurrects bees. We've got the Half-Orc Barbarian who's also a savant at crochet. And we've also got the Merfolk Ranger with a scale condition that's like magic eczema called Hexma. Which of those 3 do you think is your favorite? Because I might do all of these if I'm in on enough one-shots. That might actually be a thing. You think that the Half-Orc Barbarian who's a savant at crochet? Depending on the rest of the party, use them all. Depending on the rest of the party, play a character with dissociative identity disorder and just do all of them. The Necrobees. The Necrobees is good, but I feel like if you throw me into any situation where there aren't bees, the necromancy side becomes significantly less effective. Also, I want to save that one for any time that I'm doing anything where bees with the knees might be around, because that will be even funnier, because every time I say the word bees, you'll think I'm talking to her. Do them all in one character. They said once Chapter 3 drops, they'll start transitioning the Deep Desert back to its intended purpose as a sandbox area where players compete for control of spies. Yeah, I'm just interested in seeing what that actually means, Sindri. That's the problem. I'm really hoping Game 1 goes well. I might have to do a dry run. I haven't DM'd in like 2 years. Winky, if you need to do a dry run, I am free pretty much in... Just let me know when you want to do a dry run, and we can do like a non-broadcasted version. Or do it on like an alt if you want to try out like how it all works and actually works live. Like, I'm really happy to do that. All I need is, realistically... Actually, I have an idea that I'm going to DM you about it now. I was about to say I'll DM you about it later, I'll forget. Actually, I've got the buggies ready. That was quick. Back for more titanium. The Avenger, I've heard a number of things around the liquidity of Intrepid or insurance payments, or they've been late on taxes in California or something. I'm not necessarily sure what's real and what isn't on that stuff, but there's enough little warning signs in there on AOC that I'm really hesitant about this Steam launch. That's kind of where I'm at. Even while it was being announced live, I was in Discord with Luther and a few other people, and I was really clear like why I was concerned about the approach that they've outlined going forward. You just woke up and it's midnight. Good morning, everyone. I guess it's technically morning. If it is, you know, 0002 for you, it is morning. We're not getting spicy. No, we're getting titanium. We're getting tit and strav. Tit strav. "1:30 a.m. in Australia." I mean, props to Australia. We're using Foundry VTT with an insane amount of mod. Like I said, I'm really excited for it. How's the tuning updates called? The updates are pretty good. You know, the game's making good progress. They've made a bunch of changes that needed to be done for quality of life. I think they could still go further, and they could still make a bunch of other improvements. But that's what we're here for. We're here for the long haul. There's some updates they didn't release because they couldn't release them to the quality that they needed to be released at, which I think is a good reason to hold back updates. There is an issue with the ring mounts right now. We have looked Glorious Splat, so yeah, we've actually relayed that to Funcom. They've actually confirmed fundamentally that they're aware of it, that they're working on it. Was that a cheeky worm boy? It was a cheeky worm boy. Might have been my stomach, you never know. Luther's used Foundry. I've never used Foundry. Out of all the games you've played or seen that released in 2025, which one you choose a game as the year? Expedition 33 for me is a dead man. It just kind of came out of nowhere. It's their first game from the studio. It absolutely kicked ass. It was a beautiful game. Really like emotional and evocative, really well made, well done. So for me, Expedition 33, and it has been since I saw it, to be honest. What's wrong with the ring mouse? They just don't spawn right now, Fuab, so they are working on it. Grandpa Worm's gotten greedy and he's holding all the spice for himself, which is very rude. You thought Thor wants to do D&D first? Thor doesn't currently have the capacity to run a campaign. He's not started arranging it. Winky has organized a series of one-shots, so we're doing some one-shots. You do know that I can do D&D more than once. The community were very excited when I told them this morning, Winky. I told them a couple of hours ago about what we're doing for D&D December, and the community's very excited. Yeah, exactly, Hoopsy, which is what I'm doing a lot of work on the back end. There's a lot of stuff going into that. We're waiting on some architectural designs based on the initial mock-ups that we drew up way back when. So this is kind of the start of the real work of it coming into form. Like, you know, the local authority have said, yes, you know, we are okay with building a site on this location. Now it's about seeing what that location site is. You could get that one. You could have got that where you were. You probably can't get that one where you are. Give me real, that one was kind of a dick move of me. You can't mine what you're standing on? What kind of weakness is this? Why is there not some kind of like maceration mouth? Oh, thanks, you. I mean, if we need anyone from the community, we'll Thor will do kind of a shout out for it. I think for it, if there's things that we're looking to do around that, then we've got a lot of people who have asked to be involved, for everything from, you know, thermal camera technology to, you know, like you say, stormwater drainage. There's all kinds of stuff. Yeah, just drive now. See, I've used Roll20 before, but I haven't used Foundry. So what is good about Foundry as opposed to Roll20, for example? Like I said, it's been about 5 years since I last did an online version that wasn't in tabletop sim. So like, it's been a while. Like a golf. To be honest, I'm surprised that worked. What did Winky do to deserve that looking the corner? Oh, Winky's there to guard Bailey. When Bailey's here, Winky is here guarding Bailey. Very important job. That's probably the most efficient spot that one could be placed in. Gonna be real, like, 5 nodes, all within range. Winky likes to watch, exactly. That's disgustingly rapid fill of the inventory, even with a bigger buggy boot on this one. Like, that's mad. It takes longer for us to fly to and from it does fill up. Upgraded laser. I'm assuming the skills as well also probably makes a difference. That's huge. Winky is very protective of his corner. Did I tell them that chat's making the world? I didn't tell them that chat's making the world. No. Do you want to tell them about that, Winky? Do you want me to call you now so you can tell chat about the making of the world? Do you want an unscheduled interview about D in December on stream? I'm fine with that. I had to jump off of... Okay, hang on. I need to make sure I can still get intel, so I need to do this. Are you going to remember my login? Please do, because I don't want to have to pick my phone up. Sweet. Those guys of you in Discord comms, 1 second. Okay. Book and One Bright, you should be able to hear me through the stream. You can answer verbally. I should be able to hear you. I can hear you perfectly. Judge Freak, thank you for giving a gift sub to Winky. We're going to call Winky right now. If I do this. Hello, Winky.
Hello.
Hello. Let's see if chat, chat can hear you. Yes, that looks good.
Dude, you're a god tier streamer these days. It's been what, 7 months?
It's this. I'm getting into. I'm in my 6th month now. Yeah, 5th of June was when I started. So I've been 5.5 full months. It's been wild. Yeah.
Yeah, the time has been flying.
It's been wild. Yeah, like I said, I'm really thankful, obviously, to you and to Thor and to all the community members who hang out and stuff. It's just absolutely huge. Like,
dude, what a year. Honestly, what a year.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
2025 has been wild. We should do like a year-end. Like, have you ever heard of Friendsgiving?
I think everyone will do Friendsgiving differently, but I've done a Friendsgiving before.
It's like your Thanksgiving, but with your friends.
Yeah, yeah.
We should do something like that, but around Christmas.
Okay, I'm down. I will be streaming on Christmas as well for. So
yeah,
anytime around Christmas is fine for me as well. But on Christmas is fine for me. If you want to hang on Christmas, I'm hanging on Christmas. So I'm here.
I'm down. I'm not doing anything.
Sweet. Loads of people in chat have already got plans. I'm like, imagine having Christmas plans sorted and it's not even December.
Right? Well, I think it kind of goes, people fall into that routine of like, oh, okay, well, you know, we went to your parents last year, so we'll go to my parents this year. You know, like it's the whole,
yeah.
They know what they're doing a year ahead of time for Christmas, but what was I gonna say? My ADHD is hitting hard today.
The important thing there about it, the reason that I don't know what I'm doing in time for Christmas is normally like I have to come up with a reasonable excuse for why I'm so busy that I can't spend the entire day doing something for Christmas, at the very least. But the excuse has to be relevant to December. Like if I come up with an excuse in June, that like they're gonna know, so I have to wait.
Dude, do you get this feeling too, where it's like sometimes you just want to use a day like a Christmas or something and just wake up and do absolutely nothing for 24 hours,
like a full like non-verbal day. Yeah,
like I just want to sit here. I don't want to talk to anyone. I don't want to look at anyone. I want to log into my favorite video game at the moment and just play it for 20 hours, stay in my pajamas, order food, drink, like I don't want to do anything.
Perfect. Like that's if I need to take like a mental health day, that's that kind of day.
Oh, for real, dude. That recently I've been like, maybe honestly since TwitchCon, it's been so busy.
Yeah. Yeah.
that even like I still don't think my social battery like has recovered from TwitchCon.
No, it's a very specific type of like social burning. There's nothing really quite like it because you're constantly on the go. You're constantly exposed to people. There's constantly what should we do now? Should we go and rest? No, let's go out and have more drinks and socialize some more.
Yeah.
There's not even like you don't even like grab 5 minutes of rest. It's just a constantly on the go for the whole thing. And like,
oh, it's insane, dude. Oh, did the chat tell you I moved to China?
you moved to China. They didn't tell me you moved to China. That's actually very. I know Jay is going to be very, very sad that you've moved so far away from him.
Yeah. In order to play the new Classic Plus, the Classic Fresh for World of Warcraft, it's called Titan Reforged, and it's Chinese server exclusive. You cannot make an account unless you're a Chinese resident with a Chinese identification
you're
card.
a Chinese resident now. Yeah.
So now I'm a Chinese resident, and I'm playing the server. Uprooted my entire life. You can't. A lot of people were making NordVPN jokes. You can't even VPN over.
If you have to have a residency card, I imagine that it's not even about your location. It's about, are you actually like a Chinese citizen?
Yeah, I had no idea it was so difficult to make a Chinese account on something, because it's not even Blizzard. It's NetEase.
Yeah.
Who owns World of Warcraft in China.
So it's NetEase fulfilling it, but the Blizzard. Okay, geez. Well, NetEase have a lot of experience in running MMOs inside and on, the Great Firewall. So I guess if anyone's doing it, it makes sense to be them. But
according to the guy that helped me out, in all seriousness, according to the guy that helped me out, he talked to NetEase and Blizzard, and they said that they don't have any issues with foreigners playing on those servers if they can get an account.
It's more they don't want domestic people playing on the non-Chinese servers, I imagine.
Yeah, well, because it's so that they don't care about us playing on their servers. They
It's
care
the way
about
around.
them playing on our servers. Yeah, because it's all the censorship.
Ultimately, I think they recognize on a realistic level that you're never going to stop people from crossing that firewall. One way. If people really want to get onto the Chinese servers, like fine, there's no really any need to stop them, as long as there's some in terms of services and stuff, which you'd be checking anyway. So
yeah, so everyone and their mother right now is like trying to find a Chinese homie.
Every single World of Warcraft player out there who's really doing it's like, you know what? I need to reach out to that one Chinese friend who I haven't spoken to for like 10 plus years.
Exactly. Yeah, it's getting a little wild out here.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it's the classic WoW community's pretty degenerate. But
what really?
right.
I'm shocked. Personally very shocked. I had no idea.
Okay. D&D.
Yes.
So, Kronos, I don't know if you even know this. Recently, I've been theming my streams by month.
Yes.
So, we did the Nuzlocke, which was exactly 30 days long.
Yep.
And that changed my brain into being like, I really like these like 1 month events.
Like 1 month sprints, Winky. Okay, just to sink the corporate in. Okay. Fine. Winky works well in sprints.
So currently, we're on Roguevember, where we're playing roguelikes and raising money for suicide prevention.
Yep.
And then December is D in December, so we're gonna do nothing but D&D or D&D related stuff during December.
So I imagine you're gonna play Baldur's Gate 3, for example, or something similar. Because you can't you can't DM every day that you're like that would. Well,
so here's the thing, right? I'm only planning on doing like 3 or 4 games, because December's busy and it's hard to get people to sign up.
Also, like you say, social energy is 100% a thing, and like even though it's D&D and it's remote and it's on stream, it's still going to take a level of social battery for the players and also for you as the DM. Like that has to be recognized.
Yes. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah. But the good news, good news for me, possibly bad news for you guys as the players, is that since I can't DM every day, right? I'd have to have a group every day. I was thinking, okay, well, how do we stick with the D&D theme? I don't want to just play Baldur's Gate, you know. I probably will play some Baldur's Gate, but I don't want to just play Baldur's Gate for a month and call it D in December. So then I realized, wait a minute, if I'm DMing on the weekends, then during the week, we can just stream what the DM does, which is build the world and create the storylines and create the characters. So I decided we're giving chat full control.
A word of warning. As the DM, if you give me a linear path and you show me this is the clear path that you're meant to go down and follow to continue the story, there's a really strong part of me that's like, a tangent, you say? Oh, what a shame if we went off and did something else entirely. So as long as that's accounted for, I'm fine.
You cannot beat me in terms of doing the most dumbest random shit possible in D&D.
Winky, in one of my campaigns, my Dragonborn Ranger and the rest of our party got distracted so far from the main campaign that we ended up selling drugs to other Dragonborn tribes around a vast desert, and then conquering Dragon Kush around the world. Then 2 years into our mercantile, adventure, the world is just consumed by darkness, and we've got no counterplay because we just forgot about the main storyline.
Yeah, I had a campaign where day one, session one, my party was supposed to go into a cave and fight goblins. Yeah. And I let my party go into that cave and fight goblins, and my character moved 200 miles to the west and started a mushroom farm.
Perfect. You didn't even rope the party, you know. Why didn't you inspire the party with some kind of charisma-based checks?
I was playing a bard. I couldn't get it. I just went off on my own and did it.
You were like,
and the DM
fuck you guys.
Hated me.
I'm not surprised, because you were just harvesting. I mean, at that point, I guess you're out. You're not in the campaign anymore. You're just having your own little jolly, making a little mushroom farm, which I utterly respect.
Yeah. So, okay. When I said so chat is having full control here in terms of the world. Chat
aren't even in full control of themselves, Winky. Let alone a D&D
that's
campaign.
Why it's going to be unhinged. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to stream during the week, like my regular normal streams.
Okay.
And it's going to be world building streams. So I'm going to go live with a map open. And I'm going to say, all right, guys, we're building the world today. Let's draw in some mountain ranges. Let's draw in some cities. Where do you want the rivers to go? Where do you want the forests to be? What are we going to name all these things? You know, like, we're going to build the map. Then the next stream, we're going to pull in NPCs, you know, and be like, all right, what's the alignment chart? What's this person's name? What's their quirky parts about them? It's going to be wild. So there is a good chance that we will be walking around the town of, I don't know, Featherden or something. And then, you know, Sir Quumbus the Lard is going to walk up and send us to go to Dickland.
Okay. The thing is that I can if chat's generating these characters, I can entirely imagine every single part of what you've just described, and I hate it, but also it's beautiful.
Yeah. We should call the town Friday. That's sick. that's evil.
I mean, I guess of all the names for towns to come from chat, at least that one's not a slur. Like, fine.
No, true. Well, okay. See, another thing is I do have full DM rights to veto.
Yeah, of course you have to, because chat will come up with slurs.
Yeah. And so the next question I had was, okay, well, if chat helps with the world building, I still want it to be semi. So our goal here is 6 out of 10 serious and 4 out of 10. The remaining 4 is completely unhinged.
40% unhinged is quite a lot of unhinged. That's not very many hinges.
I know. But I think with chat involved, that's asking a lot just to keep them at 40%.
To be fair, you're not wrong. Although chat does love to 50-50, and it's not far off. So
That's true. Actually valid. They do love they tie everything. So
Yeah.
the next question I had was, okay, well, if they're helping me build this world out, how do I do DM stuff on stream and have them help without someone spoiling it for the players? Because they're just going to go to the other stream and be like, oh, you're going to do this. So what I've decided is they don't actually get to know what's going to happen in the games. And I think this is going to be more fun for chat. So what I'm doing is I'm building my campaign out like an ad lib sheet. Have you ever done an ad lib sheet?
No, if I was going to add libs, I would just ad lib because.
So.
But I know the concept. Yeah, I know the concept.
Yeah, so I'm building my campaign out, and I'm just leaving blanks, whether it's the character name, the town name, all that stuff.
And you can select from a bank of ones that chat has created or that you have created, depending on the need. Yeah.
Yes, so that then I'll go live and be like, yo, we're going to build 10 NPCs today, and then chat's going to help me build out those 10 NPCs. And then it gets fun because then the chat don't even know in the game when it's happening that weekend. And then when that NPC is going to show up.
That makes sense.
Who's going to be which one they made, or,
they won't know that it's about to be
going to be in.
Big Chungus the Ninth busts down the door, and interrogates the party, and they had no idea. Okay, that sounds good. I like that.
So that way we get the players not being spoiled. I still get to do DM stuff and tell the story that I want to tell. And you guys get to play a game with no spoilers. And the chat gets to enjoy feeling like they took a huge part in creating what we're doing.
Yep. Yeah, the chat gets to be chat and it's actually productive, which is nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun, dude. I'm excited. You're in session 1,
yeah,
so hopefully we don't scuff that because it's been like years since I've DM'd.
If we do scuff it, that will be funny.
I am gonna do a little bit of a session 0. Maybe we'll do like a meeting beforehand.
It would be good, I think, to probably do that. Even just the 4 characters that are in game 1, just so we.
Well, session 0 would be good to go over people's characters, make sure that everyone's set up their character correctly, and they understand how we're going to be using Foundry. They can log in correctly, so that way on game day we can log in and just play. We can also go over backstories and stuff privately, like one-on-one, to make sure that everyone's fitting the criteria. But it's a one-shot, dude. Like, it doesn't have to be serious. Like, I'm pretty sure Curly already asked me if she could have a bag of holding.
I mean, starting at level 3, you should have one. Is it one? Oh, I forget how this works. Is it 1 rare magical item and 2 uncommons?
So, okay, I should inform you. This is probably another episode 0 thing. The way I like to play D&D is, the rules are very lightly followed. The core rules of D&D are followed.
Okay.
Right? Like initiative, combat. But when it comes to like what you want on your character, if you have a good flavorful reason as to why your character should have a bag of holding at level 1 even, run that by me and then I'll tell you to roll for it. So what I did is I told Curly, hey, you want this bag of holding? Roll for it.
Okay.
And then then she was like, okay, I rolled a 17. And I was like, okay, how many bodies do you want to hold in the bag?
Fair.
Because that's how much weight limit
Curly's going to need quite an effective bag of holding. Curly knows a lot of people, and she's married to a vampire. Like she's going to need a big bag of holding for bodies. That's a whole thing.
Yeah, that's a good. Not enough had a good word for it. The rule of cool.
I mean, that is the saying.
Cool,
yeah, that's the saying in D&D. Yeah, the rule of cool is a very important thing. Yeah.
And then I also sometimes I don't know the answers. So okay, I've learned from my buddy Phil that you mentioned. His name also sounds like a PP. He was the DM for a D&D podcast that we ran for like 2.5 years.
Okay, wow, awesome.
He's a phenomenal DM.
I mean,
I learned everything that I know from him. And one of his basic
in like
rules
they actually taught you, or in the way that you taught me everything I know about streaming kind of thing?
No, he actually taught me.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, he taught me a ton. And his basically like theory on it was always let the players do whatever they want, or at least they can try to do whatever they want.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Regardless, and like, never say no. Just say I mean, dude, give it a shot.
Sure, you can try.
I'm not gonna say
Yeah.
that you should punch this guard in the face right now, but I mean, if you really want to, you can try.
I mean, sure. Sounds great to me. I mean, I've always, whenever I've DM'd, I've always followed the rule of cool, in that it might not necessarily be what was intended when the rules were written, but as long as you're following the rules as they're written, I don't. Sure, yeah, combining that much explosive in one small space can level a building. Sure, why not? Yeah,
Exactly. I'm trying to think of a good example of things that you shouldn't do in D&D that players have tried to do before.
I mean, the
here's a
age-old
good one.
slaughtering a village for XP is a classic thing.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, so this is a one shot, so it won't matter. But
Exactly.
I don't do XP. I do the what's it called? It's not the actual XP value method. It's the
Like you play
every
a certain number of
session, you just gain a
sessions or a
level.
certain amount of progression, and you gain a level with 20 milestones. Yeah.
yeah
that's the word,
milestone
milestones.
XP. That's
Thank you,
that's the way I like
Serene
to play.
Yeah.
Okay, great example of like how I like to DM. Players oftentimes try to threaten their way to success. Like you walk up to like I don't know, the captain of the guard, and he's
Yeah.
like, "Hey, you shouldn't be out this late," and you're like, "Oh, I'll just intimidate him because I'm an orc warrior."
Sure. Yeah, that's definitely what I would choose to do.
I don't think that's a smart move.
It's definitely not, but it's definitely the move that I would take in certain situations.
100%. I mean, like, I feel like if you're in a real life situation and you're thinking about it, I don't think you'd want to intimidate a police officer that pulled you over.
Especially not if you're like a 2-foot
bard.
gnome halfling with a knife. Like,
Yeah. You'd probably be better off trying to charisma your way out.
Yes.
Like straight up. Like you're getting a speeding ticket on your horse, right?
yep.
It's got to be easier to charisma your way out. No, who's threatened a cop out of getting a ticket before?
Very, very few people, I imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're pretty anti-murder hobo.
That's fine. But what happens if you accidentally, and I'm gonna make this point very clear several times throughout this. If you accidentally gathered a huge amount of highly pressurized and explosive vapor underneath a brewery, for example, which is making something that's nice and flammable, you know, like high proof scotch, you know, for example,
Yeah.
and then I don't know, hypothetically and accidentally you detonate that, and then between sessions the DM works out roughly what the explosive yield would be and realizes that you've leveled the entirety of the village and gives you the XP at the start of the session. That's fine, right?
I mean, yeah, that's totally fine. You have to
Okay.
roll for it.
Okay. It was all accidental, if any police officers ask.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, go for it. One thing that I am going to do, which is going to be hilarious, that I will spoil a little bit for you. If you promise you don't bring this into the game in character.
Dude, I won't even remember it tomorrow, let alone
Okay.
like...
I'm giving Curly a bag of holding because that's what she asked for. But the inner troll in me, I'm going to go ahead and give another player in your party a handy haversack. And I'm just going to wait. And I'm just going to wait and see if they I'm just gonna wait. You know, I'll just leave it at that. I'm just gonna give a little bit of magical nonsense to each of the players and just see what happens.
What is the
Why don't you read the interaction on Bag of
I
Holding
know
real
what the
quick
interaction is on a
D&D?
portable hole.
It's the same interaction.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, very quickly becomes quite an exciting one-shot.
It might become a needs more episodes than one shot.
I mean, it would. Some of the best campaigns I've played started as one-shots, and then like we decided actually we really like the party balance. We really like how the story will fit together. We like where this is going. Let's just turn it into a short campaign, and then that campaign accidentally lasts like 5 years.
Oh, dude, yeah, it's great. One of my favorite things with D&D is letting people just do whatever they want, and then you always start it as a one shot, and then you're like, okay, guys, we can continue this session if you want to, like another day, and then you find out you have a brand new set of best friends 6 months later.
Exactly.
You just show up one day, play a one shot, and then you're like, oh, wait a minute, this guy's not playing a halfling rogue that's super built on luck and critting nat 20s back to back to back to back to back every time.
Yeah. I think
we will have none of that, by the way. There will be no meta
there's
allowed
a
in my
place
games.
for min-maxing in games, but like if you're not all min-maxing, it stops being fun because the players who aren't effective don't feel like they're adding value. And so if you're going to be in a party where you're min-maxing, it has to be a conversation at session 0 where you agree that all of you are going to do it. And because the DM is then like, okay, well, if you're all min-maxing, here's a higher level of difficulty, because 100% a party that's full of min-maxed characters is going to be able to take on more and be more efficient and effective and need different challenges than a party which is made of a gnome necromancer who only necromances bees.
Yes. So, okay, question for you. Have you played a Theater of the Mind style game before?
Yeah. All of my original campaigns when I started playing D&D in 3.0.
Good.
3, then 3.5 were all Theater of the Mind, and then into 5. So that'll be fine.
Okay, dope. So Evie she's only played Theater of the Mind. She's never played like.
She's never played Counter
D&D.
or anything. Okay, that's fine. I mean, that works. As long as you've got like an image of like a set, so people can have some kind of shared cognitive view of where you're interacting. That's all you really need.
So. Here's what I'm doing with the virtual tabletop, and you can give me your take on it, and then chat can also probably help out with this because we have some very tenured D&D players that are probably way better at it than I am. The virtual tabletop is going to be primarily, and I hate to use this word in a serious way, but it's primarily for the vibes.
I'm fine with things being for the vibes. I don't care.
So I'll give you guys my reasoning as to why I don't want game tokens and I don't want game pieces on the board. We are all content creators. The point of this entire campaign is to provide fun for us and hang out with each other, but also create good content. And I think if we have game pieces, it removes like 50% of the audience. Not removes it, but like it makes it annoying. Imagine you're driving your car and you're listening to the VOD or you're listening to the stream, and all you hear is Kronos say, I'm going to go over here.
I will be honest with you. The reason that I understand this completely is that for a long time when I was commuting to and from work, I would listen to Critical Role. And I would skip through the combat sections because they used to use, when I was watching it, they used to draw on pen and paper, like directly onto a tabletop in front of them, their positioning, where they were at, and a few things. Like you would miss some of the joy, I guess, of combat by virtue of not being able to see it on the screen. And not everyone can do that. Like you say, people are working, people are chilling with their family, people are just listening in. You're cutting out a large level of the audience if you can only understand by watching.
And I think it's better for a newer player too, because newer role players like Evie, for instance, she's only played D&D twice in her entire life.
Oh, okay. Fair.
So she's really good at role play. She does like Grand Theft Auto role play, and she understands role playing as a concept.
Yeah.
But she's never really thrown it into a D&D universe before, to any larger extent than just like a couple hours.
I mean, D&D is also incredibly technical while you're doing it, so like it's a whole.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Theater of the Mind, I think, is going to be really good for her too, because I've found that as new players join, it's easier to like teach them how to be descriptive by making them use Theater of the Mind, because instead of saying, I would like to go over there and wait for my turn, they then have to say like, I want to take like 5 steps back, hide behind this pillar, back here.
I want to vault over that
out.
waist-high chest wall, and take cover in the bush and count as and activate my rogue stealth so that I can hide. It just allows you to do more, and to tell the story of your character rather than show the story of the character. I think it's a great idea. I'm all down for this. Sounds great to me.
So we're we're gonna have. I'm planning to have like maps for encounters, but it's more so just gonna be like vibes maps where I can use it to like hand draw, you know,
to clarify
rough
points or to show us
distances or
things if something's
something.
needed. Like, you
Yeah.
know, to say if someone's like, oh, you know, how far apart are these? You can draw some like rough X's so that the wizard can calculate whether a fireball's worth doing it. The answer is yes, the
Exactly.
fireball is worth it.
Yeah, and then even if they don't want to calculate that, they can just say, "Yo, Winky, I want to cast Fireball. You know, would the blast radius hit all 3 of these?" And we can just ad hoc be like, "Yeah, they're within range," you know, or not, or hey, they are within range, but so is the gnome in your party.
The gnome is small.
And the correct answer is Fireball anyway.
Exactly. Oops.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting time, dude. I'm excited for it.
Yeah, it was lovely to be invited, and I'm super excited for it. Yeah.
I'm a little terrified.
I mean, yeah, that
of
too.
what chat's gonna come up with too.
I mean, yeah, but I'm terrified what chat's going to come up with every day when I go live. There's nothing new there.
Valid.
I know the horrors that chat's capable of.
Thor. I know Thor has a really busy December, right? So we need to figure out a good day for when he can play as well.
I mean, realistically, if it's fine with it being streamed, once you know it works well on stream, he could do one on the Saturday while he's live. The reason I think he didn't react to that one is the first session.
Was he streaming?
Well, he's going to be live at like 10 a.m. Pacific time. He's live.
Well, that's the whole point, though. You're supposed.
Well, exactly.
I'm
It
encouraging.
means that he has to run late, so it's about
sure.
finding which days he wants to go late. And I think that it'll work fine for him. Potentially, it'll work fine for him. Like once he knows it works and stuff. Exactly. I'll wait for game 2. Once we know how game 1 works, I'll be able to suggest what will work for his availability better, because I'll know how it works for me.
Yeah, dude, I want you to know the amount of work that is already going into this is insane. It's like
I'm excited.
I have me and 2 of my other like really trusted DM friends from real life, like literally calling me and helping me write these stories so that we can make sure that, you know, all the bases are hit.
That's all. I mean, that's like I said, it's awesome. It's really. I'm really pleased that you're as inspired as you are to do it, because I know that obviously it's going to require a certain level of like novelty or challenge and interest, and it's really nice seeing you this energized by it, to be honest. But
Yeah,
those of you
help.
who are new, who have just joined in or are watching, Winky and I are talking about Dune December, which is Winky is going to be hosting a series of one-shots with some helps from some IRL friends and a few other like, online friends for content creators, and they're going to be streamed across Saturdays in, well, I think currently a Saturday in December. The first one being on the 6th of December.
Do we want to do? I need to figure out what works for everyone, because it doesn't matter for me on weekends. I can do every weekend. But should we do? I guess maybe after game 1. I think what's going to happen is people are going to see or play in game 1, and then they're going to be like, okay, I want to do that again.
I think the people who played will probably want to play again, or they might decide that it's not for them to do it on stream. They might do it off stream, or I think it allow people who are on the fence about how much they want to do on stream versus off stream, whether they want to stream it for themselves or they just want to play it and be live on other people's channels.
I hope they do.
I think that's.
I hope they do. I really hope they stream it themselves.
I think because there's a measure of people who are going to want to play D&D to show the stream and to interact and do it as part of a character. But there are also people who might want to play because, like Thor, for example, he's been a forever DM. Apart from the one shot we did at TwitchCon EU, he's been a forever DM for like 5+ years. So
deep with the DMing, like he
does
like,
with his long
mails you shit in real life and stuff that you have to like.
Yeah, he sends things to your family in case you go missing and all kinds of stuff. Yeah,
he gets real into it. I wish I was that level of DM, but I just, quite frankly, I don't have the time. I would love to do stuff like that. It's tough, and neither does he, which is why he hasn't been DMing. But
yeah, you say it takes social energy, and it's takes a lot of focus and planning and stuff.
Thinking about it, I didn't think about this before, but this actually might be the best use that I've seen for the actual like sharing chat on stream. Yeah,
for stream together, it's a really good way of doing it. If we're sharing camera feeds as well, that's why I sent that message about sharing camera feeds, because I was talking to Mr. Gregors about it at TwitchCon. About
yes, we will have a tool for that. I've already got it all sorted.
Do you know what the latency is?
Oh, it's like next to nothing.
Because you can get 1 ms if you use if you use certain services. Obviously, I don't know. I haven't used this one before. But
yeah, send me the service that you're using and I'll look at it. But the one I'm using, I've used for podcasts for years, and it's
the
been
reason
great.
that so for podcasts you don't need as much like immediate latency. But the thing about D&D is the facial movements and the hand gestures that a player makes can be absolutely vital to understanding the role play properly. So that's why
with this one, your audio will come in at the exact same time as
the video.
The video anyway. So
okay,
you'll be great. If there's any latency, it'll be accounted for on both ends, audio and video.
Nice.
I don't know. I think we're gonna have fun, and even if it's scuffed and terrible, and things go completely wrong, and we just literally have to make a story up on the spot because you guys just derail the entire thing in the first 5 minutes.
Would we do that? Would a group of streamers and chat members go so far off field as to make you change your plans midway through? Doesn't sound like something we would ever do.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. I totally believe you when you say that.
Yeah.
Even if that happens, I still think it'll be a really, really good time to play.
Same. I'm looking forward to it.
The people that we have playing, it makes me excited just thinking about it.
It's gonna be so much fun.
Friends that we have playing, we could just not even do anything, and we could be like, yeah, fuck it, let's just play right now, and like make shit up on the spot, and it would still be.
We could just do a session of them sitting in a tavern telling stories and messing around, and it would still be fun and interesting. Yeah, that's for
literally.
sure.
Yeah, it's like the people are what make it so fun. It'll be a good time.
I think it's gonna be great. So rolling, you've got sorted. It's all been done through Foundry. Camera stuff's all been done through OBS. Nice. Okay, sorted. I don't have to worry about anything.
Foundry has an add-on that you can actually use. That like rolls virtual dice on the table.
Nice, perfect. Yeah.
And you can choose whether you want people to be able to see that or not, or you can choose if you want, only the DM to see it, or you can.
Okay.
Dude, it's pretty crazy what Foundry can do. It's I'm definitely not utilizing the entirety of this program.
I know that you can do a huge amount with any kind of all of the virtual platforms for D&D. You can do a huge amount, even like Tabletop Simulator. You can do a huge amount with.
Oh yeah, and the cool part about Foundry is it's all open source, and they let the community build mods and just upload them to GitHub.
I mean,
so there's just a bazillion, because DMs, bro. There's people that their entire life is their number one hobby, and they'll go on there and their whole day every day is just like, oh, I'm gonna make this really cool.
When I was at
D&D
uni,
game.
I ran a D&D campaign for I think my entirety of my last year, and I probably spent 20 or 30 hours a week easily, just like sitting there like thinking of or planning things for it, like just little ideas, just kind of going where the inspiration took, and it's great fun.
I do want to do towards Christmas, towards the end of the month. It's going to be harder as Christmas gets closer to schedule games.
Yeah.
So I was thinking like maybe the day before Christmas Eve or something, like a weekday night, we all just get together and we do like a giant holiday themed session that's just like 8 players, and we come up with like the dumbest shit ever. Maybe you guys are all like Santa's reindeer and you have to like deliver the presents.
Oh my god.
Like just wild, like a crazy holiday episode.
The 7 dwarves and one person gets chosen to be Snow White, and with it's all assigned at random. Like we just kind of either roll for it or chat gets to decide who's Snow White.
Yeah, exactly, dude. It would be hilarious to get
absolutely
everyone in there at the same time. It'll be interesting for sure. Curly is really excited. She's probably DM'd me the most about it already.
Oh, Curly's great, people. I think it's going to be great fun. I'm looking forward to Curly getting me killed.
Yeah, she's already talking about how many bodies she can fit in her bag. So
yeah,
it'll be interesting. Mahoodles is going to be at the
indeed, yeah. She stopped by
Awards.
earlier. She actually raided in earlier. We were talking about it then. She's going to be at the Streamer Awards for the first one, which is obviously huge.
Yeah, that'll be awesome. I told her if she wants to meet up afterwards, I'll head over after our session.
Oh, because you're not far away, are you?
No, I'm out there in California.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in China. That
Yeah,
what?
sorry. Yeah, you're just over the, you're just
yeah.
a quick plane ride away.
I'll come back from China for the streamer awards.
Yes, yeah, especially to see Mahoodle
Yeah.
straight back from China that you've joined for World of Warcraft because
Yeah,
you're a Chinese
I'll come
resident.
back from
Yes,
China because that's where I am.
yes. So I forgot that you were in China. My bad.
Dude, it's the latency is actually not that bad.
I'm guessing you're working at like 300,
300
400 ms ping because you're going that way across the
It's
sea.
currently at 289.
Dude, that's not bad. I mean, although it is
For
the
World
middle of
Warcraft, it's
it
not
is the middle of the night there right now, isn't it? Or getting closer to
It's
the early
funny
morning.
because this time right now is actually the busiest time to play in Chinese servers.
This time
it's
is the
about 11
busiest time in
PM.
Chinese servers.
Yeah, it's about 11 p.m. and there's a queue of about an hour and a half to log in. If you log in on Chinese servers at like 11 a.m., there's no queue for all
Wow.
day. Yeah, the queue starts around 8 p.m.
I'm guessing it's a combination of people having jobs and logging on, people having education and logging on, all kinds of stuff. Wow.
I don't know. All
very
I know
different
is that a lot of
cultural
people play
expedition.
in China at nighttime.
Fascinating. Really
I
interesting.
think there's 5 million players on this server or on these servers. It's crazy, dude. I did not know that World of Warcraft was this popular in China.
I have to admit, I've never really thought about it. Oh, hang on. Let me just do a
I knew
couple
that
of
it was
shout
big
outs.
in-
I missed
go
a
ahead, do your
sub
thing.
a few minutes ago. Actually, a couple of subs. I missed a gift sub to TQB to It's a Melbell.
What?
And Vajin resubbing for 6 months at tier 1. What a legend. 5 whole months.
Oh no, they gifted Mel a sub.
They did. They did.
That's terrifying.
But, well, I mean, what are you going to do? You know, it's too late now.
You know, she's the number one mod for me.
I mean, that must mean that she's very patient. Good for her.
No, not at all. She's evil.
That's not a very nice thing to say about your lead moderator. If Thor ever
Trust
said
me?
something like that about me, I would have
Trust
to
me?
agree and kind of shrug.
Nope. The memes, bro. You think all these memes? You know, it's Mel that makes all of those memes.
I think it's you that makes yourself into those memes.
You know who's another really good meme maker is Goblin Scout.
Goblin. Interesting. Goblin Scout 77777.
Yeah, dude's a meme maker for sure. Dude, should we do a Dune? I don't know if I know enough about the universe to do a Dune session.
See, that's the problem. I don't know enough outside of a very specific like subset of Dune lore to do.
Dude, it'd be so funny though to try and do it anyway and like just make words up.
And just have Thor have to watch but be unable to correct us.
Dude, we
Thor's
should make
character is
Thor play in
mute.
that one.
Yeah, and we make Thor play a mute character.
Yeah. Oh, he'd be so pissed. We'd walk up and be like, Ibn
Skir tables.
Ibn Table Bar.
Just absolutely ruin any kind of loving
Bro,
us for the Dune universe.
Every character would have like a Western accent. Like, yo, hey, Ibn kill Ty Bar, brother. How's it going?
I feel like that would be the session where I'd bring out Valley Girl Kronos. Yeah.
Oh
if there was going to be a
God,
time for it, it would be then.
That would be the biggest troll we could ever do to someone who actually cares about Dune lore. Oh my God, just ruin everything.
And I don't know if he would find it funny or torturous or a combination of the two.
He'd probably both. Probably both. If I had to guess.
I'd probably end up with a weird virus on my computer the next day. Like, I know I've been hacked and it's just, I don't know. Or just leave some kind of ominous note on my my desktop. You were warned.
Yo, I had to actually. These virtual tabletops are meant for friends playing D&D together, not for streamers playing D&D with other streamers.
Yes.
So I actually had to buy cloud hosting
So that no one takes down
so
the
that-
session. Yeah.
so that nobody could take down the session that we were on, because it's like not only that, but like, dude, it's like peer-to-peer if you're not using a cloud hosting server for it. So it's just like, oh yeah, the The URL is just my IP address. Don't worry, guys. Everyone, and no one cares about that.
That's
like,
something that is not going to be a problem if it gets accidentally leaked on stream by anyone. No, never.
No. And who would accidentally leak the URL of Google Chrome? Like, oh man, that's
something it's really hard to accidentally leak a URL in Google Chrome. Yeah.
They need these virtual tabletops need to figure out, like, dude, I ain't no way. You think I'm gonna sit here and port forward for a streaming thing? No. Hell no.
Not in a month of Sundays.
Yeah, I had to do a whole workaround. But we figured it out. It's hosted on a website now, which is good.
I mean, yeah, I didn't even. It's not even something I would have thought about having to do 2 months. And this is one of the reasons why I've not ever gone down the route of streaming a D&D. I just don't have. I don't have the brain power for everything. I'll do everything else. Like,
yeah, I'm really bad at this kind of stuff. So I'm glad that I thought of that ahead of time.
I'm impressed.
That seems a little sus. Like, well, Laxia, my buddy, he's in game dev, so he's a lot more familiar with like computers and networking than I am.
Yep.
So I brought it up to him, and he was like, "Oh, we can figure this out," because he's a DM. He runs 4 games a week.
4 games a week.
Yeah, I'm telling you, when I told you like I'm bringing in some like veteran DMs that I know in real life, you know how we play video games?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
He plays D&D.
But I mean, fair. Yeah.
But specifically, he actually plays Pathfinder now. So he runs 4 Pathfinder games.
Pathfinder Second Edition's really good. I've played it. It's very fun. It's very modular. Like, you can do an awful lot of fun stuff with it. I think it's really cool. I like it as a system.
Yeah, he's trying to really convince me to play Pathfinder for one of these games with you guys.
I think that Pathfinder... No, I think D&D is good for a one-shot. I think Pathfinder... If you're going to do a campaign, Pathfinder Second, I would say.
I was like, you know, I'm down, but like, it kind of goes against the whole D in December theme.
Yeah, that's why you
play D&D.
You do like Path February, for example.
Yeah, there you go. Well, yeah.
Done. You got 1 month to recharge your DMing batteries. It's definitely enough time.
Dude, I'm doing TBC probably January. February's probably the next Nuzlocke.
Ooh, what do you reckon the next Nuzlocke will be?
Nuzlocke, you need to do a Nuzlocke.
I've done a Nuzlocke on my... So a while ago, I was playing Pokemon Emerald on my phone. I did a Nuzlocke of if a Pokemon died, it was release. And you could only catch the first one on each route.
That's the Nuzlocke.
And I think it was just those 2 specific rules.
You need to do it on stream.
I don't think I have the patience to play a game of Pokemon all the way through on stream. I just don't.
Dude, it was the best thing I've ever done in my entire life. I've never had more fun in 9 years of streaming than that Nuzlocke.
Really? What was so fun about it?
So every time I caught a Pokemon, we spun a wheel and we named the Pokemon after someone in chat.
Yep.
And then we had Laxia, the homie that I was talking about with the DM.
Yeah.
He created a Unity engine that would run on top of our emulator.
Okay.
And it would attach to Twitch chat. So the Pokemon, if you were named after a Pokemon in my game, whatever you typed in Twitch chat would appear on the screen of my Pokemon game.
Okay. I remember because when I put into chat, the Pokemon that was named after me would say the things that I said, and I made it say some unreasonable things.
So
okay,
we
that's
had
pretty
chat
cool.
like role playing as my Pokemon, like while we were fighting the Elite Four. Like people were like, "No, send me in," and like we created like
witness me.
Exactly, dude. The storylines that were told of like the Pokemon, like there were memes that were born out of it forever. It was like some of the best content I've ever made in like the history of time.
I just need to go AFK briefly and answer the front door. I'm just going to deafen Discord so they can't hear you, but I'll be right back. I'm also going to run our ads early. Oh no, I can't do that. I'll just be right back.
Okay, do that.
Hello, I have returned. Sorry about that.
Mel and Nellis are now working together. This is bad.
Mel and Nell.
Mel and Nellis. What a
I'm
name.
not sure Nellis has a permit to be working with Mal. I'm not sure that's
Wait.
safe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Kronos, we are both in big trouble if they're working together.
Yeah, I
I want you
mean,
to know that.
I guess I'm just expecting chaos. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I feel like I could commission some ideas out to Mel and Nellis.
Oh no.
This morning I just sent Nellis 3 pictures and was like, "Here you go, these, but me, Winky, and Thor," and he's doing it.
God.
It's gonna be great.
Oh no, dude.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to seeing what they look. It's gonna be my new stream starting now screen. It's gonna be really
cannot
exciting. You're gonna
wait,
love it.
dude.
You're gonna when I've got them from Nellis, I'll send them across to you.
I cannot wait, Kronos, until some of the memes from these D&D games start catching on.
Oh god, they're gonna be
I don't know what
great
they're gonna
and
be.
awful, but
they're
great.
gonna be good. Yo, they're gonna be real bad, dude.
Oh, Nellis, so Mel is providing you with winky faces for the thing that. Okay, that's
Oh,
awesome.
God.
That's going to be helpful. That's
Oh,
we
yeah,
can.
There's a whole. Yeah, it's bad. There's a whole beam section in Discord.
I'm guessing that as the lead moderator, Mel also has a folder just marked like winky faces or winky looking dumb, like I do
Have
for
I told
Thor.
you how Mel actually became the moderator?
No, can't. I need to know the story.
I kept saying no. I don't want Mel to be a mod in the chat. And then the community did what the community does, and they made a vote, and they voted Mel in.
But why did you
And
let?
I'm not talking like a poll. They just started spamming Mel for mod, and then they basically just they forced her into being one.
Oh, so Mel, you didn't even want to be. You were. It was thrust upon you, as it were. I mean.
The chat literally, it was like they vetoed my actual opinions on things, and they just did a democracy.
You did a democracy. They put the crazy in democracy. That's how that works? Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, they put the crazy in it. All right.
That's
for
fair.
sure.
That's fair. I mean, look, do you
Mel does a
regret
great
their
job.
choice, Winky?
No, actually, not at all. Mel does.
Oh,
a
there
great
you go.
job. Yeah.
It's
really good.
horrifying that chat might occasionally be correct.
No, chat's never correct. Don't give them that. And not even occasionally.
They're just not wrong. Okay, fine. Sometimes chat's
Yeah.
not wrong. Doesn't mean they're correct. I could accept
Every
that.
now
That
and
was.
then you look at them, you read what they say, and you say valid, and that's about the most validation they get.
I'm gonna be nice about chat because I said something mean about chat and the worm emerged underneath me very, very aggressively. So chat's great. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, chat is actually pretty correct a lot of the time. You know that they make the stream, right? The streamers are actually
That is true. Yeah.
They're not actually even the funny ones most of the time.
True. Chat is often the funny one.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes
Chat does not control
really
the worms, bro. Imagine if chat controlled the worms.
If I could set it so that chat could control the worms, I actually probably and genuinely would. I think it would be fun.
Yeah, can we get crowd control in Dune if you're on a private server? That'd be fun.
If we could get crowd control to control things happening in June, I would be down for that. That would be neat.
Shy
Must be
Hulud.
different.
That's the worm, isn't it? Shy Hulud.
Yeah, Shai Halub, that's the one. Yeah.
See, dude, we could run a Dune D&D campaign.
We definitely. Oh, I mean, it would be deranged and unhinged and absolutely
you know who might
beautiful.
actually hate that? You know who might actually get more upset than Thor?
Who?
JoJoy.
Oh, you think? I mean, yeah.
Doesn't she like cosplay Dune characters and stuff? Isn't she like super into it?
I think she has.
She might get even more mad than Thor.
It's a bit like, were you around for Primogen and the orange joke?
I don't think I was.
Okay, we'll get you with that at TwitchCon in future. That it's one of those you need to. Okay. Never mind.
Is it
then.
that nothing rhymes with orange?
No, that's also wrong. Door hinge exists. It's a bit of a forced rhyme, but if you're rapping it, you can do pretty
door
much
hinge
anything.
would work.
Yeah.
Door hinge works.
Yeah, it makes me upset, but there's a few hinge, binge, cringe. They can all rhyme with orange, depending on how you do it. Purple is harder.
Cringe. Purple is harder?
Purple's harder to rhyme with.
I'm trying to think here. Purple. Okay, purple.
If you're doing Pokemon Squirtle, I guess you can make it work.
Purple. Yeah, that is tough. That's a tough one.
Yeah. Yeah, orange is not the most
Circle.
difficult color.
Oh, circle. Yeah, there you
Circle,
go.
I mean, you're talking
Purple
a half
circle.
rhyme there. It's because you're talking
a
a
purple
pull
circle.
and a cull.
It's a purple circle.
Hmm. It's a slant rhyme. Yeah. Blurple. That's. T-Pain rhymes
Blurple.
Wisconsin. I reckon you can rhyme Wisconsin with a few things. It's
Wisconsin.
because you just take the sin off the end and you can form a rhyme with that.
You just make everything yours. So if someone
Yeah.
says rhyme Wisconsin, you say my Consin. It works. It works for everything.
What? Why are you? Chat.
D&D is going to be a great time.
Purple isn't a word. No, chat. She's being doing various characters from the Dune series, and some of them are really. Oh, there you go, Bitsful. So yeah, she's done a bunch of characters from the Dune franchise. So might have done enough research that it actually is deeply upsetting. Slurple
deeply
also
upsetting.
not a word.
Slurple, not okay. That's a verb.
It would be, yeah, and a noun.
True.
Yeah.
Noun verb.
Yeah. You did a slurple.
That's gross.
Yeah. Hurtle again. You're talking half rhymes.
But okay, isn't that the same thing as orange and door hinge? Isn't that a slant rhyme as well?
No, that's a direct rhyme.
You're really reaching for that.
No, it's the same sounds.
'Cause it's 2 words.
Orange. No, door hinge is one word. You can.
Door hinge is not one
It's
word.
a hyphenated word, I think.
No, it is not. Is it?
Might be.
Oh no. I'm gonna let you fall for this.
It might not be anymore. If
I
it's
see
2
this
words,
and
then
I'm letting you fall for it.
okay, door hinge hyphenated. Yeah, if it's hyphenated, yes, probably counts. Without the hyphen, nah, not.
I mean, it counts either way.
I don't know, because you're 2 words and you're getting fur pill, purple, fur pill, purple.
Purple.
I'm not convinced.
All right, so
maybe
in
you should
before-
create NPC bards where
Yeah,
chat
I
decides
was
the
literally
rhymes.
gonna say-
That's what I'm hearing.
I was literally gonna say in before we have a character named Purple Furple.
Yeah, purple furball,
Oh god.
and they're
I
a
can't
bard,
wait for this, dude.
and chat comes up with their rhymes in advance.
So I'm gonna have to figure out voices because like I do want to like RP with voices.
I mean, I'll be bringing accents, don't you worry.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to figure out voices for like, you know, I don't have a 15 different voice repertoire. You know, like
What I'm hearing is you're gonna have the same accent used on 3 characters, which are definitely different, but then we get to pretend they sound different.
yeah, pretty much. To be honest, the accent is less important than the personality.
What was that, Spook? I heard Spook say something. Christopher Yee in the party. I don't know if
I
Yee-
invited him. I don't think he joined. Let me see.
I've not heard from Christopher
Yeah,
Yeezels in a while. He's been
I
Been quite
invited
quiet,
him,
actually.
7 days ago. I invited him to the Discord, but he didn't respond.
wow.
So he
Can't
did not
believe.
join the Discord.
I mean, did you message him
might.
while he was live? Because I found that if I message Christopher Yee while he's live, no response ever.
It's Christopher Yee. He doesn't stream. He's always not live.
That's not true. Christopher Yee is often live when I finish. That might just be that I finish at a weird
Whoa.
time.
Okay.
Oh, that okay? You mean like that, Winky? If we should be concerned about anyone finishing, it's you.
Yeah. Whoa. Hey. Whoa.
Whoa.
Hey. Whoa.
Christopher Yee's live right
Yo.
now.
Yeah, that was the joke, guys.
So we're both finished. Wait, what? Huh?
That would be fun if you wanted to play.
I think Christopher, you would be super good
I mean,
at D&D
so do I. This
and
is why I
roleplay.
invited him.
Yeah, I think
Currently in the Discord, we have Curly, Jay the Bard, Joe Joy, Kronos, Thor, me, Mahoodles, and Evora. We're waiting on Maisie Lenny as well. She's supposed to join as well.
that would be funny.
She's another one that's very difficult to get to respond to you sometimes. Have I told you what she's going to do? What her game is? I'm doing a game specifically for her.
Just specifically just one player.
It is a one-on-one one-shot. I will DM for just specifically her.
That's going
And
to
this
be
dude-
hilarious.
So this game, she is going to play 3 different characters at the same time.
Okay. Okay.
And I'm going to DM, and we're going to make her argue with herself, do all of the combat with herself. They have to have different accents, like different characters entirely. And she has to play all of them.
It's going to be hilarious.
Oh, that's the point. Yeah, it's going to be wild.
Oh, hello, Bailey. Okay, Bailey's arrived. Bailey's very interested in D&D as well.
Yeah, we got to get, we have to do another game. I could probably bring, depending on signups, I want to make sure everybody gets to play at least once.
Yeah.
So if this is our first game, then our second game will probably be hopefully 1 or 2 people from game 1 and then Mahoodles and Jay. Or full new campaign, we have Mahoodles, Jay, Thor, and 1 person from game 1.
So it's probably
Or
good to
maybe Christopher
intermingle
even.
things as much as we can, but ultimately there's gonna be people who are interested to play the games anyway. It'll be a matter of who gets to play rather than who wants to play, I think.
Well, I want to. It's the time. The time is the problem. It's
Yeah.
finding times that work for people. Because I can only really do it on weekends. So like Saturday or Sunday. Someone asked. There's got to be a weekend everyone's free.
I mean, they're. I'm gonna be honest. People will make themselves free, I reckon, if they're not free.
Maybe once they see the first game play out and they get the fire under them to want to play.
Yeah, I think it's knowing how that first game goes down. I think will be key for people. I think that a lot of people will be more interested when they know how it's working and like how it all fits in, like what they'll need to do for the stream and that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a whole instruction thing set up, by the way.
Yeah,
so
that'll be
once I get
helpful.
the virtual tabletop done, I'm gonna send you guys exactly what it looks like, so you can build
Nice, that'll be helpful.
overlays if you want.
Sweet.
And then I'm also gonna send a couple examples or like the overlays that I'm gonna use. If you want to have matching overlays, or like if you don't feel like building it yourself.
That one. That
yeah.
option. Yeah, sweet. Perfect. I
Yeah.
love it.
Evie already sent me the overlay she built, and it's dude, she's such a good Photoshop person. I don't know how people do this stuff.
I reckon like it's practice combined with creativity and knowing the tools that you're using quite well. It's 3 things that I don't have.
Right? Like here's a picture of the overlay that she just threw together. It took her like 5 minutes.
Oh, let me do this.
And I'm like, how do
That
you
took
do
a 5.
that?
What?
Yeah. And she was like, oh yeah, this is just what I'm gonna use for the D&D game. I'm like, what?
Let
now
me show
it's like,
chat.
okay, yours is gonna look way
Can
better
I
than
show
mine.
chat?
Yeah, of course.
We go. Prop. Like
I'm sure that these are assets she just found on the internet, but she just put 'em
insanely
together.
good. Insanely
like-
good. Like that's gonna work
Yeah.
really well. You've got obviously your image. Yeah, that's just gonna work out really nicely.
Yeah,
I love
I
that.
don't
May unironically steal it. Sorry, Evie.
know. She doesn't know.
Imagine if
setting of the
everyone just
game,
like rocks
though.
up all using her overlay. She has no idea. She's like, wait a second.
Right? We should. We all should. That'd be funny. She'd
I'll,
love that.
I'll talk to Curly about it. Yeah, and you should do it too. We'll get Curly on it as
Yeah,
well.
we'll all just use the same. Mine has to be a little different because I have specific DM screen things that I
That
want
is
chat to
true.
be able to see.
Yes. Are you
'Cause I do
hunting me,
want-
Bailey? Is that what you're doing?
Oh,
He's got an itchable and he's also in hunting mode because he's a baby, and it's nearly sunset.
He still gets into hunting mode.
Oh yeah, he's still an active. Like he will go outside for 2 or 3 hours a day and watch the birds and try and catch stuff. Yeah, he's still real active. Sorry, Spook, what
Holy
was that?
crap.
You're overheated or you're full? Oh, you want to move to a more ore-rich location? But yeah, so the 6th is actually not that far away. If you want to do a session 0, Winky, like you said, just let me know. I'm happy to do some testing.
Yeah, no, for sure. I actually really like what Lulu just said with like a West Marches style would work best, so we can combine players and characters while keeping them one shots.
Wait,
I think we're unintentionally going to be doing a West March style game.
Yeah,
Are you familiar with West March?
broadly, yes. Yeah, it took me a
So
second to drag the power out of my brain, but yes.
Yeah, it's like conceptually different groups are playing in the same universe at the same time, and there's no
Yes.
like set, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
I honestly think it will be, because the whole point is chat's going to build one world, and then all of the one shots are going to live within that world, and we're just going to rotate players and characters in and out. And
Which is great.
Let's
yeah.
say Kronos wants to play in more than one game. Maybe if Kronos' character survives, which is a big maybe.
Solid if.
Yeah, solid if. We can go, you can bring that same character into another game, and then that will help shape the next one shot. If I know ahead of time some of the lore of what his character just went through, we can build that into the next game real easy and have it be super fun.
It's about walking that line between like keeping elements which stay fun, but also making sure that it doesn't tie you to being like too linear, so that you have to be in the same place and therefore deal with the same kind of people. Like you'll be able to do something fun with it, which will be nice.
Here's an example. You know that bard I was telling you about where
Yes.
I played it, and then episode 1 I went off and started a mushroom farm?
Yeah.
Okay, a year and a half later, that bard won a guitar battle against the devil because I nat 20'd in a duel against the devil of dueling instruments, Jack Black style.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
And I got a wish.
Okay.
So what I did with my wish was I wished that the hallucinogen person in my brain was a god. His name was Fungalius, and he would appear whenever I did mushrooms, right?
Okay, yeah, Fungalius appears whenever you do mushrooms, right? Sure, yeah, I'm broadly with you.
Well,
yeah.
so that was in my character's brain the entire time because he was just high on shrooms for most of the campaign.
Oh, okay. Fine, sure.
But the wish made him real. So he was a real god named Fungalius because I wished it into existence and the DM allowed it. And then I multi-classed my bard into warlock, and he was my deity.
Fair. I was just thinking, like, multi-class into cleric or into warlock, and you're pretty good.
So then I was playing like a chaotic neutral warlock mushroom fungal deity that shot eldritch blasts, but they were really mushrooms.
Amazing. Okay. Eldritch mushroom blasts. I like that.
It was wild. So then the way this crossed over was as we played future games, even though that campaign ended, Fungalius, under that DM, was allowed to be a god or a deity in future games because he was like, yo, at the table lore of my household, that was like an iconic moment in the D&D of our lifetime. Like you literally won, you nat 20'd against a duel with the devil and created a god.
Yep.
Like,
fine.
So it's just there now. It's just there at that table. There will always be Fungalius on the list of gods that you can choose when you're like looking at deities and stuff.
What you're saying is that like I could choose to worship Fungalius. What we're saying.
Yeah.
Nice.
Honestly, if you wanted to, you could. Yeah. You might want to know the lore on Fungalius, which is a little wild.
Yeah.
But
knowing the lore is optional.
The best way I can put it is imagine Jack Sparrow on mushrooms but wearing a suit.
Imagine Jack Sparrow on mushrooms wearing a suit. Okay, I've got a perfectly formed mental image. Yeah, I'm in.
That's Fungalius.
Okay, fine. Sure. Why not? makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I'm in. I'm sold.
Wait, what is Nurgle?
Nurgle is one of the chaos gods from Warhammer 40k. He is the
Oh,
father
I don't
of
know any 40K
father of
lore.
pestilence.
That's cool.
He is basically the plague father, and diseases, wanting to be free from the burdens of the flesh. All of those kind of things are very, very Nurgle. Yeah, that's his whole shtick. He's, you know,
yeah.
the caring grandfather. He's not good. Like, you definitely don't want to, like, you definitely don't want to or need to be worshipping Nurgle, but you can. Just, you know, fine, if that's what you want to do, so be it.
TQ has the best idea ever. Do a Warhammer 40k one shot just to piss Kronos off.
You can do that. I'm no problem with that at all either.
I feel like we would try it, and I wouldn't know enough about the lore to even try.
That would be, it would still work. I think you don't need to. Warhammer 40k is deeply complicated, but also quite simple. Like you can get really deep into it, but at the high level, like, it is reasonably simple lore wise. It's, you've got a really oppressive human empire who are oppressive because they have to maintain control because of these ultra evil chaos gods and all of these ultra evil other forces outside of the empire who are going to kill all the humans. They're just the best of a bad bunch. That's kind of how that is.
But
if you've played Rogue Trader or anything, you know, like Arthur says,
I haven't done that.
It's D&D like. It's another game. If you're doing TTRPGs at any point for one of your months, it's one I would recommend. Rogue Trader is very good.
Okay, that's a good idea. I like recommendations. We need those. Actually,
if you want to learn 40k and some of the lore in it, it's a really good place to do it. Or Space Marine as a game. Space Marine 2, that came out last year, was very, very good. Very enjoyable, that.
Hold on one second.
All right. I was wondering what was going on with my chroma key.
Yeah, your green screen changed.
But it's because here is being hidden by the box that I went and collected a minute ago, which is why it's throwing me off. My flight sticks arrived. Got to go and sign for, so I now have some proper flight sticks, which will be nice.
Ooh.
Well,
wait,
I said to
Dune
Mahoodles a
with
while
flight
ago that
sticks?
I will possibly do Dune with flight. I'm not sure how well it will work. I'm going to be doing Star Citizen with Mahoodles at some point, and a couple of the space sims, and I want to fly with flight sticks.
Oh, that'll
it's
be
just
fun.
much more fun. I've always liked flying with sticks. I just haven't done it for a while.
Isn't Warhammer coming out with like a movie or something?
I mean, Henry Cavill's working on some stuff for it. The whole of the Warhammer franchise is just like incredibly popular at the moment. So there's lots of stuff coming out for it. There's new games. There's series being worked on with Amazon. There's a bunch of stuff. I mean,
Henry Cavill's working on one.
Oh yeah, Henry Cavill's a huge Warhammer 40k nerd. He's huge. It's basically what he stopped working on The Witcher, I think, to focus on. Like,
I have so much respect for him leaving The Witcher. By the way, like that was such a Giga Chad move that he was like, "Nah, you're not following the lore good enough. I'm out later."
We talked about it on stream the other day. Yeah, I think it's an absolute must-have thing, and like people need to accept that if you're going to be digitizing, you know, just turning one of these print works into film, you need to accept that people who have read the books and are hardcore fans of the series have a certain view of certain parts of that series, and you have to respect that because that's the overall culture view. It's like you do a movie in English, but halfway through it, you just suddenly switch everyone's accents to be completely understandable. It's like, well, it's not going to gel with people. It's the same kind of problem.
It would be like that new Harry Potter show coming out, and none of them are British.
I mean, yeah. It'd be like the new Harry Potter show coming out, and Hogwarts is suddenly, you know, in Ireland. You'd be like, wait, but that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
In answer to what flight sticks did I get, the Verpal box that's next to me is very exciting.
Oh, Verpal rhymes with purple.
It does.
There it is.
There you go. We're done. We're sorted. We've cracked. We've completed the internet.
Easy. Anyway, I have to go because
okay.
I have things I have to do today, and I've been sitting here talking about D&D, and it's just made me want to play D&D. So now I have to also go work on the one shot more.
Enjoy working on the one shot some more with that newfound inspiration. I'm like I said, looking forward to it. Obviously, Cat's looking forward to it a lot as well, as you can tell. You're doing creatures.
Okay, last thing before I go. If I were to put goblins in a one shot.
Yeah.
What are the chances that instead of fighting them, the party would elect to adopt them as their own and then just kind of keep them?
What's more than 100%? Like, that's
Okay. All right, maybe we'll put a goblin in just to see what happens, but we'll figure something else out.
if we can't get pets, I think chat will be very disappointed too.
Look, Kronos, it's D&D. You can try to do whatever you want. You can't. There's the word can't is not in. That's not in my vocabulary.
It is. It's part of the word cantrip, which is spells.
You can try. That's actually a good point. You're right. Cantrips are now outlawed. No prestidigitation for anyone.
No canter allowed. Horses can't trot. No cantering.
Yeah, no.
You know,
no cantering. No, the word can't. Okay, we'll have to have an NPC that literally cannot say the word.
It nerfs
can't.
rogues. I'm fairly sure that thieves' cant is a language that they can take, and I'm fairly sure it's quite useful. Is it still called thieves'
That's
cant?
out. I have no idea. I'd have to look at the book.
Yeah. Can't's not in the dictionary. No canteens.
Yeah,
exactly.
no canteens.
Yeah. Good point, Gravelfoot. Yeah.
Better hope we don't name the town Canterbury.
Oh, that would be awful. Yeah, the town would have to be gone. We'd have to very quickly. I know a good way using vapors in a brewer. We could get rid of it.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, we'll just put some. I gotta go.
Okay, you enjoy.
Right,
Thanks for hanging out, bud. Take it easy.
Thanks for hanging later.
Laters, dude. That was Winky Chat, a good friend of ours from the stream, another streamer, and with whom we'll be playing D&D or D&D December, and Winky will be our DM for that, which is very exciting. I'm very much looking forward to it. So now all of you have a bit more of an idea what D&D December is. No is not a word a DM knows. That means that if I ask questions about can I do this, Winky won't say no. So we can do unreasonable things, right, chat? We wouldn't do anything too unreasonable. There's a line of unreasonability. There's reasonable unreasonability and unreasonable unreasonability, and we're going to be very carefully walking that line. And I know this sounds like I'm mad, but I am. Do we have dates yet? The first one will be on the 6th of December. So Saturday, the 6th of December. Once I've got everything pinned down and I've got links and stuff, I'll put a ping out into my Discord for it. Catch you later, Winky. Thanks for chatting. Appreciate you, bud. My mysterious 30 research points. See, at that point, you're getting into questions like, with prestidigitation, you can raise water by 1 degree. If I keep casting prestidigitation, how warm can I get the water before the heat efficiency being lost to the air is higher than the speed at which I can add 1 degree to the water? And therefore, what if I did that to, say, a stone or a piece of metal? How does this work? How can I compound cast cantrips? What is the effect? Or a person. See, that's implied, not one I want to ask specifically. New chat color test. That's not allowed. You can't change chat colors. That's going to confuse me. I won't recognize you. Catch you later, Lamina. Thank you very much for being here. You are awesome. Cast time is an instant. The extra heat goes away with the spell effect. 1 degree per 6 seconds. You're going to have 3 effects and prestidigitation available at one time. Is that in the writing of the spell? Have they changed how prestidigitation works? Sad. Oh, that's much better. Thank you, Cap. Yeah, that just, I don't know, that one feels less different. I'm not sure if it is better, but it's Everyone knows the best colored name to have in chat is like the dark gray name or the white names, because that way no one can see you. The lungs count as a vessel? If so, if yes, I cast summon water in the lungs. Lungs wouldn't count as a vessel, no, because they're not a vessel. They're closed off. Wanna see? That's not regenerated. Here we go.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Cast summon water in someone's mouth and then forcing the mouth shut. Well, at that point, obviously the mouth doesn't hold very much. Someone's mouth is a vessel, I would say, for summon water, but lungs you can't. That's not a target you can see. More titanium.
A large sandstorm is approaching.
Luke, how full is the inventory of the buggy? When is the server transfer patch coming? I believe reasonably soon. I'm still waiting on them to talk about it at the next dev stream, but I know that they've been testing a bunch of stuff internally. Sorry, Spook. Go a little bit further back, it'll be fine. We love that. How full are you, Spook?
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Dunk. I mean, we are indeed playing Dunk Awakening. That is a thing. Latest one, Pratt. Thanks for being here, bud.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
It should be showing us where the storm is coming from, but it's not. There it is. We're at the perfect angle to be out of that storm. It's not going to be a problem for us. Nice and easy. There we go. The worst ailment in Pathfinder is magical sleep. There's no rules or written way to waking someone. That's fascinating. How do you inflict magical sleep, Gravelfoot, like that? Because that would normally be where the counter sits. First level sleep spell, which has a max HP. Okay, interesting. We can make a higher level version by casting at a higher level. Hello, Yukis. How are you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Escape from Dukov, we will return to it, John O'Clock, but there's always plenty of games and there's limited amount of time that we can play them. So today is Dune. We said yesterday the community voted. We said that we would play Dune today, so we have. That's just been the plan. There's a hot fix coming for Spice tomorrow. That's needed.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
No, we're still going to be clear. It's just we haven't fully cleared out yet. I have seen, yes, Whisker Wood does probably need some more time to brew, indeed. Not that the game itself isn't good, but definitely something that needs a little bit of work by the looks of things. But that's normal of any kind of city building and all that. There we go, Spook. Now I can actually talk to you, which is nice and easy. A witch with a slumber hex basically dominates a low to mid-level Pathfinder campaign. That's interesting. I can't say I'm too surprised. It's a powerful set of spells. Like it's a control spell, so it's always going to be effectively high utility. I've seen some very positive things about Whiskerwood. I do think, yeah, like you say, I think the potential is very much there. What is everyone else playing at the moment? What are you enjoying out there game-wise? No, I know that not that many of you are still playing Dune, so it'd be interesting knowing what each of you out there are currently playing. Have I tried Where the Winds Meet? I have not tried Where the Winds Meet. I have watched some. It looks quite interesting, quite promising, yeah. Playing Space Marine 2, playing Dune, playing Enshrouded. Starting to Bitcraft. Esports Godfather, Arc Raiders, Dune and Noita. The Last Caretaker, that is on my list of games to play. Planet Crafter, BL4, and The Binding of Isaac. Where Winds Meet, find the cats to pet. Okay, cats to pet, interesting. DayZ, From the Depths, Marvel Snap, Factorio, Football Manager 26. Motortown. Arc Raiders is addicting, but you got to get a squad. I think there's people playing it still on our Discord, so if you're looking for a group to play with, you might find a group in there. Guild Wars 2, Enshrouded and WoW Legion Remix. Interesting. What a combination. Guild Wars 2, Black Desert Online, Helldivers, Spring Proxy for Super Earth. Super Earth thanks you for your sacrifice, citizen. I will do a titanium run. That's fine. Not a problem. The handbag is proving very effective so far. Like that's how I meant to park this. Definitely how I meant to park that. Yeah. Still waiting patiently for your new rig. Another day of work one. Another day of work done. Oh, well, I'm glad you're done, Andy Finley. It is indeed getting close to the end of the workday for people, which is good over in the EU. And if you're in the US, stick with it. You're almost there. Nearly the end of Thursday. Very nearly the end of the week. You broke smart casual wear at work. You wore a t-shirt with Thursday the 20th written on it. Ooh. It is very, very cold in the UK at the moment. Yes, that's definitely a thing. Tomorrow looks even colder. It's -1. Oh, I could do without it being that cold. What mods are you playing with? Oh, Orange Chance TV, you were playing DayZ, weren't you? Yeah. What are you playing with? You still, and which map are you playing on? Like, how has DayZ been going recently? You play with servers that have over 20 mods. That's a substantially changed game, but ultimately I think it's how you keep DayZ fresh. Still in the 70s where you, God. Yeah, the weather disparity of the viewer base is wild. I sometimes can't quite believe that some people are sitting with, you know, -1, you know, snow door deep, and then other people are like, oh, but it's 20 degrees Celsius here. It's positively balmy. Wild. 70 Fahrenheit is, yeah, low 20s. -6 Celsius here. Wild. It's just 4 degrees there. Wow. $32 Celsius there for you. More. I mean, obviously nice for some, but at the same time, that's beyond where I'm comfortable. Pretty much any temperature. Stay in the base. I didn't give you permission to leave. Like a glove. Like, that's intentional. What's problematic about that? 9 Celsius here, 6 tomorrow. I mean, jeez. Are all of these for... Did I... Okay, I didn't quite go over the top. I went a little bit over the top, but not completely over the top, right? If I don't tell Demnar, it'll be fine. And technically, I could put them in these chests, because technically I'm not wrong in saying that it's kind of... It's raw plastinium. So... That's fine. -3 here, currently down to -7 during the night. Boah. Why is there Winky? Winky likes to watch. It's... Winky's just... He's just here to watch. Don't worry about it. As long as it gets processed, it might get processed, Demnar. It might. It could get processed at some point. You've got a high chance that it will maybe get processed. People can keep their freezing point with. I mean, yeah. At this point, I don't think it needs to be shared. Winky's just here to watch. I'm not sure what's the problem is. There's no issue. No issue here at all. It's faster than we thought. Winky is currently planning D in December. You must not disturb the Winky. That is so Winky doesn't fall out and break his collarbone again. Exactly. You know what's up, BioGuardian. Yes. Yeah, Winky is now officially a Chinese resident for the purposes of World of Warcraft. That is also a thing, chat. Are we doing the Xur Guild in AOC on December the 11th? I still need to see what Ashes are wanting to do on December the 11th. What day is December the 11th? Thursday. So, if we do something, it might be on the Friday, because Ashes normally launches around 10 PM Pacific, which is after or around the time the stream normally ends. The reason I'm concerned about it, and I talked about this earlier and I'll talk about it again, is because I'm still concerned at the fact that they are launching to Steam in the state they're currently at. The current sentiment on the forums is very, very bad. The current sentiment of the game, if people are leaving feedback or are leaving Steam... basically leaving Steam reviews, you can't undo those, and people will see the game in a very negative light if the current sentiment hits that feedback section. That's just how it's going to be. They are doing it, I think it is not because of test numbers, while test numbers are low. My view ultimately is they've got over 100,000 people who have signed up to test and have access to test. We know that already. Hello, Vox now. So we already know that there are 100,000 people with access to the game. Why is it that those players are not playing the game? Why is it that they are not testing the game? Why is it that they are no longer involved and tied into it? That is the question I would be asking, rather than, oh, why do we need more tests, therefore we're launching it to Steam? Why is the current crop of testers not playing the game? What has gone wrong for 100,000 people to not be a valid test? Because that's a sign that something isn't working, you know? That, combined with the fact that the sale is obviously going to bring in a large amount of funds for them, and then top that off with, at the same time as they are announcing this, they have also removed every single job posting that was in person from their site. They haven't replaced them with remote jobs. They haven't done anything with them. They haven't done anything kind of large scale with those jobs. So either all those jobs were filled instantly and on the same day, very unlikely with how many of you know how corporate works, and the fact that they've not removed the one remote role that was on there, the one situation that I can really foresee is they've tied these two together. They haven't got enough money, so they've introduced a hiring freeze, which is why all those roles are gone. And we've got the additional, you know, and that tied into their launch on Steam because they want more players, money-wise. I don't know if that's the case, but the indicative factors that you're thinking about things, like if you're looking at what else is going on, that makes it look like the money isn't great. They forgot to update the page and in time all filled. I would believe that if they hadn't said on almost every single stream where they'd covered it, oh, we're still looking for this role, we're still looking for that role, get people to apply. And that was recently that they were asking people to send their friends to apply for the role. I'm really cautious around any kind of assumption that the role has been filled or that someone has been offered that job. The roles are gone because offers have been made. No, that's not what was said. The person at Intrepid confirmed that when an offer is made, the job offers the job is removed as a posting when an offer is made. They didn't say our offers have been made in all of those jobs. That wasn't ever that, as far as I know, that's never been said word for word. It was just confirmed to us that when an offer is made, they take the job posting down. So did they offer on all of these jobs at the same time in one big kind of go? They might have done that. If they did that, why did they do that? Have any of you who have ever worked in corporate ever known for a wave of hiring across multiple disciplines to be done all in one go? Or is it more likely that when you're doing recruitment, that as soon as the team looking for a recruit has a valid recruit, they do all of the recruitment process and bring that person on? The idea of, oh, we're waiting to do all of these recruitments in one go doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense to me that they'd all be taken down off of the site in one go. That doesn't make sense because it was there one day and gone the next. And it's not happened before in their history. So while we've had it confirmed that yes, they do take the postings down when an offer is sent out, we don't know that they've not confirmed that an offer was sent out. They've not confirmed that those roles are filled. I've not seen a categorical this person has been hired to do this role. Until I see that, I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt because there's too much here that smells bad. There's too much that smells dodgy. It's that simple. There's too many things that just are unanswered question marks. What is new that is coming to us on December the 11th? What is changing for the 5 wipes that we've had? The Fire Owl, Thor advised they made offers after interview and a lot have been filled. That's my point. We can't assume that any individual role is filled. And why were so many? There were 30 roles on that site that were taken down within a couple of days of each other, or even in one solid go. That's really weird. So I'm not willing to assume that it's been filled and there's not a problem here. Because the answer wasn't particularly clear, I'll be honest, as to whether actually there is an issue here or not. There was some clever wording. Hello, Mr. Greggles, how are you doing? We were just talking about you a few hours ago. We went to see your base. Getting harder, but there's no... You're thinking about making a study about toxicity on their Discord, and most of it is accessible without access to the game. I did see the new hangar indeed, yeah, it's exciting. They might be waiting until February to re-listen when the budget is clear, but if that's my point, why are they not being open about that? Why this weird, oh, well, we've made offers, but we can't tell you who we've hired on, and, you know, we can't talk about it, but we can confirm this is the approach that's taken when we make an offer. That's just weird. It's just weird. I still can't quite marry it all up in my head. Something doesn't smell right. It doesn't pass the smell test, and a number of you in chat will know how that is. 1 second, just doing something on my phone. I didn't send that email earlier, did I? This is probably one of the last runs for Titanium. I don't think we actually need it. We don't need that much more after this. I think we'll have to switch to doing other stuff in Hargard Basin after that. We're good on Spice at that point. Oh, I'll have to go and check. I'll have to do another couple of runs. Just be careful not to overheat. But you'll probably need to take breaks for that. While not likely still possible, they could have already hired multiple in the past couple of weeks and haven't announced because they're waiting to see substantial recommendations, those people. Then why would you leave the applications up on the site for people to be able to apply to when that job's already been filled? Especially when we've had it confirmed by the developers themselves that when an offer is made, they take those job postings down. So while Blue Thunder that might be an answer, the information that's come from Intrepid would counter that. This is what, like, my job inside corporate bodies was always to sniff out what doesn't make sense. And, like, if I was a regulator looking at what's going on, I'd be asking questions. We're talking about Intrepid Studios, the company behind Ashes of Creation, and the fact that they are launching to Steam with their stated intent of being they need to get more people in for testing, which is fine, makes perfect sense if that is the reason. But my concern is that launching to Steam and it being on sale for, what, $50 plus minus 10% for a sale, at the same time as 30 jobs disappearing from their website in one go, looks to me more like indications of a hiring freeze and money problems than it does they've settled all of the issues and they're finally moving into, you know, changing the economy and doing stuff. Because they're starting this new wipe on December the 11th, but has it actually fundamentally changed any of the problems that we've had in the previous 3 phases with the economy? No. There's still no economy. There's still no big tie-in that makes all these systems work. It's just going to be the same data for the 3rd time or the 4th time of people are going to exploit, people are going to dupe. It's going to be a waste of everyone's time to spend the time leveling up. And I don't think there's anything new that justifies going through the entire 1 to 25 process again. So unfortunately, at the moment, I remain unconvinced on Ashes on December the 11th. Because I haven't heard of any substantial changes that actually fix the problems that we had with the last wave not even 2 months ago. Economy needs to be fixed, especially, I mean, the crafting was just, I mean, it was just in such an atrocious state that yeah, like I said, to be honest with you, the last round of testing felt more like being slapped in the face a few times than it did an actual test. I don't think I got beyond level 12 or 13 before I was like, you know what, I don't have any interest in this. So that's what we're talking about. We're talking about some of the things that Intrepid have done as a studio, which just, while it can be spinned as it all being positive, I am remaining very, very cautious because I don't have a huge amount of trust in them right now. I don't want to extend that corporate entity that is Intrepid Studios a level of trust or goodwill right now because I don't feel like we've been listened to. You got to level 8 and stopped? See, look, I've played hundreds of hours of Ashes of Creation. I'm very excited for that game. I'm very invested in it long term. But my concern for December the 11th is, what are you trying to... What are we actually trying to get out of this testing phase? What is being tested? Because, like, how many can actually answer that question? What is being tested on December the 11th that hasn't been tested before? Because I've been out of the loop. If there's a bunch of exciting new systems in that I've missed, I am more than happy to completely rescind everything that I've said. But the extended... What do you mean, the extended content? Harbinger system corruption zones, what you mean the zones, the PvE zones that become corrupted once you get there? And then you get increased loot and stuff from them, the stuff that was already in the last phase, like the last test in October, that wasn't working because a bunch of people hyper-leveled using exploits and dupes and other things, and then went around both servers farming people in them. And why does that system require a completely fresh start wipe? Because we were told there wouldn't be, or they'd be aiming to not wipe unless they had to. Well, this is very clearly a wipe because they have to, but like, where's the line? That take over an area. My concern, like I've said to chat a number of times, is that Intrepid are working on loads of these nice systems that are really cool and fit really well into Unreal, but for me it looks more like they are making tools to sell to other game studios that are using Unreal. That's again, that's how it looks to me. The gridding system, great, but like, you've been focusing on the gridding system for over a year and a half. You've been focusing on the like, you're making these systems so that you can get to player controlled mobs. Like, why give us an economy? Actually start banning people who need to be banned for exploiting. Get rid of the people who've been going around doxing people in chat. Maybe do that. Nope, not doing any of that. Nah, couldn't be us. I don't know. Like, at this point, the way that I see this chat is I've and a number of you I've spoken about this with. I've got an ongoing back problem. I've had a back problem for a couple of days where I've not been able to play games. I've not wanted to do anything other than basically just like cope with the back pain. Why would I, as somebody who's in that position with that level of pain in mind, what is there to draw me to replaying Ashes of Creation from this wipe? The Harbinger system, because they need testers. To be told that they need testers because, again, they've been told why they haven't got people testing the game. It's all over their forums. It is all over the subreddit. It's all over anyone talking about it. You know why people don't want to play the game. It's very obvious. That's why people don't want to test stuff. If you're not going to fix those issues, you're just going to end up with the same problem, but it's going to be in the Steam reviews as well as on the forums and as well as on Reddit. Fine. Do I want to be involved in that again? Fuck no. So unless there's something substantial, work on the economy. Stop making it so the economy is imbalanced and stop requiring us to have these wipes and wasting our time and effort. Until they show that they are listening to the players, I'm not willing to put my energy and effort back into the game. I am more willing to put my effort into Star Citizen, which we call Scam Citizen as a joke, because at least they're delivering and doing what the players are asking them to do. And if I'm in the situation where I trust Star Citizen over any other developer, that other developer shouldn't even be on my radar. I'm going to be real with you. If there was any other company that I was talking about, I'd be like, you know what? Fuck it, I'm not involved. It's only because I'm already invested in Ashes that I am interested in playing, and that's a sunk cost fallacy. That's what they're relying on. There was an incident in the middle of Phase 3 where there was a crate dupe. It took them 4 hours to bring the servers down and do a ban wave. Most of the time, Mighty Orange, is because the people who are perpetrating the dupe are part of the Phoenix Initiative or part of the core guilds that are basically the only people still playing. Faraday says, if you want me to test without giving me a comfortable environment, pay me. Exactly. You're not unpaid testers. Like, you're not unpaid QA. You are people who want to play the game in early access to try it out, to alpha test the game. If you don't want to alpha test because the game makes you feel like shit, or because you've given feedback and it never gets heard, or because the people who are exploiting and duping are getting away with it, you've made your voice heard, I can't ask any more of you. You've tested the game, you've given feedback, and you're waiting for the devs to fix the game. That's where I am. I'm waiting for them to fix the game. And to turn around and make comments like, oh, you know, players and streamers need to stick with the game and, you know, and give us the benefit of the doubt. That goes both ways. And I think the players will respect the devs more if they feel like they're being respected. But I fundamentally don't believe that as a player right now, my time is respected. I don't feel like my reports and feedback are listened to. Even when we provided... A really good example that goes all the way back into Phase 2 was when a group of people from Actual Pirates got the first ever boss kill. We provided screenshots, we provided a bunch of things that turned around, and the devs said in an official ticket, we've got no logs of this dropping. What do you mean? It's a boss drop. It's announced to the entire server. It's been streamed by several people. What do you mean you've got no logs of this drop happening or this wonder? What? And that, as one of the incidents that's undermined my faith in them, is key. And that's why I think that when it comes to the 11th, I'm still not sold. And I'm sorry, because I know a lot of you follow because you're interested in and want me to do Ashes of Creation content. I really am, because I know that for a lot of you it's very important. But I'm not necessarily willing to deal with the Zerg, to deal with server issues, to deal with toxic communities, to deal with all of the shit that comes with Ashes. And you forget the amount of work that it takes to run a guild the size of Actual Pirates, the amount of hours going in, not just from me, but from over 100 other people to make that run during Phase 2 and Phase 1. Those people don't think it's worth it. Why do I think it's worth it? Because that trickles upwards. If I'm playing Ashes of Creation and running the guild to the level I am, I have less time for streaming. I have less time for self-care. I have to run the constant, is it worth it? Right now, do I think it's worth it? Not really with how I've been treated as a player or as a tester. Long term, yeah, I think it will be a great game, but does that mean I want to spend my holiday period playing a test phase where the feedback that I'm going to give is going to be exactly the same as the feedback that I've already given? One more spook? We'll do one more. The amount of people they lost from just the pirate community alone should have been a big indicator something was wrong with their changes to the game, and the fact they aren't listening or don't seem to be is very, very bad for my players. It will exactly mirror. If I'm not seeing substantial changes being announced that are designed to draw people back, why on earth would I believe that the purpose of launching on Steam is to bring in more players? Surely the logical players to bring back in are the ones who have already paid, are already invested, and want the game to do well. Selling to existing customers and selling to the people who actually want to be there is surely far and above going to be more effective than trying to bring in brand new customers who are going to make the same complaints and then long term leave those Steam reviews so that the game is damaged long term. I genuinely, Ruchi, I genuinely, that's where I am with it. That's what I currently believe, because I fully believe that if they wanted more testers, they would be making far more steps to communicate with the existing testers and get them to come back. If they focus on economy, then 90% testers would return. Exactly, the Mighty Orange. And my question remains, why have they still not done it? Steam reviews are going to crucify them. Well, exactly. That's my problem. That's my concern, because you can't undo those reviews. They are going to sit there for every bit of testing, for every single release they do. The Steam reviews are going to sit there and be visible to any prospective person. You make one release, and the way the game currently is and feels like I said. Oh, Chief, they have upped the number of medium spice blows, yeah. It's because the old customers are the problem. Well, what's that meant to mean? The 120,000 people who have supported the game so far are the problem with the game. What? The only thing you've seen them talking about in relation to the 0.18 released in December is a summoning class? Exactly. There's none of the... We were promised, I would be clear, we were promised the multi-classing for tanks and for healers back in Phase 2. We are now 2 months, we will be 3 months into Phase 3. Has anyone who is a tank or a cleric seen their combo classes stuff yet? Anyone? Economy. Anyone see anything economy? Have we got a functional crafting system that works well? This is what I mean. There's a level of critical thinking that I have where I'm not actually currently able to put aside my concerns about the game. And unless I hear more from them between now and the 11th of December, which is entirely possible, that makes me excited for the game, I don't want to play. I currently don't want to play on the 11th. It just comes down to that. AOC has such potential, the company seems to be lost, and that's exactly the way I feel about it. Ashes has such good potential, the unprofessional lurker over on YouTube. Yeah, completely agree. Ashes has such potential, but the company seems to be lost. I am still concerned at what's going on inside Intrepid, because there's too much in there that doesn't make sense. The first thing I would do if I had hired somebody on to be the lead economy designer would be to get them up in front of all of the people who have quit because of the economy and be like, hey, this is our plan for getting things sorted. Because like you say, I think maybe 90% is a bit strong. I think 50% of those testers would come back and give the game a chance if you made sweeping economic changes. How many of you in chat, if they made sweeping economic changes and improvements to Ashes of Creation, would go back and give the wipe a change and a chance? Put an X in chat if you would give the game a chance if they made those economic changes. Lots of X's, lots of Y's. Enough of you that... Okay, so what? There's 360 people watching. I'm going to say that... If 12 of you... Well, we'll say 18 people. 18 people would come back from 360. 10% 36, 1% 3.6. So you're talking about maybe 5% of the player base. About 5% of the player base coming back for just one question based on just my chat, not even of everyone. That's a lot of that's 5,000-6,000 testers. If you had 6,000 people testing your game, if that's not enough testers, what's the problem? Not everyone here owns the game too. Well, there is that. I mean, I'm talking about the people who do own it and have played it, because that's the purposes of the conversation that we're talking about. You didn't play it? That's absolutely fine, Lady Piccolo. And this is why I'm concerned about this. We need to launch on Steam because we need the numbers for testing. Why is launching on Steam equaling numbers for testing in terms of... Why is that the calculation that you've made? Why does, like, the rest of it doesn't make sense? And I will always ask a question on something that doesn't make sense. The arguments that Thor and I have are always around something he wants to do doesn't make sense and it requires it to be explained. Because I'm not going to support something that doesn't make any sense to me. And that's how I feel about this Ashes phase. I think this is really, really strange. Especially when Steven openly said there are no plans to ever provide it on Steam or to launch it on Steam. To undo that, and that was only in January of this year that that statement was made. To go back on that strongly made statement for, oh, we need more testers, does not line up. Of the proportion who own the game, it's probably, yeah, maybe 10, 15, 20%. You even forgot about the statement it would never come to Steam. Steven said it on Thor's stream during the dev interviews that he had no plans to put the game on Steam at any point. Like I said, to me, it feels like we need more money, but without the decency of admitting it openly. And, you know, like, and then, yeah, Ruchi, perfect. You literally read my mind. If he went back on that statement, how do we feel about the there will be no microtransactions in the game? Because as a developer, you live or die on your word. So where is it okay to rescind your viewpoint on? Is there new investors involved and they have said they need to be listed on Steam to guarantee the money? Potentially, but again, talk to the community about it. I want to, and be clear, like I don't like being negative about Ashes of Creation. I really do want to be excited for it. I really do want to be looking forward to being in that world and waiting like I was for phase 1 and for phase 2, where I wanted to log in, I wanted to level up, I wanted to do all of these things that were super important. Like, you know, there were things that I wanted to do inside of Ashes specifically because Ashes was cool and was interesting and new and had so much promise, but like, I just feel like that promise is getting eroded because of the trust in the devs is getting eroded. I've quit games before where my trust in the devs wasn't high enough. Look at EVE Online. I quit because of my trust in the developers. Right now, I don't have that trust necessary to justify dedicating my time, the stream's time, and my energy to it. So unless I hear more from Intrepid about what they're actually looking to achieve with this wipe in this phase, I don't really know. I'm not excited. Sorry for that long half-an-hour tangent and rant, but that's where I'm at with this. I've played a lot of MMOs. I've dealt with a lot of developers across the years for those MMOs. Everyone wants to do things differently. Everyone has the right to do things differently. But the more open and communicative you are with your players, the better. And while they may have been open and communicative on this, what has been communicated doesn't add up for me. And until it does add up, I'm going to be highly skeptical. You recently found out that Steven built his fortune working on a multi-level marketing scheme, so it eroded my trust quite a lot. At the end of the day, someone's business and work history is never going to be a guarantee of their future approach and future work. So he may have decided, you know, very early on that he doesn't want to do that again, or that it's not going to work out for the game, or it wouldn't work for the games industry. So be it. But if that's what influences your trust in them and how the company works, because ultimately the experience of the CEO running companies is relevant to the decision of how trustworthy is a company. Fundamentally agree, fine with that. No problem at all with that being the consideration. So be it. I'm really excited for Ashes. I'm still excited for what Ashes could be. I just don't think that December is going to offer what we want Ashes to be. And I think I am worried that if I do commit myself to playing it in full and playing the game in its entirety as it currently sits and stands and plays on the 11th with this big Zerg rush, I'm worried that I'll burn out, I won't enjoy the game anymore, and it will further undermine my trust and faith in the game going forward, so much so that I won't want to play it ever again. Due to finances, I wasn't able to play the game. Oh, sorry. At first, I thought it was going to be amazing until they changed where they seem to be going. Viral, to be honest with you, if I had the knowledge I have now, a year ago, I would probably have very different messaging around Ashes of Creation right now. I would be, let it cook, give it time, just wait. Like with all things, I'm moving to my let it cook arc, where every game I'm playing, whether it's Dune, whether it's Ashes, whether it's, I don't know, if I even played World of Warcraft, if I went and played Ark Survival Evolved, and it's not great, I'll let it cook. And if it doesn't land, there are a billion other games that are coming out between now and the end of my life. Someone will make the game of my dreams. And yeah, Freya, you make a very good point. Having my trust eroded to the point where I quit a game I'd played for 15 years and 20,000 something hours because I didn't trust the devs anymore probably has changed how I see things. Old school RuneScape, no, I will never play old school RuneScape because the chance of one small favor isn't zero. Actually, Spook made a very good comment on comms. A big part of playing a game like Ashes, playing a game like Eve, is the people that you're playing with. But if the people that you're playing with aren't having fun, and it can be a lot harder to want to play that game. Arendraan, exactly. There's been no changes. The class system is still exactly the same for me and what I want to play now as it was a year ago today. Because I'll be clear, Alpha 1 was a year ago, and there has been no change to the class that I play, the Cleric, or any kind of improvement to the classes and the classes, which is the unique part of Ashes, since then. There is sailing, true. I thought Thor was going to do a stream for sailing, to be honest. Your guild is 75% of the reason why you still play. They've changed your life. I'm really glad to hear it, because a good guild can do that, Mighty Orange. I'd say that about Eve. The people I met in Eve and the fact that I kept playing Eve as long as I did was, at times in my life, but it was very difficult. It was everything. But having a good guild group that you play with, a good group of friends that you play with, is absolutely huge. But if none of you are having fun, go and play a different game as a group. Just don't force you. Like I did it in Eve for years. I just can't bring myself to care about the game at that point. If I know that every time I log on, I'm suffering, my friends have to suffer alongside me, they're suffering with their characters and stuff, it's just not that fun. Sailing is incredibly fun but slow. Let it cook for a bit. I'm not sure they'll change that. When they release a skill the way it is, they tend to release it. Helldiver devs and Darktide devs announced big updates in December 2nd, so there'll be other content, other games. Well, exactly, Lulu Mask, and that's what it comes down to, is that you've got to decide as a streamer, as a content creator, as well as a player. There are a billion games out there that you could play. They could be one-man dev games, they could be AAA games. There's always be something that calls you in, something that seems interesting. It might not be interesting to everyone in the friend group, it might not be an MMO, it might be a single-player game, but there are more things that I want to play than I have time already. Why would I play something that I don't want to play? Because what, I feel compelled to? I think ultimately voting with my feet has to be the play. I don't know. I might just be old and cynical after my time in Eve. And I would be clear, I still want to play Ashes long term. And I think you make a good point. Being in actual pirates has been the main reason I still want to play Ashes. I'm not sure I want to run a Zerg guild anymore. I don't think that is that fun. It obviously means that cool, we win, but like, I don't know. Zerg guilding didn't feel like a lot of fun. It felt like an awful lot of work. Old man shouts a virtual cloud. I appreciate it. And thank you, Delcha. And if we get a community group for one of these games, again, that will always be my priority. But like having a community guild that's focused around having fun rather than as a guild that's focused on winning, very, very different. Oh, well, exactly, Freya. And, you know, if Thor wants to have actual pirates running on December the 11th, I will do what I need to and what I can to make it run smoothly. I will do what I can for the community. But I don't necessarily have to log in to do that. Oh, yeah, people have no idea how much time it took to run actual pirates. People have no idea, Demnar. Like, I don't blame them because I have not really talked about it. Okay, well, you missed the fun it was before it got too serious? Well, yeah, that's how a lot of things go with it. There weren't a lot of people who were necessarily privy to, like, you know, I'd be working 2 or 3 days in a row. And I'd go 2 days without sleep because I needed to be up for Ashes of Creation meetings, or like I'd get woken up from being dead asleep at night because somebody had attacked us and we needed to change our Diplo tags and all kinds of stuff. There's stuff that can be delegated and stuff that can't. Like, it's not as easy to run one of those large guilds as it might seem. A lot of people put a lot of time in. A lot of the Truth Seekers were putting in hours of doing applications, of dealing with issues. We would deal with reports and we would talk to people who were upset. We were settling internal disputes. We were doing all kinds of stuff. But like, I probably put in as many hours outside of the game in Ashes as I did inside the game in Ashes during the second phase. It's not a game, it's a job. It was a job. And that was where most of my time went. I was doing the merger, which was I was still doing my corporate work at the time. And I was doing Thor's work, and I was doing Ashes of Creation, and I wasn't sleeping, I wasn't looking after myself. Like, a number of the Truth Seekers in the mods will likely tell you that, like, I would just be bouncing between Discord calls, like, multi-track drifting, various projects, various bits, and it was... Trying to get hold of me was a nightmare, let alone trying to get me to relax or trying to get something reasoned out of me that wasn't related to one of the tasks taking up my mindset. There were weeks when the only thing I would be thinking about is Ashes of Creation and the guild stuff. 24 hours in Discord? I mean, I spent, when I didn't sleep for 2.5 days, and then I ended up just, like, passing out. And then while I was passed out, people were like, you know what, Cronus is finally asleep, let's escalate the drama. Yeah, it was wild. People needed to be heard, but like, I can't burn my sleep pattern down. I can't burn down my health to keep that guild going. That's what I was doing. That's what it ends up taking. Like, I don't regret it, and I wouldn't not do it now if I had my time again. But I know that it's not sustainable long term, and it's not good for me. It's also not good for the guilds to have that level of problems internally. And most of it was misplaced issues within the game. It was, well, we can't get enough gear from industry to be effective in PvP, which means that we can't maintain enough stuff in industry to get all of our PvPers leveled up. Well, in order to level up one PvPer, you needed something like 25 pieces of gear. All of them would need to be leveled up with enchanting. All of them would need to be the highest level of rarity, because that's how you become the most powerful PvP force. And like, to have a group of, say, 50 of those people, 100 of those people, you're talking about 2,500 legendary max level enchanted items. You're talking about needing potentially 500 people to support that because of how the economy of crafting works. It was never going to work as a system. Meanwhile, you changed the processing bench to make it... Well, exactly. It became a full-time job for the crafters. It spilled downwards because the expectations were unreasonable. And when you've got a smaller guild of 50 people and you only have to feed it to a party of, say, 8, supplying 8 people with 25 pieces of gear to make 200 pieces of gear is very different from supplying 80. You reach level 15 only by crafting? Jesus. Like I said, the game has a huge amount of promise, but I just need to keep an eye on the devs, and I don't like the current movement and what's being done and the reasons we're being given for why it's been done don't make sense. And to me, when something like that sniffs, I know I will pick at the threads and be like, yeah, but why doesn't this make sense? Why doesn't this make sense? Why have you not given us an answer for this? You know, why was there a massive hiring freeze? Why, you know, why is this outstanding amount of tax and insurance being taken through the courts? Why is this the third time that Intrepid have been named in a lawsuit because they've had non-payment of a fee or a fine or of an insurance requirement? What's going on internally where this is becoming a problem? Because this is the third time, by the way, that they have been named in a lawsuit, as far as I can tell, for non-payment. They've had 2 instances of non-payment of tax, and now there's a lawsuit starting up against them for non-payment of what I think is an insurance fee or amount. Now, is that all objectively something that's their fault and wrong and therefore should be a big deal? I don't know. But there's so much stuff that I don't know about that doesn't make sense from what they feed us that it's very, very hard to trust them. And are you willing to take a chance on devs that you don't trust? That's a very personal choice. And if you say yes, good for you. At the moment, and given my history with Eve devs, my answer is no. I have a lot of I have a lot of respect for a lot of the developers who are working on Ashes. I've spent a lot of time talking to them. I spent a lot of time working with them. As you'll recall, I arranged the event where we did the we showed off the Harbinger system in its earliest form about what it would look like to control monsters, to have monster coins. The first time those were seen on air was something that I arranged for the group, and I arranged for actual pirates and a bunch of other streamers. So I've worked closely with Intrepid on this. I know how cool bits of the game can be. That's why I'm so sad and so annoyed to have to present it like this, because realistically, there's so much promise for this game, and all we are asking as players is listen to us with the feedback that we are providing you. Because that's what they asked us to do, provide feedback. And to be told, oh, well, your feedback is wrong, or you don't understand or respect the vision for the game, I don't know. It's just not. Why would I still want to dedicate my time when I'm being told that, oh, my viewpoint doesn't matter and that they've not made any changes because I'm wrong, because I don't understand the game? Yeah, provide feedback. Oh no, but not that kind of feedback. That's exactly the vibe that we've been getting. You'd have 2 words in response. Well, exactly. And I don't understand why they seem to be so surprised that people are not going to be, aren't willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. I had completely forgot about that last one. Where is that? I'll see if I get around to it today. You scroll back to the math. 50 gear sets. So to gear up 50 people is 160,000 materials. Or just to process those materials is going to take you 2,500 hours. That's not including finding those materials, which, because you want to fit out a full guild for PvP at the Zerg level, you want to make sure that that's 50 sets of legendary or above gear. Suddenly, very, very expensive. The data so that feels like the data we're getting doesn't match what we want, so we need to gather more data until it does. There's certainly a level of of kind of selective data gathering going on, certainly as a feel. Are we stuck inside that wall that's definitely not solid? It only really worked for us because we had hordes of materials ready. Well, exactly. And the fact that, you know, there were systems in place, like, imagine that if a resource spawns at a certain level, the idea that, oh yeah, when it respawns, it will be at that same level for this restart. What a ludicrous idea. Who on earth thought that was a sensible idea for resource spawning to leave in the game? Of course that was abused by literally everyone who could get their hands on a spawn. You would, like, people would just sat there. They would just log back in 45 minutes later or whatever the timer was, and they would just mine that piece again. And they would know, guaranteed, it's going to be legendary material for them. What? How? How on earth was that decided to be a good idea? Why would you design a game like that at all? Like, who didn't think, oh yeah, that's going to get abused on day one? And the drama between those who tried to avoid spawn camping, it just became... It was ridiculous. And like, the most basic player of games could tell you, oh yeah, if you don't randomize where that legendary loot spawns, I'm probably going to farm it. I said it a bit ago, but this Steam launch just feels like the short-sighted attempt to pull in more people who will buy into the game as it is to get the response they want. That's my concern. I'm very willing to believe the story that we've been given, that, you know, they need more players, but I can't ignore the places where that doesn't make sense. And a lot of what seems to be being communicated to us just doesn't make sense. It doesn't line up logically. Like, I can't... So I know that a lot of people are very excited for it, but I'm too cynical because I don't trust Intrepid anymore. It is now fixed, at least, yes. It's now fixed in Phase 3 that the resource spawns aren't static anymore, and you aren't guaranteed a legendary if you got a legendary earlier in the day there. Why that was a problem at all, because it, to me, seems like very, very basic game design to not let that be a thing. Like, and the thing that gets me is... Sorry, I know I'm going off on a very big rant about this, but, like, Steven and others who form Intrepid are meant to be gamers. Like, that's how they present themselves. They're gamers who want to make a game that's fun for them. Like, every gamer has dealt with exploiters, has dealt with people who aren't following the rules. Every gamer knows how awful and frustrating that is. And yet Intrepid's overall view is, oh, well, they might have duped and exploited once or twice, but we'll give them another chance. And then they've given them every single chance. Over and over again, at the expense of the players who are actually engaging in the testing meaningfully and with good faith. I would be more willing to play like Guild Wars 2, Elder Scrolls Online, etc. than Ashes at this point. Okay. I mean, look, Sabu, we've all, you know, it's all like fun when you're on a Minecraft server. You know, you set yourselves up, you fly around and see all your players having fun and enjoying the game. That's part of the fun. But like, it feels a little bit to me sometimes like that's why Steven, that's Steven's main like kind of touch points in the game. He just rocks up and everyone's like, oh, cool, an event. But it's, I don't know, kind of weird. Peekaboo! But I'm going to be really honest with you. That issue was a problem for two and a half phases, basically three phases, nearly a year. And I don't personally believe that issue would have been fixed had it not been for the fact that it came out to the community and it was revealed, because that was being kept secret by a number of the high-up PvP guilds, particularly on the US servers, for a very, very long time before it hit general knowledge. Which is gross. Absolutely gross. If that's how that system worked, Intrepid should have openly declared it rather than mean that players who did know could take advantage of it and players who didn't know thought they just got lucky and got legendary gear. If you're going to have test systems, you need to explain to people how those systems work so that when they test them, they know whether they're working properly. Did you guys just respawn? If so, I'm fine with that. Like I said, there are plenty of other games that I'm super excited for in December. I don't need to force myself to play a game that I currently have no excitement about. Sounds pretty harsh, but it's the honest truth. And if the community wants an ask, like I said, I will dedicate the time to running actual pirates. I have actual interest in running actual pirates, and I want the guild to do well. I want people to be able to enjoy the game and have a group that will support them. So of course I'll put my effort into that. But do I want to go through the effort of doing all the leveling up and having to do the grinding and all of the various bits that, you know, are required for the game again in order to get to the max level so that it can be wiped a month later because they fucked up the collecting the economic data? No. I feel like the time I spent in January wasn't respected because we told them very clearly what we wanted and what we needed from the economy, from the game, and it was just never materialized. You've seen more and more companies laying off their QA and self-testers and these kind of problems. I don't know. I think running early access for people testing is a key thing, but there needs to be QA alongside that. The fact that they can't continue without more testers, and it's absolutely critical they launch to Steam, contrary to what they've said to the community, is it's just weird to me. Like I said, it still just comes down to the fact that there's too much here that does not make sense to me as a player and as a user of their services. But I know how easy it is to get caught up in the hype, so I might get caught up in the hype when it gets a bit close to the date. That's genuinely a thing, but I wouldn't put it past myself at any point to get caught up in that. Little, and weirdly little is communicated. Well, exactly. The longer you go through... I used to put a couple of bodies in this. The longer you go through these early access, the more access you're meant to have and the more visibility on the game. But, like, they've taken the servers down. The servers that were meant to be always online, by the way, for Phase 3. And the servers are currently down, I think, because only the test realm is up, but the test realm is under visual NDA, so I can't show you any of that. Like, I don't know. I really hope it is they've hired people on and there's loads of new people all working away on the game and the game's in a really good state and the you know, the economy's going to get fixed and they've got an economy person coming on. I'd love to believe that. My gut feeling does not allow me to. I can't help that. That's outside of my control, that one. We are indeed talking Ashes, Erevolos. Yes. Like I said, when I see evidence that Intrepid are listening to their fan base rather than it's the players who are wrong. Is it though? The players who have quit are the problem. Well, why did they quit? That's not relevant. They didn't report lots of issues to us, and that they felt like they got ignored and their time wasn't respected or supported. That couldn't be an issue. We're making a game. They don't understand. Well, we understand what being treated like shit feels like. We might be idiots, but we're not like full idiots, chat. Like, right? I think we're okay. We might be idiots, but we're not dumb. Exactly. Oh, Del Chant's in the game. There you go. When I hear those things, I think the game might be better off without me in it. Well, that's not necessarily how I feel. I think the game wouldn't be better off without me in it or without our people in it. But like, it certainly doesn't make me interested in spending a huge amount of time. And I'll be clear, the level up grind from 1 to 25 in Ashes of Creation is a massive increase. That's a dedication of time that is in the hundreds of hours. If you're going to do it by slower methods than absolute just grind festing. And even then, it probably is still... I mean, those of you who have played phase... What we're in, phase 3, how many hours is it now to get from... Here's some blood I prepared earlier. It's not a huge amount of water, but hey. Like, anyone who has played this phase, how long does it now take you to level up in Ashes? Oh, there's a friend in here. Okay. Never got past 15. See, if there's no one here out of 300 people, and I know that everyone will have played, the screen is so zoomed in you can't see what I've read anything. You don't play this yet. I want to see how it's done and what's valuable. Michael Key, is that because you're watching from mobile and Discord? Sorry, not Discord. YouTube's doing that thing where it's not correctly reading what the view should be. That does sound like a thing. You quit around level 10, Ruchi? I think I quit around level 12 for Ashes for the last phase. And like Tarkov, how many of you are suffering from wipe fatigue on a game? Like, it takes a lot to go through a game and level up to full, and then to do that knowing that all of your progress is going to be reset and that you're going to have to do it again for it to count for real. And then you've done that 1 time, 2 times, 5 times. Where's the line for you individually? Because it's going to be different for everyone I ask that question to, but like, where is that line for you? How much is too much for a wipe? How often is too much for a wipe? You're watching while playing DayZ. First of all, DayZ's a great game. I've actually spent a lot of fun time in DayZ. You haven't played Dune yet, so I'm answering a couple of questions over on YouTube chat. Michael Quayle, so Dune is a great game. It's in a good spot, and I think if you start playing now and you're playing through solo by yourself, you'll do quite well and you'll have a lot of fun. Is it perfect yet? No. The game and the end game particularly needs some time to cook to be the real kind of social game that they wanted it to be, the sandbox they wanted it to be. Currently, the Deep Desert was intended to be a bit DayZ-esque and doesn't feel that way at all. The game doesn't seem to incentivize the conflict very well, but the game does do its survival building mechanics quite well. Building is fun. Flying ornithopters is an incredibly good and fun part of the game. The flight is probably one of my favorite parts of Dune, I'll be honest. It touches the lore incredibly well. It does a great job of, if you're interested in the lore, like the lore and the universe of Dune, you'll likely very much enjoy Dune Awakening. It depends on what you're looking for from the game more than anything. So what is it that is interesting for you for Dune Awakening? What is it that you want to know about it? Because I'm happy to answer, especially if on mobile you're not getting the full view of the game. I can probably answer any questions you have more easily, or more directly. The game is very good about telling you what's good in each tier and what is useful, and you can work a lot of that out yourself as you go, but also, you know, you can, it becomes very evident inside the game what you need to get, what's worth grabbing, etc. 2, maybe 3 times the game is good is usually the line for you. So I've already done 3 wipes for Ashes where I've leveled up and then the progress has all been wiped. So I've already at the 3 times you've done. Lady Piccolo, I will do if there are relevant questions. You'd rather have a rollback than a wipe? The problem is that you'd be rolling back right to the start, which is the same as a wipe. Well, at the start is a wipe that skips character creation. I mean, it is, but character creation is one of the fun parts of it, I guess. Well, for some people anyway. You're taking away the only good bit of the transaction, like... Oop, that was not what I wanted to do. I forgot I'm not in my transport, my assault thopter, and this looks very different size-wise. The grind becomes a slow, so 2-3 times, max 4 if the gameplay is ignored. So I'm already accepting that the next time I play is the 4th time I'm playing and leveling up. Like, how many times do I want to do that? We have got the ads over on Twitch. We will bear with surprise rollback mechanics. Well, exactly. Yeah, that's just a wipe with extra steps. I'll be right back. I'm just going to do my back stretches chat. One moment. Thank you for sticking with us during the advert chat. Very much appreciated. I've de-scrungled my spine. Michael Quayle answered over on YouTube while I was away. You love the lore. You read the books recently. You really enjoy the survival aspect of these games. Living off the land, something you really appreciate from DayZ. The question I would ask, Michael, is how many hours are you looking to get out of the game? If you want to get 100 hours, 200 hours out of Dune, even playing by yourself, you will get that very easily. Playing with a group, you might find a way to skip some of that, but I wouldn't guarantee it. And therefore, what is it that you're looking for? Because ultimately, if you want to play this game up to end game and you're playing solo, you'll get the hours, like you'll get more than 1 hour per dollar, for example, out of it, like 100%. That's a whole thing. But if you are looking to form a group and you're looking to do all of the kind of work of it, then that might be a bit quicker for you. You might get the game done in 50. Well, I just want to say I'd be surprised if you're going to get it done in 50 hours unless you've got people who are experts playing with you. But if you want to join our server, we've got community servers that we run, which are, you know, very, very different to the public servers. If you use !Dune Discord, it should work in YouTube. If not, I can get you the link. But we actually have a system where new players can join up, and if they've played before, we'll let them catch up. We have quite a collaborative community approach on it, which is quite nice. So if you are looking for a place to play as well, you are more than welcome to join our community servers that are being paid for. You can spend hours soloing around the map being a loot goblin. You play for the enjoyment of the games of how fast you can get to the end. In that case, I would say that likely you would very much enjoy Dune Awakening. In, like, creating a new character and playing it through from the start is something I'm getting more and more attracted to doing the longer the game goes without there being any new content, because I really enjoy that early game grind and leveling up and gathering the resources. As you can tell, we definitely don't enjoy hoarding resources here. That's why this base full of resources is a thing. All of these are storage boxes containing various like materials that we might need, various metals. You know, we've got a lot of processing down. This one's going to be the metal processing. You know, churning out the highest tier of the game, plastinium. There's iron here for the mid tier. We've got steel reserves. And for each of these, we've got corresponding chests on the 3rd floor for example, copper, which is tier 1, iron, tier 2, steel, tier 3. You run the Landsrad, we could. I could manipulate all of the Landsrad. I just choose not to. Totally Normal Neighbors is on the list, probably because the points that we've gained from killing stuff today. But like, we were taking part in the Landsrad every week, but like right now I have not that much interest in playing or influencing the stuff. Like, you know, that's been up for hours, but no one's claimed it. They won last week. So that's going to be 52 times it by... So basically, you're going to call it 60 points. You're going to want to get 70,000. So you want to hand in 1,100, 1,200 or so fire gems. Gun parts. Let's go have a look. Parts capacitors, servox. No, it won't be there. Being as a hardcore, you don't want the Landsrad this week. The options are terrible. I know. There's nothing that's that good from it. So I wouldn't waste your time and bother with submitting a bunch of resources. Yeah. So, Michael Quayle, yeah, in answer to your question, I would say that from what you've explained and what you've described, I think you would likely very much enjoy Dune Awakening. Yeah. It definitely satisfies the Rust and DayZ loot goblin, where you go to a location, you fight your way through, you'll get resource out of it. You'll get like kind of at each tier you get these. Go here. I've got a couple in here. You get like these kind of blueprints for higher tier items. So this is the highest tier shield in the game. Hello, Bailey. Yeah. Oh, is Winky in the way? Is that, did I put the Winky in front of the cat cam, did I? That's very rude of me. Wrong one. Do this. I can make Winky shorter, but I think it's fair for him to be about the same size as the cat. I wouldn't want him to be too scared of Bailey, you see. But But yeah, you when you run around, like if you go, so I'll show you. I'll literally just go to a random point of interest. This one here is really easy. Stukalus, I do this one a lot because it's fun. Whose Thopter is that? You watch a 10-minute tutorial on makeup and foundation to apply makeup to Thor's face just to scrap it again. Nellis, I'm impressed, proud, and kind of afraid all in one go. So many questions, you need to sit and watch more about it. I didn't even know you could refine metals and whatnot in the game. And I answered the question about crafting while you were writing, that's good. I'm glad to answer the questions, yeah, like I said. Right. Okay, you going for a snack, B? Yeah, of course you are. Actually, I've not gone far enough, that's why. I thought I was having a strong car. I was like, the rocks don't recognize what I remember here. And then I just descend into this little pit. Just you know. So you'll rock up at one of these points of interest, and you'll fight your way through. You. What the hell is going on here? Are you alive? I killed his AI, I didn't kill him. In each of these areas, you'll have a bunch of enemies you can kill. You'll have areas that you can explore. There's player buildings in there, in the map. There's some player buildings dotted around. Yeah, we've got a bunch of stuff dotted around. You have different enemy types. Kind of helps that I've got quite a high level gear on, because I can just... You don't even know where I am. And then you'll do things like you'll gain these bands, and then you'll use that band with its corresponding color to go through special areas, and then you'll find loot chests and rare materials. But also sometimes if you explore, you'll find there's actually little hidden areas with cool stuff. Like this hidden part of the temple. Ah. That has, you know, a rare blueprint for a rare schematic, sorry, for a rare shotgun. Some iron dust, so the rare material for that tier. Some money, more even a weapon for this area. This is just located north of the hammer, so it's Suk Alossus. It's in the iron area. That's a whole thing. How do the servers work? So we have, thankfully, got access from Nitrado. Nitrado have given us 15 private worlds on a private server. So the way this works is that the world I'm on, Blackbeard, that's this map, is private to the people who have the password for it. There are 15 of worlds just like this that tie to one of the deep deserts. I can't show you the deep desert map right now, I don't believe. No, I'd have to go out to the main area of the world, but I can do that. It's not a problem. They then correspond to one shard or one world, which is the network of servers, where you'll have one deep desert, you'll have one Arakeen, one Harko village. And then players can interact between them. That was rude. I didn't ask for that. How have you missed it? One of my favorite spots. I've shown that a lot on stream. You imagine that the weapons are quite lore accurate in the books. Using any laser weaponry against shield can cause fusion explosions. So because of an event that took place in this universe of Dune, which was a laser was fired at a shield inside Old Carthag, allegedly, Old Carthag was destroyed by a fusion explosion, exactly like what you described, Michael Quayle. And so in this version of the game, any las gun, which is sent down to Arrakis, has to have a specific safety installed, which will deactivate when it's aimed or pointed at anyone with a shield. Let me go and find an enemy with a shield so I can show you how that looks. Because they thought of that in the lore. It can cause a nuclear fusion explosion. It's not small. It will level a fully established city. So in order to obviously combat that, because that wouldn't be fun to actually, while that's cool in terms of lore, it's not fun for the player. And so in the name of fun, this is a las gun. It's quite fun. Yeah, but it's not as much fun to fire it at a force door. I know that it works on a force field, but that's not the same. Here you go. This guy here has a shield. So shields go down while you're shooting. That guy has the shield up. Can't fight. This guy I could kill right now with it. But while he's got his shield up, you see it's deactivated, and I've got emergency venting, can't fire. That's how they got around the whole las guns and shields don't play nice together. I hate stairs. The natural weakness of my melee character. Stairs. Oh, fine, I'll put my shield on. Oh, they have buffed those guys. There are abilities that you can do, so I can do things like I can put down this little turret. And then I can activate the little turret, and it'll shoot for me. It's not a thinking machine, because I'm still controlling it. That breaks the enemy shield, and then the enemy dies. So they've thought about a lot of those things to make the game a balance of being true to the lore and also being fun. One of the reasons why I'm quite excited about the game in that regard. I'm just waiting for my health to regenerate slightly. Because I, as a Bene Gesserit, have some, so the grappling hook that you can see me do a lot of that is that's a trooper skill from the trooper tree. There are several of these skill trees. Swordmaster, Bene Gesserit, Planetologist, Mentat, and Trooper that all shape how you play the game, and you'll find a very individual way of playing the game. I personally mostly focus on melee, and I'll chip away with range when I don't need to be in melee, so that I can kind of whittle down the longer ranged units that I'm fighting against. Some people do purely heavy weapons. I very rarely use those outside of very specific use cases. Some people like to drive everywhere with the buggy. I personally like flying everywhere. I mean, Korite, that's the whole point is the schematic that you build from contains the blueprint. You don't understand the blueprints necessarily themselves. They would, but for the purposes of the game's sake, that rule is very strongly followed. Let's just say. Because also, if you use a las gun against something that's inside of your range, it will kill you because of the fusion explosion as well. So, like, everyone loses if you don't follow that rule. Like, just generally. Like, that's how that's going to work. You can store these small ornithopters, the solo ones, inside a little tool for ease and convenience, but these larger ones that have more storage can't be stored, so they generally live out and about out in the open. You keep it inside your base, which you have a shield on. You have to keep your base's power up. You have to maintain the water supplies of the base. You have to maintain your individual personal water supplies. There's a whole lot of balancing that needs to be done. The fabricators have that rule built into them too? I imagine so. These haven't been drained down yet, have they? The water should be very nearly finished. We're a couple of minutes off. Oh, 11 minutes off. That was 1.5. Okay, I must have put 40 minutes down rather than 50. Normally, you have to pay taxes on our server, and I know this is going to sound strange. As a British person, I was like, you know what? Nah, taxes, not feeling it. Not having it. Just a shout out to Pupita as well for their resub at tier 1. 6 months, bud. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for all the gift subs that you give and just for hanging out, dude. So appreciate you, Pupita. Hope you're doing well today. The Bene Gesserit have a lot of cool passive skills. They do. They also have a lot of cool active ones, like Bindu Sprint, which is fun, especially when you have more than one stamina bar. Having to power your base is taxes enough? Well, exactly. Like, we power our base through wind power, which uses lubricant. We harness the power of wind and lube for our power production. Industrial grade lubricant is what we use. And we have additional water traps if it's needed. Lots and lots of industrial lube. Well, exactly, there is that. So we refined all the Stravidium at least. I don't think we've got any spice sand. We should be good for that. You can only craft 1,000 of each item at a time, so I've got 1,000 titanium stored up there. With 4,000 Stravidium fibers and 33,000 titanium ore, we've got enough to make basically 4,150 more titanium. So we'll be good on titanium by the time I'm done. I hear a Bailey. Who's a baby who wants feeding? It's likely him. You have your lubricant bins named respectively. A girl can never have too much I mean, fine. That makes sense, I guess. If that's what's making you happy, that's working for you, go for it, Freya. Proud of you. Happier without me. I can't undersell how nice it is to be able to carry that vehicle across the gap, and I'm looking forward to now when we can have a cargo container that's large enough and makes sense, because this has 11,250 volume, the largest container you can make in the game of any kind. A cargo container being carried by the carrier, to my mind, would need to be at least larger than this, so I'm thinking 12,500, maybe even 15,000 in terms of its capacity, which would make sense for a cargo container which is purely focused on storage to be able to store a large amount of items. I would be surprised if it's not at least 15,000. Or at least 12,500. Looking for some passion, so you... The game has a huge amount of building. Like, we made these bases. This is made by a base. This is a Darth Vader Pez dispenser, and if anyone says differently, I'll disagree with you. This is a Darth Vader Pez dispenser, nothing else. Made by someone in the community. Thank you, Mango. I lived in Edinburgh for a couple of years. You ever go that far north? I've been to Edinburgh once, many, many years ago. That is probably the furthest north I've been, other than being in a place where you go over the Arctic. They need a bigger base storage container. That crawler will fill 4 max size. It will, yes. That's why we want a larger container storage. The ones we've got are still called medium containers, so there is a larger size, I believe, intended. It's just a matter of when we get it. Every time I build something new for the base and it exceeds available power gun and shield drops with that blue flash, I want to yell, nice. Yeah, it's light. There's a giant wolf's head base on your server. That's really cool. A lot of people have been really inventive what they've designed. I've been really pleased to see some of the cool building stuff that we've done. If we had the option, I would likely do some kind of building event for our server where we look at like all the coolest builds. We give people like a week or so to build, but it's just about the ability to and the admin tools to do it. When there's more people in the game, then I reckon we'll do some more. We'll do some more of those kind of events. We're waiting for Funcom to basically finish sorting out the game and delivering it in a way that they want it to be long term. I'm happy to wait, like I said. I'm in my let it cook era. Your base is a giant ball with a maze, but you're working on a tower of spiky storage. Beautiful, we love storage. That's Tix's base here. Felix is on top, we're about to fly over. So one of the other community members, Felix Ravenhurst. You've got think that's Thor's base, that's Sabu's base, and Kalras's base is about to load in. Okay, thanks for letting me know, Trotek. I have no plans on playing right now. I have my own feelings about Tarkov still. This is whose base is this one? Nice little Atreides base. This is our friend Greg's base, Mr. Greggles, who was in chat. With the nice carrier hangar and the nice front hangar that I definitely didn't land through. This is definitely not the main entrance, but hey. Yeah, like a glove. Like a glove. Yeah. And then you come back out this door and you're ready to fly off, right? That's how that works? That's how that works. You enter through that tiny little hole in the ceiling and then you come out of here. That's how that works.
That was singularly the most cursed way I've seen anyone enter a hangar ever.
That is the nicest... Wait. That's the nicest thing I've heard all day. Thank you. Hello, Bailey.
You're welcome.
Meow. What's up, baby boy? Hi. You're sitting on the windowsill, are you? Is that what you want to do? Is that because you want outside? Or are you throwing a... You're throwing a fit?
This was meant to be where I was putting a new chandelier in, but I haven't installed it yet. But apparently now I feel I should open it up to Ornithopter access.
So for those of you who don't know, it's Mr. Greggles who we're talking to there. Who I have just given a shout out to on Twitch. If you don't already follow Mr. Greggles, you should. He plays the, he will tell you that he plays the drums, and it'll look like the drums. He's actually a flute player. Those are actually just highly technical
Dearest
flutes.
Sir, I owe you a loan.
I owe you a loan. You mean you owe me a loan repayment? I love repayment on loans. I can't actually remember what I loaned Greg. That's the funny part.
If you would kindly give me access to your Ornithopter, I will deposit the 1011 cobalt paste, which I owe you.
I like cobalt paste deliveries. That's nice. It might be a spice loan is certainly something, but I think I asked to be paid in cobalt paste because I'd rather not harvest cobalt paste. It is done. Cold out there, and I know you like having the window open, but I don't. You just had to do that run. See, I don't like collecting cobalt pastes component parts. You can't do as much flying as I would want. I'll fly back. Wait, I'm lost inside Greg's base. Oh wait, no, it's out that door. And then in this way. It is done. It's the name of the vehicle is Chat Lost the Game. Oh, I made you lose the game too. Oh, that's a real shame.
I'm aware.
Oops. I'm completely innocent here, chat. Is that something I would do to mess with people? Obviously not. I'm not nodding. You won't help with the meta. Fair. I probably deserve it.
There you go. I have fulfilled the loan. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Are you enjoying being lost in my base?
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm lost in most bases. I just kind of walk around until I see what looks like the outside world and hope for the best. So it kind of works.
I was planning to put like a really fancy front on it, but then I realized we've now got three people in this base. So I've made 3 hangars. We've got the main hangar for me, which is out here.
And then you've got the carrier hangar and the little side hangar that I just discovered. Yeah, this little side hangar that's in here, and then the big one, and the one that I came in through the roof. So basically 4 hangars. This is definitely an access point. I've refused to believe this isn't intended for ornithopters. I think I can cut the corner there. Yeah, I can. It's because, like, that could be a door. Why wouldn't you make that into a little door and a little set of stairs down rather than this one? I mean, I guess this is quite a cool door to have. They're a bit rapid. I get worried about my face getting taken off. How many hours a week to maintain the base is not that much. You, like, maybe 2 hours a month to maintain the bases at the moment with industrial lube, and that's assuming you have to log on and harvest all of the lube components that you didn't already have. So I think it varies quite strongly depending on like what it is that you're doing and using. I do like this birdcage style hangar. It reminds me of the one that Luther made on the side of a building at one point. See, this is also a very unknown parking space for Greg's base. Just in... Oh, hang on, I need to be a little bit further forward, hang on. Oh, this used to work. This is very, very rude. Oh, wait, hang on, am I using the wrong vehicle? That might be why. What? Fleshkeeper Thorak is here. He wants to see our new parking. He wants to know the parking solution. This perfect parking solution for a Thopter. See, I'm showing Greg how to improve the use of his base. That perfect spot for an ornithopter, scout ornithopter. It's like a little ornithopter hiding with its mama. It's like a little baby bird and a mama bird. That looks like it should also be a door. See, I would have just left a bunch of holes in the base so I could just jump through it all the time, because I spend most of my time on the ground. Or off the ground, sorry. Ooh, I'm gonna have a snack. One sec. We can have a chat while I'm snacking. You swap to battery power, the buggy trips and 2 bases are good. I mean, yeah, if you can get to battery, I think you can easily do like half an hour every 2 weeks, if not less. That's Fleshkeeper Thorak, Private Jaws. He's one of the Flesh Rippers from Arakeen. No, from Harko Village. Whee! Oh, my stamina went down to 1% suddenly, probably because I touched the electric one. Oh, you did see me, damn. Yes, you are obviously upset, but I counterpoint with the fact that you have no idea where I am anymore. Oh, you do your battery run? I do my battery runs in the deep desert. There's nowhere better for getting batteries, in my opinion. And especially now that you can transport a buggy across there. Absolutely ideal to be able to collect stuff. Oops. Hello, who are you? Don't normally take 3 hits to kill. Interesting. Normally it's a Bene Gesserit witch, but that was a ranger. Huh. Can you fight with your fists? I'm not sure why I would want to when I have a rapier, but sure, yeah, I guess you could fight with your fists. Sword beats fists in my experience, but I don't do that much fighting, I guess. So, you know, I'm not an... I'll trust you guys in chat who get into fights far more often. If fists beat sword, that makes sense. That's why there's so many, like, you know, those good Jackie Chan films. I could believe it. You haven't got a carrier yet. You can transport a buggy of exactly around your ram. That's one of the recent changes. I'll do that again now, because in case people missed it earlier in the stream. Don't worry about the hellish whispering. That's completely fine. Not a problem at all. Oh, I just got close and lost all my stamina. It's fine. I don't need stamina anyway. I can fly like this. That gives you a reason to build a carrier. I would say so. I think carriers are becoming more and more useful. Sooner or later, I think I will stop using this assault thopter. I can't guarantee that I'll want this assault thopter forever, chat. That's the thing. Like, you know, it's a great assault thopter, but like, when I've got a storage module that I can transport in the carrier, I might just use the carrier all the time, to be honest. You part of the carriage and have it in a chest in the base, that's a good thing to do, I think. That's what I've done with ours. Uppies mining the deep desert has to be done. Uppies mining in the deep desert for fuel cells is a really good way of doing it. That makes sense, Steffi Dollar, why you wouldn't do it. Give it back to the rocks. I don't want to return this thop to the rocks. I want to use it. I want to save it. We've already given a thop to the rocks. Never again. A number of you know how I feel about that. I'm watching you. I'm watching you very carefully. Radio. You were running issues with assault thopter in the rocks. Well, that's my problem. The only thing in a carrier is how to avoid the storm. What if I told you that if you're carrying a sand crawler or a buggy, if you keep the carrier at 745 to 750 and you just boost directly through the storm, like toward at its lowest, kind of its shortest possible edge, you'll take like somewhere between 1 and 10% damage. If they didn't fix the sheltered bug, that worked earlier. We used it today. You have everyone finds the deep desert component. Seems like some I can only find in Shuttle, Crash, Rex. Which ones are you looking for, Arenjaran? I mean, Sabu, today I took 1% damage going through in a carrier with a buggy. I was willing to lose the carrier in case I was wrong, but it was very fun. Sandstorms is easy to blast through. Yeah, carrier is the safest thing from it. You can't do that as easily in other vessels. Yeah, you say insane, but makes sense to me. It works. Oh, this is all of our... I don't know what half that stuff is. Imagine me dumping stuff in chests that I don't ever have any intention of using or sorting. Couldn't be me. The problem for future Chronos. Future Chronos does not like past Chronos. So each of those blueprints I've gathered sits here in these uniques, and once you've the blueprint works once. So I can make 1 pincushion boots because I have 1 of that. I can make 2 pincushion pants because I have 2 of that. I can't make any more pincushion helmets because I've not got any more of that schematic. My favorite weapon, Halleck's pick, 9 of them. Love it. Definitely wanted some spares. Something cool and awesome, like, you know, the ancient way, one left. Plasma cannon, 3. Where's my las guns? Show me the las gun. There you go. Black market las gun, 3 of those. Very nice. We like that. We did at one point consider trying to do a run where we got all of these uniques, but I just can't be bothered. Doing it for doing its sake doesn't seem worth it to me. I'd rather spend time playing other games and enjoying other games with you guys. Same when it comes to Ashes. Like, I'm not going to create content that I don't believe in or agree with. So, like, that just kind of makes sense. I've already got a base organizer here, Delchant. Demnar is very happy with Demnar's role. And Demnar's also not allowed to complain about it. So, we're all good. I think we're all good. The carrier boot isn't faster than the others. No, it's just basically that the carrier, when it's carrying something, seems to defend itself and defends the things that it's carrying somewhat. Which is interesting. But hey, it works. You complain never, Demnar. You would never complain about me doing something unspeakable with our storage. Never. Whoops. Little bit of overshoot there. When they give me a hotkey to deposit these bodies, I'll be happy as well. Or, like I was suggesting, give me a magazine of 3 corpses that I can slot into some kind of metal container. As long as they do the M1 grand ting when they pop off and then they're done, I'll be happy. Scouts get shredded in sandstorms. They absolutely do. With a scout, that's why if you're traveling around in a scout frequently, take a still tent with you. Just land, park your scout, put it into your Pokeball holder for it. Get in your still tent. Just wait the storm out. It makes so much more sense to do that. Just you, by the sounds of it, Twinned Assassin, because most people can hear. Seems the sound definitely coming through the stream, etc. Like an upside down Pez dispenser, of course. Exactly. Logan Runs gets it. You know exactly what's up. Just you, sadly, Twinned Assassin. Which is a shame because you're missing out on all of our key and critical banter, of course. A body hot, exactly. See, Freya knows what's up too. Rapid body acquisition and dispersal. That's what we need. It grabs the body from the queue and just immediately kicks into effect. What more could we want? That's a system that everyone wants in Dune. Here's all this blood I prepared earlier, and it's all becoming water. There's something quite therapeutic about the blood becoming. Is this a game on a shared server or different servers? We have 15 servers provided for us in a world shard called referred to as a world, provided by Nitrado. So they have 15 of this map, the Haga Basin, but one shared deep desert, one shared Arrakis for the social hubs, one shared Harko Village, which is also a social hub. That's how that broadly works. So it's a shared server system, and we have ours provided for us by Nitrado. We have 15 of them, and again, very kind. And they're for our community, they're for the Pirate Software community, Annie Fuchsias, Jay the Bard, Winky, Mr. Greggles, Vicky, a bunch of other people who are looking to play, and anyone from the community who wants to join can do so. !Dune Discord if you're over on Twitch, and you'll get a link to our Discord server, which has the server information in it. So if you are looking to move across, have a chat with people over there. Find some people to play with, you know, find some people who are also looking for a guild or a group. Have some fun. Everyone is welcome unless you're a shitter, in which case, I'll teach people about moderation. This feels sacrilegious, but it's also a necessity. You did indeed get D&D news earlier, was it? Yeah, we had Winky on to talk about it for like a whole half an hour. Winky was chatting with everyone. It was good. It was really fun. Water is the problem. Yeah, that's exactly what happened, Joro. You know, there were people who early on, for those of you who weren't here, early on the Dune server, when the game was freshly out, the servers were obviously very, very busy, very, very full. A couple of people joined the open servers thinking that they would be edgelords, and they decided that because they sucked at PvP, they would PvP in comms instead by using racial and homophobic slurs. And they very quickly found out that I was more than willing to show them what consequences were. Just saying. So they got their accounts wiped. The guy who apologized never did again. Absolutely fine. Moved on. Account wiped. No problem. The one who continued to complain about how unfair it was and it was admin abuse and various other very kind things. Unfortunately, we set it so that their progress will be wiped every 6 minutes in game. But fine, but fine. If you think that slurs are fun and enjoyable for everyone, imagine the consequences. Imagine the finding out portion of our game. So they found out. They were very upset. But like I don't know. I'm not going to accept it. Like I've said from the start, I have absolutely zero tolerance for people rocking up and thinking that it's cool or funny or clever to shout slurs across in-game comms. Ridiculous behavior. It wasn't okay on Xbox Live when we were all teenagers, and it's not okay now. I'm not sure we've got enough melange. It's going to use one spice melange for every filter we make for water, and we've only got 58,131 melange. I'm just not sure that's enough. I'm very worried about our supplies. Never enough. I mean, yeah, you know, why is that maxed out? Water is the problem. Makes sense. Was it? This is from K-pop Demon Hunters, which was surprisingly banging as a film. It's really, you know what, I agree with you, Gort DeViti. It is embarrassing how little spice we have. 29 water, is the hotel empty? No, we've just used up all of the guests. Hotel lobby 2 very much full. This very much, look, we've harvested quite a lot of titanium today. Then go upstairs. That's... There you go. That will now bring us in water for a little while. These wind traps are pretty effective. You've listened to the... You've heard the whole holiday. There's one girl who liked to listen to that while swinging on a swing. Ah, fair enough. Can you switch to spice generators to make more death stills for production that high? We probably do. I mean, we've still got quite a lot to queue. That's the funny part. We're obviously gonna go. We're gonna go out and do another run of stuff. But if I go this side and show you quite how much we've still got to process, it's quite a bit. You'll need somebody to permit you to do that. Someone like Sabu will have to use exclamation point permit. So yeah, we've got 31,000 today more and 3,600 fibers. That's a small amount. Small amount of this still to process. To work out how much that we actually need to process this, if I go to my calculator and I do 3,693 times by the water we need, which is 1,250, we need 4.6 million water to process all of this. So to give you an idea of what the next focus is going to be, water. So that's a whole thing. That's basically been the output of what we've done today has basically been all of that. There you go. One of those. Another one will be possible in a minute. It's not normally this dark inside in the game, to be fair. Not quite sure what's going on base other than the light. I think Luther got rid of the light globes that were over here. In making million water an hour for that level. Alternatively, I can just make 500,000 water an hour and just let it take longer. Given that we make about 600,000 water an hour, this will be ready by tomorrow, so I'm not particularly fussed. No. By the time I get finished, so we've just put out obviously two of those wind traps on. That's brought us in another 1,000 water. So I'm going to move that up to 4. Then we can run all of these for 24 hours, which is not bad. It's not a huge amount of water, but it's better than none. I think we have 3 more? 4 more? 3 more? That's a weird number. Why have I got 7 is a good... Actually, no, 7's a good number. What am I... Who am I kidding? Every time you hear golden, now you hear the Canadian version instead. Well... yeah. You haven't got the luxury of waiting around for your water. You could just log out and go make some food, for example. Unless you're being held captive, in which case Twin Assassin blink twice if you need help. I'm watching. Don't make me think of you. 520 out of 405. Once that says 520, we'll make another one. You have a day job. Does that count? Well, yeah. So surely you could queue up several hours of production in the morning, for example, then do the same thing in the evening after your workday. Why that's me out of rack. Nice. I saw that post in Discord Caraday. Imagine having a day job and not just being able to play like games all the time. Can't believe it. Like, who would do that? Real talk. I was watching how many hours some of you had in Arc Raiders when it came out. There were several people who had 60 hours of gameplay by the end of the launch week. That is 10 hours of Arc Raiders a day, my guys. That is too much. Stop. Love yourselves. Spend some time with your family or your loved ones. Ponder the great orb in the sky. 10 hours a day on top of a job. What are you guys not sleeping? What's wrong? What's... Arc Raiders is good, but it's not... And look, I know my Dune hours in Dune aren't... It is a bit hypocritical, yes. But I would argue that as a British person, that's my job. Some people take a week off for work for such reasons. Some people don't include the person who said, hang on, I can't do another run. I've got a meeting I need to go to, and it started 5 minutes ago. That doesn't sound like taking a week off of work to me. That sounds like undiagnosed addiction to Arc Raiders. How many of you played Arc Raiders while you were meant to be working? It's a safe place, don't worry. 18 hours of tanking in AOC for well over a week while working? That would never happen, Sabu. No one would ever do that, would they? Getting me to take time off from work, difficult. Getting me to work when I don't want to, also difficult. That was us, maybe not 60, we did like 3 10-hour Dalchant. I am what I would call at this point, because I can play games on stream all the time, it's basically like chronically unemployed. That's what streamers are. We act very chronically unemployed. This kind of activity where you just sit and play games for 12 hours a day, that wouldn't fly in the corporate environment. Just saying. That doesn't play. You haven't played Arc Raiders too busy with other games like I haven't played Alex for a very, very long time, but that game was really solid when it came out. See, look, we're now we're watering. Brain wasn't able to do programming because of being so tired, but it handled Arc Raiders good. You couldn't get into Arc Raiders, but you did play a lot of Ball X-Put. Ball X-Put was good. Exactly, Mira. That's the point. You're medically retired, so there's that. There you go. So you've got the time. I'm just saying though, if you're willing and able to spend that much time playing the game, you should also probably recognize that you are at the top, like the top percentage of the player base, and like there's a level of like, okay, well, maybe I'm a little bit ahead of the content curve. That's why you have a kind of break and Arc right up to 56 hours in. Yeah, you reach that point, you're like, you know what? I should stop. There's more to life than this, and that's fine. Once you reach that point, that's a good sign. That point of realization is a point that all of us need to reach at some point when it comes to gaming. Cobalt paste. touch some grass, it's okay. Grass won't kill you. Well, okay, grass might kill you, but so might lots of things. The chance of a cat with a knife appearing to mug you is never zero. Oh, that was nice. You touch grass 3 times a day when you collect. Okay, well, you get outside, you walk your doggo. That's good. You're quite allergic to grass. It's trying to kill you. That's okay. Maybe find some hypoallergenic grass. Maybe touch a tree instead. Okay. A crow stole the murder knife and the police had to tail it. That makes sense. I believe it, Kakarot. Is sand... You can touch sand. Touching sand is, I guess, fine. If you want to touch sand, touch sand. That's not a problem. If you're medically confirmed allergic to the sun, vampire self can go outside, you can too. I would agree. I would very strongly agree. Now, there is something I meant to do today that I haven't done yet, which was review the patch notes for Dune, which I should do. If you guys want to go through the patch notes, we love a good bit of patch notes. Yeah, sand doesn't block the VTubers. That is very true. You have to be more careful that way. So those of you who want to know about what's happening with Dune, this has been the most recent update on Dune. The most recent big update, anyway. We'll just move Winky into the corner so that Winky can watch for the patch notes. Would I rather be... I'd rather be incredibly gassy eyebrows. I just... Why would I change from being incredibly gassy like I already am? Beans are great. Burritos are ideal. What the ads are here? We'll wait till the ads are over and I'll start going through some of these. While the ads are here, I'm going to go and stretch my legs and pet the cat. I see you there in the city of lights, 14 floors, pale blue eyes. Hello, the ads will be over shortly. Give me a moment. Hello, Red Falcon. How are you doing, buddy? It's great to see you. How you been doing? Trying to remember to actively hydrate because, you know, looking after myself is kind of important. Starline through the window, the moon. welcome back from the break. We are going to talk through some of these Dune patch notes and look at kind of what's been recently done and kind of look at what the plan going forward is. The plan, obviously, for Dune is to reach a stage where they're fixing up their quality of life issues, they're polishing the game, they're rounding the game out. So all of these patches that we've been seeing since launch have basically been designed to push the game towards a more finished state rather than expanding what's in the game. It's about quality of life, improving the way the game currently plays, and improving the stability of for the players who are currently playing it. So with that in mind, a big thing that we were looking at here is this base backup tool. It's the main thing we were excited about this, and the fact that they've taken it out of the patch, despite the interest around it, despite obviously how much it seems needed in the game, because they want to get more feedback on it, because they want to know broadly that they are delivering it in a good state and it's not going to be broken on launch. They pushed it by a month. Fantastic. A game like this is made or broken by the resources you gather. The base building tool is such a vital part of you storing your base and all of your storage, and you want to get it back in long term. You came back to the game long term and your base storage tool didn't store your base properly and you lost all of your stuff, you're going to be beyond pissed. You'll be incandescent with rage, and for a good reason. You're trusting this system that they are creating purely because it's called a base backup tool. There's a lot of feedback that was given on this. There was a lot of test notes done on it. There was some bugs. There was some quality of life things that needs to be changed. But fundamentally, it says here, it allows you to fully back up your entire base in Haga Basin and restore it in the same map in any siege. This is going to be the vital part of server transfers. I am very pleased that they are taking the time to refine this. I know it's upsetting that it's not being delivered when we want it. I know it would have been really cool to have that for today's stream, to be able to do a lot with it. I would rather they wait a month than deliver it in a broken state. Mira, you make a very good point there. Glad they're taking the time to refine it and are actually listening to players, unlike AOC. Well, exactly. It comes back to what we're saying. They are listening to the players. They are trying to deliver a change that's meaningful and actually kind of works well for the game. I can't be annoyed at them delaying it because they want to get the feedback into the right place and they want to get it working. I just think that's good. That at least lines up with them saying to me personally when I met them at TwitchCon, to us all when they've been talking about it on their Discord server, they've said they want to communicate more with the players and listen to them more. And they are actually doing it, which is they've made a promise. Things didn't go so well at launch, and they made a series of promises. They are at least sticking to them as it looks. It might not be the timescales of the speed that everyone wants. They've had some layoffs of staff, as most games do at launch. But they are genuinely bringing updates. They are genuinely interested in the longevity of the game. The game isn't going to be... They're not panning it. They're not getting rid of it. They're not being like, you know what? Fuck the players are wrong. They're listening, and they're waiting to deliver something that we've waited for because they want to deliver it in a good state. There's actually nothing in there that I can criticize. What am I going to say? How dare they not deliver us a broken tool that we're relying on for backups? I understand people are upset that it's been pushed, but it's been pushed because it needs to work. It needs to do its job. So of course it's been pushed. And I'm glad it has been in that regard. They say for more information, see the detailed description below, so we will get down to that. We've added a new radio station to the Communicate, which adds the Dune Spice Wars soundtrack. This has actually been surprisingly asked for. Something I can't show on stream because the Dune Spice Wars soundtrack is held by the developers of Dune Spice Wars, not the publishers, which are the developer plus Funcom. So that is actually... This would likely result in a copyright strike on YouTube. Potentially on Twitch as well, which I would rather avoid, as many of you know. That's, never good. So very, very cool for most players, but not something that, as me as a streamer, I can actually take part in because of very specific circumstances. Transport ornithopters can now travel between maps while carrying a vehicle. Absolutely huge. We've tried it today. It's worked perfectly well every single time, no problems. It's taken them time to deliver it, sure, but we've had no issues. Has anybody who's played since this patch came into effect on Tuesday had an issue losing their vehicle traveling between the map? Just chuck an X in chat if you have lost your vehicle from this. Because I didn't hear reports of vehicles being lost like this. Hello, Elmo Riot. How you doing? Doing well, coming in. I've seen no X's in chat. You've only been out to Deep Desert once. Still counts if you've taken a vehicle out there. You had a rock thop, did you? Hello. Are you all cold? What happened? Have you been outside? Yeah, hello. Who's adorable? You want to go on cam? Are you going to try and eat Winky? Okay. The Puss is very good. He's a very good cat, aren't you? So, carriers, which are one of the transport ornithopter types, the only one in the game currently, can now travel between maps while carrying a vehicle. Like I said, absolutely huge. It makes a huge quality of life difference. It means the largest transportable container has gone from 2,000, which is, hi, baby boy. Yeah, hello. The max transport size, which was 2,000, the assault ornithopter storage, is now 11,250, which is a Regis Spice container. Hi. Hi, are you shouting at me? Yeah, he's a good baby boy. Who's a lovely kitten? Yeah, you are. Oh, you want to have a clean? Okay, I'll let you have a clean. Oh, I think Bailey spotted someone. Yeah, I think he spotted a spare human. Ooh. This is this is the step towards the carryable container that we've been talking about for a little while as well, which is exciting. Again, something that we want and we're looking forward to. Also, this is, you know, they fixed testing stations to PvP. Fine. They've improved ornithopter collision handling to reduce griefing. This is the one that I'm concerned about, that you might see rockthopters, but today performance looked okay for me. If anyone has had that happen to them, the fact that you can now recover ornithopters with the vehicle recovery tool is great. You'll lose some of your integrity, sure, but they've mitigated the effect of the loss, and they're also reducing things that lead to those losses. All about stability, it's all about the quality of life, and it's all about your gameplay experience as a player. The worms are more attracted to Spice Money with a combat than they used to be. You could fire 15, 20 times before worm sign, now it's like 10. That was a while ago, a range around. That wasn't the most recent patch, but a patch a little while ago did introduce an increased worm aggro from compactors. You'll need soft step boots by the minimum. Fixed an issue that made it possible for players to block interaction with some NPCs. Quest blocking bugs, again, always going to be a priority for quality of life fixes. They can stop your progression. Remember that this seems like a small fix, but something like this could flat stop your progression through the game for quests. So, depending on how bad this is, that could be a very high priority item that needed fixing, and we're finally at that stage. Many bug fixes and UI improvements. We will get down to those, but this is the one that's really interesting. The new base backup tool is what we were most excited about, which was, you know, it's designed to fully back up the entire basin, Haga Basin, including land claims, placeables, storage contents, water, blood, crafting queues, and placeables and their settings. That's an awful lot of information to be stored by one tool. The usage limitations are: only the owner of the land claim will be able to back up the base. Permissions are cleared. So the person restoring the base gets full permissions. You cannot back up the vehicles in the base, but you could disassemble them and put them in storage containers. They offer a workaround for their system here. Only bases and Haga bases can be backed up again. This is good. Backed up bases can only be restored on the map where they were backed up, but on any siege of that map. So this is interesting, because you'd think, you say, in the map where they were backed up. The only base this currently works in is Haga Basin, but this reads that at some point in future, potentially with the release of a new area, perhaps, there may be an increase of locations where you can place down bases. That's the reading between the lines here of what this means, because you wouldn't word it like this if you also have this. So at some point, I reckon you'll see that we'll call it the ice caps, because for want of a best term, that's where the next DLC and next area will be. That will likely mean that you can also back up and restore the ones from an ice cap map into another ice cap map. If you choose that you live in the ice cap area full time, you should be able, by the looks of things, to be able to move to any siege for that area. And that also ties in. You can see this ties into the system. Any siege of that map. So they are working in advance to make sure this system works with their server transfer system. So that when you move, you'll have to go to the Haga Basin in order to copy a base that was made in the Haga Basin. And, all the ice caps or vice versa. But you can see that they're creating a system that fixes an issue and also ties into the other systems. Again, when we're talking about Ashes of Creation, this is what I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing the fixes that they are delivering for problems tying into the long-term overall health of the game and other systems they've created. Everything is still completely siloed, and nothing is even moving towards what we're doing. Ice Caps is the next large expansion we're getting. Broken Lands, the next large story release, as far as I'm aware, the main areas kind of quests is the ice cap areas. The next full area we're getting, which I think is meant to be at the 1 year mark-ish of the game's release, which also will potentially tie in with the third Dune film. When's the slated release date for that? December the 18th, 2026, so the end of next year. I would also expect there to be a huge amount of content tied to the release of the film. They would be idiots if they didn't tie in the third Dune film with some kind of large expansion or large change to the game, because you'd have to. I mean, it just makes sense. Large Dune release, huge amounts of public interest in Dune as a franchise and in the world of Dune. Dune Awakening, the game, you release a new update, you improve the game, you make it better. That just makes sense, right? From a commitment and a financial standpoint. Dibsy, I'm waiting to hear more on all of these things. I'm looking forward to it. Like I say, the Ice Caps is the one that I know is coming next year. So that's the one I'm most focused on. Legally, they allow us to include stuff tied in from the movie. Surely it could separate, but I'm not a geologist. So they are separate universes. We don't necessarily know how they will be done. But for example, how many of you have seen the ornithopters with guns in from the most recent films and thought, I would like there to be a dart launcher from my ornithopter. There should be a gun from it. Things they show in the film might not be able to be included until it's been released in the theater. That might genuinely be a thing. I would be surprised as well, Frey, if that was the case. Not necessarily a new game, no, I would expand it. Shields on ornithopters, things that you've seen inside the films that you now want inside the game that have increased your interest in Dune and your understanding of the universe to think, oh, I know that shields on ornithopters are a thing. I would like to I'd like to experience that in the game. So that's broadly what I would expect to see long term in it. So this is building for the future, something that I'm not seeing some of the other devs that we're focused on at the moment doing. Backup is locked behind a 3-week to be tuned cooldown that starts running as soon as you place down the subfief. So not as soon as you copy it, but as soon as you place it down. 10 minutes on test server at the moment. This is a 3-week cooldown is very strange. I guess it's designed to stop you from hopping between servers. I don't know if using the backup tool is a good way of doing that kind of blocker. I want to understand. You know, when you look at a decision, you think, I would really like to understand what went into that choice. Dibsy, I'm saying that there will likely also be a major release at that point. There's going to be another set of content releasing in January, which is I'm quite looking forward to. We'll look at the roadmap later on this. That's part of this conversation. It could be to prevent avoiding taxes. It could be a bunch of things. That would make sense. Again, I think the tax system doesn't make sense. I would get rid of the tax system if I had full say over the game. I don't think it adds that much. Combine it with the power system and make that system work better for the game. Or do away with power and make it so that shields are only provided on lease by the spacing guilds and by other people. If you're only in good standing with the, with Chom, you're only in good standing with the Emperor. Tie it to it in a different way. Having the two concurrent systems of taxes and power has generally been complained about. So I think that's why I would do that. Enemy health in DBNO. Only one of the dungeons, isn't it? Essentially the new DLC. From 10% of original HP to 30%. I don't like using colloquialist terms inside the patch notes. I've spoken about this so many different times. Backup tool, what happens if you have 3 bases? Likely one base backup tool will have 1 base in it. That's kind of how that seems to be. I would check the down but not... Oh, okay, that makes more sense. Enemy health in down but not out is increased from 10% to 30%. That makes more sense. Thank you, chat. Down but not out. Christ. My brain's just not in that headspace, apparently. Carrying flips can now travel between maps while carrying a vehicle. That's huge, like I said. Improved collision, handling to mitigate griefing, less griefing better. New tutorial for unrecoverable vehicles has been added. This is player experience, just much better. The replication of the vehicle backup tool will now be ready if you don't have enough Solaris to pay for the recovery. So it will show you a visual indicator and tell you why you can't do it. Do I think this document is AI generated? No, I know this document isn't AI generated because I've seen one of the in progress ones. It's where the devs dump a bunch of stuff and it doesn't get properly overseen. It's definitely not AI generated. Not at all. You can see in patch notes when things are AI generated. This is not. This is manually written. They use dev terminology and all other kinds of things that you would never see in an AI generated setup. Not in the same way. Flice and Spice, and that was having a bit of a stronk then. Jeez. Spice and Flower Sandfields no longer overlap. I guess, yeah, that's very sensible. I didn't know why that would ever be a problem. The Sandworm should opt for breaching further away in order to avoid it seeming to accidentally destroy vehicles. That's what it's done a few times. The worm will rear up and attack, and it's accidentally underneath another vehicle. So this should give you more warning, even if it's a short breach. So actually, again, bit of a better experience. Probably makes the game slightly easier. Having more warning of the worm created by distance is good. They've fixed testing stations, and they've disabled checkpoints. Right. They disabled shipwrecks and testing stations in the deep desert. Shipwreck and testing station checkpoints are no longer available in the deep desert. We've seen shipwrecks and what? What? Apparently, I'm having a strong because that one isn't standing out to me. Oh, the checkpoints with it. Okay, okay. Respawn checkpoints. When you say checkpoints, and then you open up this implies that these are checkpoints. So I was like, wait, but what? That doesn't make any. When you say disabled respawn checkpoints for shipwrecks and testing stations in the deep desert, and they're no longer available, makes much more sense. Thank you very much for that. The word respawn in there would add a lot of value. This is not anything new. We've gone through these FunCon patch notes before and had a number of criticisms and issues. This is part of it. Again, within would have helped. Respawn, yeah, like I said. UI, news feed section of the main menu is helpful. More information for the players. You can flag information in an earlier stage. Performance improvements to the UI in searching, good. HUD alerts, trying to use consumables while health is full so you don't waste resources. Fuel cells now show a yellow bar rather than a blue one, so it matches the fuel bars on the menus. Good, I guess. I did notice that today. I was like, I like that. It's a nice separator from durability or from like water, for example. UI to clarify durability requirement for recovering a vehicle. Like we've already covered that above. English not their first language might be why some of them are weirdly worded. Dibsy, it's a combination of. I mean, they speak English very incredibly well, the people who work on this, but they use dev terminology because there's lots of stuff that they talk about in game which isn't the way that it's translated across or localized across for us. So it's just a difference in terminology a lot of the time that's throwing some of these things off. And it's about assuming information. You like, you know, it's probably assumed, and some of you would have thought, oh well, DBNO obviously means down but not out. it takes looking at things in a different way sometimes to think, actually, somebody might not understand that the way that I've put it. Maybe I need to reword that. That can take an awful lot of review time, and when you're trying to get patch notes out rapidly, it's often not, that's not the priority. It's making sure that people can explain it to each other if they need to, which is what obviously we are doing now. They changed controller input to, there were a lot of issues coming. I saw a lot of this on Reddit. A lot of people having issues with controller input settings being conflicted on, potentially not even rebinding at one point. I think that last one was fixed, but they've now changed the controller buttons to be more intuitive and not to cause any kind of conflict, and there you go, to avoid clash with the sort functionality, so that when you try and confirm, you would accidentally sort your inventory, which not really probably what people were trying to do. Improve visuals and fix issues with the exchange pop-up, so they've just improved everything about the exchange. They obviously want to improve the economy and improve the interaction with that, so they've tried to generally tidy that up and improved it. Added scrolling to the stations to make it fit more in the UI, so they might expand radio stations out more in future as well. And they've also got a new points banner UI. Nice. New radio channels. Stands out as the replace mode in the building tool when replacing different pieces. And this, my favorite entry in the patch notes. Oh yes, objectively right, chat. Completely unable to disagree with any part of it. DJ Lightning Bolt, thank you very much for the 200 bits. You are a legend and awesome. I appreciate you for being here. So yeah, this is my favorite patch note. If anyone asks about what my favorite part of the patch notes are, this bit, this one under audio. Yeah, you see exactly. Koikos gets it. You can hear it. You can hear that point. You know that it's deeply important. Fixes. So fix where they sometimes fail to connect after queuing. Fix an issue where server readiness would be delayed. These are all just kind of technical fixes that are improving players' interactions with it. So players fail to connect, rare server crashes, play can be marked offline when the server crashed. Invalid parts will pop up, will sometimes appear erratically when traveling to an instance. That one was causing problems. I was getting confused messages from a couple of people being like, why is it telling me that the password has changed? Have you changed it midway through my stream? And I'm like, my man, it is 3 a.m. The only thing that I was changing was which way I'm facing while I'm asleep. That's the only thing that was changing at that time of night, not the password. Nah, that's just the game being silly. Players of the same party now sent to the same instance when traveling to Arakino Hako Village. This is good. Shouldn't necessarily be a problem, because as far as I understand, there should only be one instance of Arakino Hako Village on each server. But hey, I can tell you as a software dev that internal nomenclature gets normalized really fast, especially in internal ticket documentation. Oh yes, Underall, that's exactly what it comes down to. That's, yeah. Internal nomenclature is a good way of describing what this is. Yeah, that's what it is. That's where those issues come from that people are describing. Added client stability improvements when looking at recipe info, and the number of assets in certain locations has been reduced to improve performance around Sentinel City. And they've improved the non-lumen glomin illumination method to reduce performance drops. Again, good technical stability ones. Fixed being able to place a building blueprint with the building pieces and placeable sticking out of the land claim vertically. That shouldn't have been a problem. Where the glass endunement sets would turn opaque when ratios went on. This was a problem people complained about with the Dune Man set when it came out. Just made us dinner. You will burn the portion of fire, and hopefully I shall taste it. Thank you, Delchan. I will eat those. They are the ashes of what you have made. The ashes of creation. When you burn your dinner, that's what you're eating. You might not like it, but it's true, chat. Face an issue where the glass from a wall piece of building can remain floating in the air after the wall piece has been destroyed. Thor reported this one a number of things. Fix random land claim cube appearing below the terrain. We've seen that one on our stream a couple of times. Fix an edge case where the sandworm can end up destroying the wrong building pieces when attacking your base. That's interesting. Fix projectile weapons applying damage to the wrong vehicle module. Good. People will know what they're hitting more. You like the taste of char on a few different foods. Sometimes it's fine. Sometimes it's not. And sometimes if your entire food is char, Small Mike, you've probably done something wrong. I'm going to be really honest with you. That's fine. Like, if that's what you prefer. It's gnocchi and pesto with some pancetta. I'm looking forward to it, Del Chant. Thank you. Vehicles. Fix an exploit making it possible to restore durability on vehicle parts. We love fixing exploits. There you go. Fix an issue that caused the buggy mine turret to stay active when leaving the vehicle or switching seats. The problem is, I think that one of these fixes might have caused the buggy mining turret to not work properly. Which is funny. Fix notification during mining with the buggy, which was showing the total amount collected is 0. Using a Ornithopter to harness other Ornithopters should no longer result in invisible collision that prevents its landing and normal operation. Fun. Fix an issue where vehicles wiped by Coriolis would not have their inventories. What an interesting bug. A vehicle wiped by Coriolis would not have their inventories cleared, so the server would be holding on to this vehicle that doesn't actually exist and has an inventory, but the vehicle itself can never be retained or regained. So, up until you could reclaim vehicles, that would be really weird. That would be really weird. But since the vehicles have been restored, that means that people were just getting their vehicles back with their inventories in them. But that would mean that in order for that to be a thing, there are potentially vehicles on the server that the game is storing information about, which don't exist and can't exist anymore, which is neat. And Fish Depender Shield's pushing vehicles by denying their placement over them. Good fix. Ads are about to start. I'll keep going through these because you can read through them for yourself. I'll cover any questions afterwards, though, so if you do miss anything for the ads, feel free to ask me to go back. Not a problem. Fix an issue for auto run on foot versus vehicles. Players would spawn repeatedly. Dynamic encounters being reused too soon after a previous one's despawned. No invisible NPCs to interact with after the Jasnian Faithful Journey is completed. Janusin, sorry. Fix issues that causes resource scanner markers to be inaccurate. Improves from climbing spots on high peaks around testing state. Okay, cool. Players no longer get stuck in the boss room of testing station 71. Wow. But it's an issue where players that had reached out rank 5 and gone through the place with either Harkonnen or Atreides were unable to betray their faction by going to the corresponding spot. There was somebody on our server with this and we could not get to the bottom of it. That's really good to know that it's fixed. I will have to try and find out who that was. Nellis, put a hyphen between 27th and your timestamp. That's what I would say. Refix the Masquerade Assassin, registering the wrong location. Refixed the last time you didn't fix it. Fixed a purely cosmetic dialogue option where Derek would not realize a contract delivery condition had been completed. Okay. The upgraded Regis Spice container now completes the constructor sand. Okay, nice. So it now counts. Fixed issue where players who had poisoned Ambrose Lucifera after starting the Great Convention journey, but not completed the contract with Thafir, were able to see him in the Seleucid Bull by talking to Hester, Alistair, or Hugo again. You could bring Ambrose Lucifera back to life if you'd poisoned him. Nice. Fix the bug where players get stuck inside dialogue with the butler if asking about Roella Ramsby a second time. I'm glad we didn't get stuck in that. That's helpful. But no one wants missing loot. No one likes missing loot. Fix an issue where water systems and testing stations were frequently empty. That's good. That means they'll be nice and full. Means you've got a good source of water in the deep desert. Schematics, naming, double-clicking an ability wouldn't equip it. Volume bar will no longer show volume for containers that don't have volume. Fine. Or don't have a max volume. Obstacle issue. You can now report bugs from the overland map. Alignment of crosshairs and projection have been improved. Notification issues, warning and error messages. Player trade menu on a controller has been improved and made viable. These are just basic fixes that are very good quality of life, but they're not massively relevant or overwhelming. Do you know if they are working on fixing the problem with side quest progress being frozen in progress not being able to continue? I think that depends on which side quest it is, Twinned Assassin. I don't know which one the issue is with, so it's difficult to know. Is it on the known issues list? Cape simulation's very important. Everyone loves capes. Capes should be in fashion IRL again. I'd stand by that very strongly. To go to inside the table match, this is animation ones. Noctuas, Dew Reapers, trying to latch onto a wall. Skip through most of these. Intermission issue with text chat. Proximity chat should longer pick up conversations far below or above the player, so they've added a Y coordinate in to the proximity chat. That's good. This issue where players would unintentionally do social interaction with a nearby player when trying to do another interaction, just opening a chest. This is a second audio section, but fine. Story dialogues, debris sounds, voice chat would not work. Pentashield ID bands now have sound effects. And guards inside the Arakin archives have gotten some sound effects to make the location more clear. So that's what's obviously been done as the big patch that came out. So a lot of quality of life focus and a lot of kind of moving to the future. Now, if I go into... There should be... Here we go, the two hotfixes. Hotfix on November the 18th added... No, sorry. The hotfix on the 19th, after the update on the 18th, basically fixed contract issues, fixed a server crash for queues, and fixed an issue where selected words were not visible in the server browser for a while. And then the fixes that came out today were fixing issues where, in rare cases, some materials from the cancelled problematic fabrication queues could become invisible, so it looks like you'd lose items. And an issue where titanium ore was scarce on Missing Fleet Desert Shield Wall. So that was what people were talking about on stream earlier. We will likely see one here tomorrow that says, fixed an issue where ring mouths in the deep desert weren't blown. You still can't track my quest or do them, so no fix date. Oberon, have you got a ticket in? Again, not an issue I've seen a huge amount reported on, but this is the only one that I still have open that's not closed or gone anywhere. Me and the wife and son cannot do it. That's interesting. Which quest is that, Oberon? It's like that on all of yours. That's interesting. I'll pass that one across to the devs as well. Again, if it's on the known issues list, they are working on it. If it's not on the known issues list, I'm happy to report it across. They just announced a new free trial run from today to the 27th. That's... Everyone loves a free trial, don't get me wrong. Again, that's not particularly well announced. I think that I would have announced that in advance with a drops campaign, with some kind of supporting media around it. Like, you know, maybe a new trailer for the update or some kind of, you know, visible game update. Like for example, a dev stream. That's what I would have launched that with. All my trainers in Stranded or Merchant, I got an execution order yesterday, it still works. So it's specific quests you are prevented from moving forward any quests that seem to have come inside a certain time, but that's really interesting. Is it on the known issues list, Oberon? And you've got a ticket in? It's me. Oh, titanium and stravidium to make plastinium. I don't have a problem with plastinium, chat. What are you talking about? No problems here. Only opportunities. You have a ticket on it and a couple of issues? Okay, good. That's all we can really do at this point is have tickets in, because some of these issues are very specific and they'll need to have access to the account to get stuff done. 700. So we're making a good 1,500 more plastinium in this, which is nice. We need the armor they just released in that free trial artwork. Free trial artwork. Did they announce it on Steam? Dune Awakening. Nah, if we're in their Discord server, I'll have to go and have a look after the stream. I'll check Discord now. Give me a second. Oh, that's a lot of messages. Funcom. Wait, this one. Dune Awakening. Here we go. Game announcements. Oh, I do like that. Yeah, that is good armor. Let's have a look at this. Where's Ms. Paint? We still don't know if she's married or not. This is the new artwork. I'm not entirely sure where my wrist knife is. If I go like this, you can see it better. It's actually a really well-made piece of. It's really good artwork. Like if you look at how well that's well done that's been, and it's obviously I'm zooming in quite a lot from a 1920 by 1080p image, but this is what we like to see. Good artwork for games. Like, makes me excited. It's really nice. It's a very nice looking still suit, yeah. Getting to see the fixed Chris knife as well is quite nice. Here we go. Greetings, Sleepers. We're excited to bring back the free trial. Now, with the combined benefit of all of the content and improvements we've added since launch, the trial will run from November 20th to 27th. Anyone who wishes to take up permanent residence on Arrakis during or after their free trial, they can purchase the game at 25% discount until December 1st, the highest discount we've had yet. Basically, it's the same as before. You get up to 10 hours until November 27th. You get the entirety of Haga Basin. You get to keep your progress if you buy the game. And there are a few communications restrictions to avoid things like bots and griefing. This is nice. Since Dune Awakening launch, a lot's changed on Arrakis. The Chapter 2 major update continued the main story and brought a ton of new content and features. The Lost Harvest DLC added a brand new standalone storyline along with a treadwheel vehicle, Dune Man buildings pieces, and more. The Deep Desert has seen major improvements as well, both in Chapter 2 and the many other content updates and patches. More variety was added, along with loot improvements, vastly increased vehicle view distance, and major stability improvements. Of what's been added, this is only the tip of the dune, and there is so much more to come. With the base reconstruction tool and server transfers coming soon, and Chapter 3 on the horizon, now is an auspicious time to don the still suit and follow in the footsteps of the Fremen into the vast world of Dune. Seek the spice, Sleepers. I'm going to be honest with you, I've completely skipped over the ground vehicle. The treadwheel doesn't have a place in the game when I'm using ornithopters all the time, but I also skip over the buggy, and I'm wrong for doing that, so... Oops. I just think that's not been communicated very well. I would have communicated that far wider. I think, like I said, doing like a dev stream, doing a new trailer, talking more about what to expect for server transfers would have got the word of mouth out about that free trial more. So for those of you who want to partake and want to get involved, definitely, if you are interested in Dune, give it a go. It's free. Why not? 10 hours will let you know whether you feel right inside the game, whether the game is right for you, whether it's the right style of game that meets your needs, whether the issues in the game are too much for you right now or you want to come back to them. That's what playing it will tell you. Doing it while it's free is great. It's a good opportunity too. What a great song. Turn up a little bit. That good a song. Dune's a great single-player story game. I would agree. Single-player-wise, you can get hundreds of hours out of this and it will still feel good. It is a bit grindy if you're doing it solo, but that's not bad for everyone. Not everyone minds that. That Mark 6s. It wasn't Mark 6 at all. It just it was. Mark 2s. This is our deep desert stuff. You had an issue with emotes and put a ticket in. They told me they were closing the ticket and you used to report it in game. So you went in game and reported it and was told it's being closed because you already have a ticket open. What do you mean by no help with your emotes, Oberon? Do you mean you don't have emotes? Or are your emotes missing? You don't have all the emotes that you should have. That's a very specific issue. Have you owned the game since launch, Oberon? Like since the day one? Yeah, that's the same as me then. I only have the ones that were granted by the DLC now. I don't have any of the ones that you're meant to get from your faction, any of that. So I'm in the same position as you, and I know what the issue is with that. That was fixed on the public servers and should have been pushed out to everything. Yeah, you've got the same issue as me then. You died on the first day, and if you died early on, there was a bug where you would drop your inventory, and when you dropped your inventory containing all of your items, or the items that you would normally drop when you die, you also dropped your emotes. And if you didn't claim your body back on that first day, you lost them back. So I died on purpose, like, I don't need to claim my body, there was nothing on me. That's where the issue has come from. I can look back at the videos and see that. You died on the second day, you want to see inside of a worm, that could be it. That could also have been it. It basically was some kind of conjoining of the private inventory that you have for emotes and then it getting eaten by the worm. That's why, Oberon, that's what that's been caused by, but that's been fixed in the public servers. I will once again relay to them that it's still a problem, and I mentioned it to them at TwitchCon, that I still haven't got my emotes. I really want them. So I will reiterate that one again to them, because while emotes aren't a big deal, there are other people out there who are missing out on that, and it's an important part of social interaction inside the game. It's an important feel of the game. You do earn those. They are part of your character. So not have them, it doesn't affect the game a huge deal. It's not the end of the world, but it doesn't feel good as a player to know that, oh, well, I don't have my emotes and it's something that the devs are kind of semi-aware of, but or people can't answer my tickets. Like, it doesn't feel good to have the interaction that you've had, Oberon. But I will reiterate it because it's still an issue for my character as well, and if it's an issue for me, it's going to be an issue for other people. So Funcom are working on things. They are hearing people. Because it's not a high priority issue, it probably just hasn't been resolved for us, but I will reiterate it because I mentioned them at TwitchCon and I don't want it to be forgotten. You love playing Dune Awakening, but it's very addictive and fun playing with friends, but you hope Funcom can sort the situation with the game and letting people have a blast with the game. You don't want the game to fail. Yeah, Gro, I would say that Funcom have been sorting their situation out. They have been improving the game. They have been fixing things. Do you feel that they haven't been? And if so, what is it that they haven't done that you need them to do before you move to that state? Because they've started making the improvements they've promised. They've said in their releases that it's the tip of the dune, the tip of the iceberg, so they've got lots more planned going forward. But I'm interested if there's something that they've specifically promised and not done, or that you want to see done that they haven't done yet. You've been playing to the beta. I hope more people enter the game and keep going. I'm sure they will, my border. There's still a lot more to come for Dune. This isn't the end of things, and they want to deliver a bit like Conan. They'll deliver the game that they wanted to, even if it takes them a year, 2 years, 5 years. And like I said, there's so much interest around Dune, especially in the wider media with the game release, so with the film releases and the film release coming out next year, that I think that you'll see life out of Dune for at least another year and a bit. I think until at least the release of the last film. You started today, and it feels like a decent start, even solo without help. the game itself was very solid, up to and including endgame. I'll be really honest about that. Like, you will enjoy the game, but it's not a game that you can play every day. But I don't think any game is really these days. Like, it's just not. You shouldn't have a game, I don't think, that you play every single day, no matter what. That's a fanatic level of loyalty that you just don't need. You gotta try and start immediately doing donuts? That sounds about right. Yeah, Delchant's gonna get eaten by the worm, chat. You played solo the entire time and loved it? Like I said, if I start a new character at any point, I'll likely play through it solo and just kind of do that as a bit of fun. But I don't have the drive yet. I'm not quite far enough away from the game and having done it recently to be ready to do another full run through yet. If that makes sense. You're mainlining Expedition 33, but you'll probably never touch again when you finish the post-game content. Well, exactly, Janakitak, and that's when you get into the game, you have to have an expectation of how much time you're actually going to get out of it. Like, I knew when I bought Escape from Duckov that it wasn't going to be the only game I would play for the rest of my life ever. That's just not reasonable. That's not doable. Does that mean that it's not a really enjoyable game that I recommend to people if you like extraction shooters and kind of want to meme around a bit? No, I love that game. Escape from Duckov is absolutely hilarious, and I've had a great time messing around with and playing in it. And I'm going to go back and do more. But it's not a game I want to play every day, or a game that I could play every day. It's not the only game for me. And I don't know if we should be treating gaming like that there is always going to be this game that is going to be your everything, your all day, every day, your daily driver, because actually, I don't know, half the fun of games is taking a break and being free to come back when I've got more I want to do with it. I don't think that No Life... I know Life the game for years. I played EVE Online every single day for years and years and years. Like you say, yeah, Elmer, right? I played EVE a long time, and I don't think it was healthy. I think it's changed how I experience gaming in general. It's done a lot for me, and I've enjoyed it, and I wouldn't undo that time and what I've done, but at the same time, like... That's not industrial lube. At the same time, like that, I've also had some very horrible experiences from EVE, and I've had some things that have put me off of MMOs potentially for years. Like, I've just bounced back well from them. Like, there's plenty more games out there, so if one game isn't working for you now, don't write it off forever. Just be like, okay, well, right now that's not fun. I'll come back when I think it's worth my time again. Streamer not playing games? Streamer hates game. Exactly, Silvus. Exactly. It's not like because I'm not playing a game I hate it. It's just that, like, I don't think I've ever said any game that I'm going to play on stream is a game that I'm going to play every day forever for the rest of my life, because I'm just not in me. I just don't have that in me anymore, chat. I don't know. If I've ever said to anyone here in chat that this is that there is a game that I will play every day forever, I will apologize here and now, like I said, but I just don't think it's in me. I just don't think that games are like that anymore, and I think that given the amount of choice and variety you have, we shouldn't pigeonhole ourselves like that. There's so much more cool stuff to be doing. And everyone can enjoy a game at a different level. It's been like, I've got 700 and... how many hours now? 715 hours in Dune. I've probably actually played about 675 hours of the game, and I know most of the things that I need to about the game. I know exactly where I am. We're at the end game of the end game. We've been very efficient with it, for sure, but like... I still wouldn't say it's the everyday thing, and like... There are other people who are still experiencing very different stages of the game. People who have only just started, like Delchant today, or like people who've been playing for, you know, six weeks, 8 weeks. I've spent a bit of time playing it, but maybe haven't had the full experience, or maybe haven't gotten as deep into the game. But you know, like, how many other, like, if I go inside, not only have we got 58,000 melange, which is ridiculous, by the way, but if I go into this box, we just have, oh look, a full carrier that's just dismantled here. Oh look, just a full Regis spice container, full setup, and 2 sand crawlers. Like, in terms of what we've got, you're happy to see Eve adding more content to the mining aspect. Nah, leave mining alone. Mining was fine. That's been the way it's been for years. That doesn't need to change it. I can't believe it. I very much want Eve. Like, nah. There's right, exactly. Let me just have a quick look at what time it is, etc. Okay, we've been, jeez. Oh, there we go. Oh, Winky looks so small compared to giant Adthor. Slightly horrifying giant Adthor, to be honest. Games that have mods are more like for games, yeah, but you still need to. You'll start to spend. You'll find that if you have played a game with mods like Skyrim, you will know that you can spend 10, 20 hours playing with mods, making sure it all works fine before you even start your run. How many of you have spent a whole day configuring Skyrim, a bunch of cool mods, and you've made sure that it all works, and you're like, cool, I'm going to log off and I'll play it tomorrow, and you've not played Skyrim since? Exactly, Drover, exactly, then you don't play. You kind of want me to play Warframe just for the potential ad screens. Quite funny. You're in that hole for RimWorld, Stellaris, wait for Bethesda to come out 10 years later with a $6 bundle with the mods. Well, yeah, that's ridiculous by itself as well. You've got a mod pack of 450 mods. Wow. If you manage to get 200 hours of this game before reaching the end game loop, oh yeah, definitely. You quit the next day and never went into the game. You still, I mean, if you play the game, from my view, if you buy this game today and you play it for 50 hours, that's getting good value for money out of a game. For me, that's what it is. For you, that will be different, and that depends on your value proposition around the game. No, do a 10 kilobyte update that breaks all the mods. That sounds about right, Killer Squirrel. Yeah, that's we've been there before. Do this, this, and this. Didn't that happen to Fallout London before they dropped? There was an update that delayed them by 6 months. That's entirely possible. I haven't been following Fallout London, but I wouldn't surprise me at all. Like, that's often how these things work in these games. You have almost 900 hours in Dune, are still loving it. If you like the Dune universe, you'll probably like this game. If you like PvE survival, like kind of games, I think that you'll enjoy this. Even the PvP one's very enjoyable because the core is there. If you enjoy just the PvP section, then no. But there's a lot about this game to enjoy. I'll be real. Like, it's a very well done game. It has its problems, but it also has a lot of promise for the future. I'm looking forward to seeing where it ends up. And I'm not really always the voice of hope on games, but Dune I do believe in. I believe in the devs and I believe in their vision. I think they're doing as good a job as they can. Yeah, they didn't get everything right at launch, but how many games do these days? Even Arc Raiders had problems at launch, and that game has been slated really well. Expedition 33 had bugs and problems. Like, It's so that's a whole thing. Like that is a thing. So I would say there's a lot to be hopeful for from this game. And if you enjoy the Dune universe and you are looking forward to, you know, the future things, come back to this game, check in the game in a year's time when the next update comes out. When? No, Delchant, not in my nature. Not in my nature. Could, just don't want to. How are we for water? We've made 17 liters since we set everything up and then did our last set of runs. I will log in tomorrow morning and check on stuff and make sure the bodies are doing things, etc. That's definitely something I'll have to do before I stream tomorrow, because we want to make sure we process all that titanium. You're logging in every 2 weeks, keep your base powered until they have the base save tool. That's true. And then you'll save what you've got to let it cook. Exactly, Joe Rail. And that's ideal. That's what I think a lot of people will do. A lot of the people who are just logging in are doing it just to keep their base powered, and the people who are playing every day are actually pushing forward. There's not that many people who are still pushing forward, because most people who are playing it every day or were playing every day have got to end when there's no more content. Should the bodies be doing nothing? The bodies are getting, they're just chilling with, they're being turned into water, which is very important. Right, let's do this. Okay. $6.8 Delchant, the most unemployed hour count here. I can't believe that you would no life it. 6.8 hours since launch. That is long-term unemployed, spending 12 hours a day at your keyboard behavior, Delchant. Ever since the game came out, you've been no life in this, haven't you? 6.8 hours. I can't believe it. Not 6.8K, just 6.8. On his word, but someone has to do it. Well, I'm glad you are, Delchamp. What we are going to do, because I've been live for 9 1/4 hours, is we are going to raid a good friend of mine who is also playing Dune. So obviously, we are very established in Dune. We are very much at the end game. Greg and the friend of his who he's playing with, I've only just kind of reached the end game. They've just made their first carrier and sandcrawler. So they are only just reaching the kind of the start of the end game. They've not done a huge amount of end game resource farming. They've not done a huge amount of collection of resources for titanium, stravidium. They've not done a huge amount of spice farming. But they are still enjoying the game at an early stage. So I'm going to send you guys across there to go and chill. I hope that you enjoy. Thank you all very much for being here. Whether you're over on YouTube, thank you very much for the likes and the support over there and the commenting over there. Thank you for the following. Thank you for the sub bomb today. Thank you for the 200 sub bomb that fundamentally broke my brain today. That was, I will rewatch that clip later because it was actually quite funny. But like genuinely, when I saw that 200, I was like, so thank you again for that absolutely huge treasure train. That was Korite. So yeah, thank you for that, Corey. Yeah, absolutely huge. For those of you who didn't see the link, do I still have it? Oh yeah, here we go. This was it. This is the message. Use this emote when you go over there and raid Gregors. This emote, just spam Chrono Lemon. Catch you all later.